Before we begin, I thought it would be fun if everyone lets me know in the comments where they're watching this video from. And while you're down there, don't forget to subscribe. Now, let's start today's episode. Gabby Dulan. A young girl went to the school stadium with her parents to watch a football game. During the match, her parents suddenly noticed that she was missing and began searching for her. The police quickly joined the effort, but they had no idea where this investigation would lead. Eventually, they uncovered a chilling truth that rocked the entire town. Gabby Dulan was born on December 26, 2007, in the small town of Scotsville, Kentucky. With a population of just over 4,000, Scotsville was primarily a farming community where most people knew each other or at least had connections to local families. Like many small towns, there weren't many entertainment options in Scotsville. The highlight of local life was school sports, especially football. The school had well-maintained fields for football, baseball, and tennis, which regularly hosted games and competitions. It had become a tradition for the town to attend these events, particularly when their own children were involved. Gabby's family was like any other in their small town. Her parents had 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. The oldest son played on the school's football team, while Gabby herself was involved in cheerleading. In November 2015, when Gabby was 7, the town was buzzing with excitement for the biggest football game of the year. The local team was set to play against a rival team from another county, and everyone was looking forward to it. Gabby's older brother was on the team, but she was more excited about spending time with her friends than the game itself. Her parents had initially planned to leave Gabby at home with their youngest son, under the supervision of a relative, but Gabby managed to persuade them to take her along. On the evening of November 14th, they made their way to the school field. In addition to the local crowd, many people from the other county came to cheer on their team. As soon as they arrived at the stadium, Gabby spotted her friends and asked her mom if she could go play with them. Her mom agreed but reminded Gabby to stay within the school grounds and stay with the other kids. After that, Gabby headed off to join her friends, and her mom made her way to the bleachers. Gabby ran back to her mom a few times, but each time, she quickly went off to play again. At one point, Gabby went to see her dad, who was in the announcer's booth. She asked him for some money to buy snacks at the concession stand before running off again. Sometime later, Gabby's friends rushed up to her mom in the bleachers. Her mom glanced at the group and immediately realized Gabby wasn't with them. The girls asked if she had seen Gabby, looking worried. Her mom, too, was concerned, as she hadn't seen her daughter for a while. She asked what was going on, and the girls explained they had been playing hide and seek. Gabby was supposed to find her friends, but they had hidden in the restroom, and as time went on, Gabby never found them. Thinking they had won, the girls eventually left their hiding spot to search for her, but Gabby was nowhere to be found. They called out her name and checked all the places they had been playing, but it was as if she had disappeared. They then thought Gabby might have gone to the bleachers to find her mom and ran in that direction. Her mom immediately started to panic and went to find her husband, but Gabby wasn't there either. She told him that Gabby was missing, and he rushed to search the area around the stadium. Meanwhile, the mother went to the concession stand where Gabby had wanted to buy snacks and began searching there. On her way, the parents encountered some friends and informed them about their daughter's disappearance. Upon hearing this, they joined the frantic parents, helping with the search. After thoroughly searching the entire area around the stadium with no sign of Gabby, her parents returned to make an announcement over the loudspeakers, hoping she would hear it. Unfortunately, that didn't yield any results either. By that time, there was a break in the game, and people were returning to the bleachers. The parents continued asking everyone if they had seen Gabby, and some of the bystanders joined in the search. They once again ventured out to search the surrounding area and asked the staff to turn on flashlights around the baseball field, which led into a small forest. The group walked through the woods but still couldn't find Gabby. By now, about 20 minutes had passed since her disappearance, and the parents decided to call the police. Officers quickly arrived at the school, listened to the parents' and Gabby's friends' accounts, and began their search. The local police department had limited experience with such serious cases, as child disappearances were rare in their small town. The officers immediately feared the worst, considering the possibility that someone had abducted or attacked her. The police faced a significant challenge. The likely perpetrator was probably still at the stadium, watching the game, which was about to conclude. Realizing that time was running out, they knew the crowd would soon start to disperse, including the potential kidnapper. To prevent anyone from leaving, they made the decision to halt the game and lock down the stadium, ensuring no one could slip away unnoticed. Officers kept a close watch on all exits. In order to avoid alarming the public and jeopardizing the investigation, the police did not inform anyone about the unfolding situation. If people became aware that the authorities suspected a child abduction might have occurred right in their midst, it could cause panic. Meanwhile, state police arrived to assist with the search. They made their way to the baseball field and entered the woods. After traveling a bit further, they came across a small creek and, to their horror, discovered the girl's body in it. They identified her as Gabby and called for an ambulance to take the body to the medical examiner. However, even a visual inspection was enough to suggest that the cause of death was asphyxiation, as there were distinct marks on her neck. Part of her clothing was also missing, leading the police to suspect that the victim had been sexually assaulted. Gabby's mother saw the ambulance near the woods and thought the police had found her daughter, who needed medical attention. She rushed there, but the police stopped her. They didn't want the woman to see this horrifying scene. Now that the police were dealing with a murder, they decided to move everyone from the stadium to the school gym. Investigators believed that the killer was likely among them, so they needed to quickly figure out how to identify them. They spoke to Gabby's parents and told them about what likely happened to their daughter. Investigators also asked if they had any suspicions about who could have committed such a heinous act. Perhaps they had noticed someone suspicious or someone had threatened their family, but Gabby's parents insisted they had no idea who could have done this. Detectives then talked to Gabby's friends and asked if they had seen anything strange that evening. Maybe someone had been watching or following them, but the girls said they couldn't recall anything like that. The police also brought them to the gym and asked them to look carefully at the people present, hoping they might remember something, but it didn't lead to anything. The lead detective continued to believe that the victim's friends might have seen the kidnapper, but either they were afraid to point him out or simply didn't understand the significance of their observations due to their age. He kept asking them to remember every moment of that evening. And finally, one of them mentioned that when they hid from Gabby in the restroom, she saw a man near the door. The girl remembered almost no details about his appearance, except that he was wearing a denim jacket. The police spoke to the cashier, who sold tickets to the game, and he also recalled the man with the denim jacket hanging on his arm. He added that this person seemed strange and intoxicated to him. However, they still couldn't identify this man at that moment. The police gradually interviewed the attendees of the game, and pretty soon everyone learned why they were being held there. Realizing that they might police and answered their questions, investigators cross-referenced the list of names of all the men in the gym with the sex offenders registry, but there were no matches. The police also sent officers to the homes of several such offenders living within close proximity, but they all had solid alibis and none of them were near the school. Meanwhile, officers continued to interview people at the school and they soon came across some interesting leads. Several individuals told them that during the game, they saw a man named Timothy Madden near the women's restroom, behaving strangely. He was a local resident, so many people knew him. But according to witnesses, that evening he was acting suspiciously. They also mentioned that he was wearing a denim jacket, the same description provided by one of Gabby's friends who had also seen a man near the restroom. Another witness was a distant relative of Timothy. He mentioned that during the game, Timothy seemed kind of off. His younger son was playing on the field, and according to the witness, Timothy, who usually was very involved in his son's sports achievements, wasn't even paying attention to the field and seemed lost. Several more witnesses told the police that Timothy's behavior seemed strange to them, prompting investigators to talk to him. By that time, it was already nighttime and they had to release almost everyone from the school. They decided to visit him, but first asked the local sheriff what he thought about Timothy. The sheriff said that he had known him practically all his life and highly doubted that he was capable of such a crime. Timothy had almost no criminal record, except for some traffic fines, and he had never been involved in any suspicious situations before. Timothy lived with his wife and 5 children, and the police decided to go talk to him immediately. When they knocked on his door, Timothy opened it, and the officers asked if he knew why they were there. He replied that he had heard about the girl's murder but had nothing to do with it. Detectives then decided to try one trick and asked him a loaded question. They asked whether he had any explanation for several videos provided by eyewitnesses showing him talking to Gabby shortly before her murder. There were no videos or witnesses, and the question was designed to prompt the man to reveal some new information if he indeed had something to do with the crime. At first, Timothy said he didn't know, but then he quickly corrected himself. He admitted that he did talk to Gabby that evening near the stadium. According to him, he stepped out to smoke, and at that moment, several girls ran past him. Shortly after, Gabby passed by and asked if he had seen her friends because they were playing hide and seek and she needed to find them. Timothy pointed her in the right direction, and she ran off. The detectives found it suspicious how quickly Timothy changed his story. Moreover, his account indicated that he spoke to the victim just minutes before her disappearance. And at that time, there were no witnesses outside the stadium, so it gave him the opportunity to commit the crime. The detectives also asked if he would have any explanation if they found his DNA on the victim's body, and Timothy calmly replied no. Finally, they asked him to provide them with a DNA sample and the clothing he wore at the stadium. He agreed to both requests, but as soon as Timothy handed over the clothing to the police, they discovered some stains on it. There was something resembling bloodstains on the pants, denim jacket, and even underwear. Detectives asked if he could explain it. Timothy claimed that they were insane and that it wasn't blood, but some dirt. However, the police thought otherwise, although they needed to wait for the DNA analysis results before they could arrest him. Even though this case was a priority for the lab, it still took several days for the experts to examine all the samples and conduct the analysis. The forensic pathologist soon finished examining the body and confirmed that Gabby's cause of death was manual strangulation. He also confirmed that the victim had been brutally assaulted and extracted a biological sample of the perpetrator, which was sent to the laboratory. The day after the murder, something unexpected happened. The police received an anonymous letter from someone who reported a suspicious individual present at the game. The author wrote down the model of his car and even the license plate, which allowed the investigators to quickly identify the owner of the vehicle. It turned out to be a student living half an hour drive from Scotsville. The police went there and began questioning him, but the guy claimed he hadn't been to any game and hadn't even heard of the murder. He added that he was at work that evening and the police found undoubtful confirmation of his alibi. He was crossed off the list of suspects, but the author of the letter was never found. Perhaps someone decided to frame him or play a cruel prank, but the guy was truly innocent. The police soon received another lead. Several people reported strange behavior by a local 16-year-old boy. He told different people that he had been at the game, but then claimed he hadn't attended it. The young man also mentioned seeing girls playing hide and seek. Detectives found out that this boy was Timothy Madden's son, but that wasn't the most surprising revelation. They learned that just 2 weeks before the murder, the boy had become angry with his father and held a knife to his throat, threatening to kill him. Knowing this information, the police headed to speak with him, but there was a problem. They needed the presence of the minor's parents, and his mother refused to provide a DNA sample. So, this left the police empty-handed. In Scotsville, a small town where everyone knew each other, rumors spread like wildfire. People heard that the police were looking into the Madden family regarding Gabby's murder, sparking various theories. Some thought one of Madden's troubled older sons could be responsible, while others suspected Madden himself or thought he might be covering for his sons. Gabby's parents also became aware of these rumors, which came as a big shock to them. Gabby's father had known Timothy since 3rd grade and also knew his whole family. Their sons played on the same football team, and their daughters were cheerleading together. Both families were close, even sitting near each other at the game. With all this in mind, Gabby's parents found it hard to believe that anyone from their circle could have been involved in the murder. After the rumors spread around town, something else happened. The eldest son of the Madden family, who was 20 years old, began contacting local officers on social media. He used foul language and threatened them, demanding they leave his family alone. He was immediately arrested for the threats, and police quickly discovered that there was an active warrant for his arrest in another town. It turned out he was suspected of assaulting a minor girl. They brought him in for questioning, and the young man claimed he was simply frustrated by the accusations against his family. He also said he had nothing to do with the murder, and that he was at his cousin's house in the neighboring town that evening. He agreed to provide his DNA sample, which was also sent to the laboratory. On November 20th, 6 days after the murder, Gabby's funeral took place. Hundreds of people came to say goodbye, not only from Scotsville but also from other towns. People donated a significant amount of money to Gabby's parents to help cover the funeral and farewell ceremony expenses. Meanwhile, the lab completed the DNA analysis and compared the blood and semen samples with Timothy and his son's DNA. The results showed a complete match. The semen found on the victim's body belonged to Timothy Madden, and the blood on his clothes belonged to Gabby. Upon receiving this news, detectives went to the funeral. When Gabby's parents were alone, they informed them of the discovery of the killer. At the same time, the police officers went to Timothy's house, and he was arrested. As he was being transported from the police station, he shouted to the gathered reporters that he was innocent. Later, he claimed that the blood on his clothes was his own, as he had scratched himself passing by a fence. Even though initially, as we remember, he had told the police that it wasn't blood at all, but mud. With the DNA match in hand, the investigators took the case to court, and the prosecution stated they would seek the death penalty. During the trial preparation, Timothy's lawyer insisted his client was innocent, and the origin of the evidence raised serious questions. He argued that during the supposed murder, Timothy was at the stadium filming the game, even though Timothy himself told the police he saw Gabby around the same time. The lawyer also tried to point out the fact that Gabby's body was found in a creek, but his client's clothes were dry when he returned to the stadium. Timothy's mother, who lived with him, stated that Timothy returned home in clean clothes, didn't look troubled, and behaved as usual. But the prosecution pointed out that all these arguments crumbled in the face of the fact that the suspect's semen was found on the victim's body. There could be no other explanation for this, and therefore, there was no doubt about Timothy's involvement. According to the police, his account of that evening contained some portion of the he could have indeed stepped out of the stadium during the game and encountered Gabby, who was looking for her friends. She knew Timothy well because he was the father of one of her friends. She might have approached him and asked where the other girls had gone, and that's when he devised the plan. He could have said they ran into the woods behind the baseball field and offered to escort Gabby there. Once they were a few hundred yards away from the school, he could have assaulted and killed her, then returned to the game. The wait for the trial dragged on for years, much to Gabby's family's dismay. They wanted the murderer to be punished, but due to bureaucracy, the case progressed slowly. In 2019, for years after the murder, the parties began discussing a possible plea deal. The prosecution offered to drop the death penalty in exchange for a life sentence, with Timothy having to admit his guilt. Gabby's parents agreed to this option because the endless wait for the trial was a heavy burden for them. Moreover, if the trial finally began, they would have to attend hearings for months, essentially reliving their daughter's death all over again. Timothy, who kept insisting on his innocence, eventually agreed and confessed. However, the terms of the deal didn't require him to reveal the details of what he did. He just had to admit his guilt. These terms didn't satisfy Gabe's family because they wanted the perpetrator to fully confess to what he had done to their daughter. During the court hearing, Gabe's father started yelling at Timothy, while the defendant's relatives began shouting at Gabe's family. Eventually, the judge had to take a break and separate them. In the end, Timothy received a life sentence and went to serve it in a maximum security prison. But that's not all. In 2016, a year after Gabby's murder, something else happened involving Timothy Madden. A boy from a neighboring state saw a news report about Gabby's murder and recognized Timothy Madden. Years earlier, he and a friend had been walking near a mall parking lot when an adult man approached them, offering a ride. The boys found the offer suspicious and ran away. The friend's relative reported the incident to the police, and the man they described matched Timothy Madden. However, there was no concrete evidence to link this incident to any charges, so the case didn't progress. Still, if Timothy had indeed tried to abduct the two boys, it could offer insight into his disturbing nature. It suggested that before Gabby's murder, he might have been attempting to find other victims without success. That night, when Gabby came near him at the stadium, it's possible that he saw an opportunity to act on his dark and twisted desires. Moving on to the next case. Levi Boonhelm. Levi Boonhelm, infamously known as the Kentucky Cannibal, was born on January 28, 1828, in Lincoln County, Kentucky, to Joseph and Nancy Wilcox Helm. Raised in an honest, hard-working, and well-respected family, Levi stood out as the rebellious black sheep. Even as a child, he was drawn to physical challenges, often provoking fights with older, larger men. He also enjoyed performing daring stunts, such as hurling his knife into the ground and retrieving it while riding a horse at full gallop. At some point during his childhood, the Helm family relocated to Missouri, but the move did little to alter Levi's unruly nature. He had a deep-seated defiance against authority. On one occasion, when a sheriff attempted to arrest him, Levi boldly rode his horse up the courthouse steps and into the courtroom while a circuit court session was underway, taunting the judge in the process. In 1848, at the age of 20, he married 17-year-old Lucinda Browning, and the couple had a daughter. However, their marriage quickly unraveled due to Levi's heavy drinking, violent outbursts, and bizarre habit of riding his horse into their home. Levi's violent tendencies escalated to the point where he frequently assaulted his wife, leading her to file for divorce. His father covered the legal expenses, which left the family financially ruined and tarnished their once respected reputation. With his home life in shambles, Levi set his sights on California, hoping to strike it rich in the gold rush. In 1850, he invited his cousin, Littlebury Shute, to join him on the journey. Littlebury initially agreed but later changed his mind. Enraged by his cousin's decision to back out, Levi fatally stabbed him in the chest before setting off for the West alone. However, this murder did not go unnoticed. He was relentlessly pursued by Littlebury's brother and a group of the victim's friends, who eventually captured him. Instead of facing immediate justice, Levi's erratic behavior during captivity led to his placement in a mental asylum. While institutionalized, he became increasingly withdrawn, barely speaking, and eventually manipulated a guard into taking him for a walk in the woods. These walks became routine, eventually earning Levi the guard's trust. Seizing the opportunity, he used one of these scheduled outings to make his escape. Once free, he resumed his original plan of heading west to California. Along the way, he killed multiple men, initially in confrontations, but eventually through deliberate, premeditated murder. His growing reputation for violence made it impossible for him to settle anywhere, forcing him to remain on the run as both law enforcement and vigilantes pursued him. Realizing he couldn't survive alone, Levi joined forces with 6 other fugitives. While traveling together, he revealed the horrifying truth: he had resorted to cannibalism. He admitted, "Many is the poor devil I've killed at one time or another. And the time has been that I've been obliged to feed on some of them." This marked the first known report of his cannibalistic tendencies. However, the group's journey was far from easy. While making their way toward Fort Hall, Idaho, they were ambushed by Native Americans, forcing them to scatter and flee deeper into the unfamiliar wilderness. Short on provisions, they decided to kill their horses and consume their meats using the hides to make snowshoes. But the winter was harsh and unforgiving and the journey long. Without nature on their side, the number of party members slowly dropped down from 7 men to 2. It was just Levi Helm and a man known as Burton. When Burton could go no further, Levi left him behind but then thought better of it and decided to go back to him. He returned just in time to hear Burton pull the trigger on himself. Levi ate one of Burton's legs and parceled the other one up to take with him. His movements after this are hazy at best, but at some point, someone discovered him at a Native American camp and then accompanied him to Salt Lake City, Utah. Despite having a wealth of money on him, Levi reportedly never thanked the man who'd escorted him, not for feeding him, clothing him, or transporting him. Unsurprisingly, Levi got into trouble while spending time at Salt Lake City. Upon becoming a wanted fugitive by the law, he fled to San Francisco, California. While there, he killed a rancher who'd befriended him and taken him in, sheltering him from authorities. After this, Levi went on to Oregon and resumed robbing people to survive, frequently murdering them. In 1862, after drinking heavily, he gunned down an unarmed man named Dutch Fred in a saloon before fleeing. While on the run, he ate another escapee who he'd been traveling with. At last, Levi Boone was caught, but the public was not safe for long. He begged his older brother, Old Tex, to help him out. A wealthy individual, Old Tex paid off the witnesses to his brother's crimes so the authorities couldn't successfully convict him. Upon his release, Levi accompanied Old Tex back to Texas. It seemed that Levi Helm's reign of terror would never end as he began reappearing in many of the spots he'd already run from. He was finally apprehended for good after teaming up with crime boss Henry Plummer and his gang, where Levi and 4 other gang members were captured, arrested, and tried in secret. During the trial, Levi kissed the Bible and committed perjury, accusing Three-Fingered Jack Gallagher, a close friend and fellow gang member, of committing Levi's own crimes. Ultimately, the Montana vigilantes hanged Levi along with the other 4 captured gang members in Virginia City, Montana on January 14, 1864, in front of 6,000 people. Allegedly, when the executioner approached Helm, he exclaimed, quote, "Every man for his principles. Hurrah for Jeff Davis." Just before his execution, Levi Boonhelm shouted, "Davis, let her rip," and jumped off the hangman's box before it could be kicked away. He also reportedly scolded fellow gang member Jack Gallagher, telling him to stop making a fuss, adding, "There's no use being afraid to die." Levi Helm's complete disregard for human life was evident. His own existence seemed as insignificant to him as that of anyone who stood in his way. His volatile temper, formidable strength, and insatiable thirst for violence made him a truly feared figure. The mere mention of his name was enough to strike terror into the hearts of those who had heard of his crimes. Helm was laid to rest in Boot Hill Cemetery in Virginia City. He is remembered as one of the most merciless men of the Wild West, leaving behind a legacy of brutality and horror. While some estimates suggest he was responsible for around 11 murders, it is widely believed that his true body count could be far greater. Moving on to the next case. Monica Fay Pritchette. Monica Fay Pritchette was born on February 16, 1979 in Anniston, Alabama, to Donald and Dorothy Pritchette. She had 2 sisters and 2 brothers. Monica married her high school boyfriend, Jeremy Rollins, and they settled in Heflin, Alabama. Their marriage was stable until the birth of their second son, Aaron. For reasons that were never disclosed, the couple decided to separate, despite Monica being pregnant with their 3rd child. In mid-2001, Monica and her 2 sons, Dalton, who was 6, and Aaron, who was 2, moved into a home on Sugar Hill Road. Jeremy Rollins continued to have visitation rights, seeing his sons every other weekend. Monica was deeply devoted to her children. Monica was eagerly anticipating the arrival of her 3rd son, Shane, in just a few weeks. As a busy mom, she balanced a full-time job with raising her 2 sons. She worked at a daycare called Kitty Castle until July 2002, when she accepted a higher-paying position at ITC Deltacom. On Friday, September 13, 2002, after work, Monica and her sons visited her father, Donald Pritchette, at his home in Anniston. While there, her father had a gift for his oldest grandson, Dalton, a foal. Dalton named the foal Mojave. The evening was spent enjoying horseback riding, playing, sharing dinner, and having conversation. At 8:30 p.m., Monica and the boys left to head back to their home in Heflin. Monica and her sons had planned to return later that weekend to spend more time with her father and his wife. However, when the weekend passed without any communication from Monica, her relatives decided to check in to ensure everything was okay. When they arrived at Monica's mobile home on the morning of Monday, September 16th, they were met with a scene beyond their worst fears. Monica and her 6-year-old son, Dalton, had been brutally murdered inside their home. It appeared that Monica went into labor from the shock during the attack. The baby was found partially delivered and had not survived. However, her 2-year-old son, Aaron, was found alive and unharmed, hiding in a closet. A relative quickly called 911. Later that same day, after finishing his 12-hour shift at Southwire, Jeremy Rowlands, Monica's ex-husband, returned home. A few hours later, officers arrived at his house to inform him of the tragic news. They asked him to come to the police station. According to officials, Jeremy Rowlands was quickly ruled out as a potential suspect and was cooperative throughout the investigation. After being ruled out, Jeremy said how he felt when he learned about what happened to Monica and Dalton. "It was unbelievable. There where I was at, somebody was telling you something that you just cannot believe." Early press reports indicated that Monica and Dalton had both lost their lives due to stab wounds received at some point over the weekend. Everybody pretty much knows everybody when you live in a small town. And with a population of less than 3,500 people, Heflin is one of those towns. When something as horrible as a triple slaying occurs somewhere like Heflin, it rocks the very foundation of the community, especially when the victims were a young pregnant mother, her 6-year-old son, and her unborn son. The crime terrified the community, and people started improving security measures on their homes and kept their kids inside. Family members described Monica as an easygoing, loving mother who was always smiling and good with kids. Debbie Clark, owner and director of Kitty Castles, said she was just always smiling, just a good person. Her little boy, he was so precious. Funeral services were held for both Monica and Dalton on September 19, 2002 at Dryden Funeral Home Chapel. They were set to be buried at the Cedar Creek Cemetery, but prior to the burial, investigators decided they needed to collect more DNA for investigative purposes. On September 20, 2002, Governor Siegelman offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person who committed this terrible crime. Very few details about the slaying were made public even years later. The Heflin Police Department kept the details confidential as an investigative technique. They believed that the perpetrator would one day mention something about the slaying that was never made public, leading to an arrest. Captain Joe Neighbors of the Alabama Bureau of Investigation confirmed that DNA, fingerprints, and other evidence had been collected at the scene and were sent to the Alabama Department of Forensic Science for analysis. At the time, the department was facing serious backlog issues due to budget constraints, which created a delay in processing. In June 2014, Heflin Police Chief A.J. Benefield contacted the Attorney General Office's Cold Case Unit, and the two agencies started working together. Based on new information, they began to interview people again. They met with the State Bureau of Investigation and local prosecutors and started new discussions. Police Chief Benefield was an officer at the time of the slayings. He and his partner responded to the 911 call of the relative who found Monica and her son's bodies. When talking about the case in February 2014, Benefield had this to say: "So really, there were 3 victims. It was the worst crime scene I have ever seen. Not a day goes by that we are not talking about this or working on it in some way. It is very near to our hearts." In February 2015, Benefield hinted that they were looking at someone that they have known about since February 2002, but he did not elaborate further. In March 2015, the Alabama Attorney General's office joined the investigation. Authorities periodically posted on social media asking for information on the case. Unfortunately, no useful leads came in, and the case went cold for some time. In February 2021, the case was reopened by Chief McGaughan and Captain Scott Bonner. They resent multiple items to forensic labs, both private and state. They continued to keep close contact with some of the family members and tried their best to provide support as much as they could. Although they could not go into specific details due to the ongoing investigation, Captain Scott Bonner said there was a suspect and evidence. There is no threat to anyone from the suspect in this case at this time. The suspect, who I cannot name yet, is in jail in another state for unrelated crimes, he said. With help from the state, grant money from Seasons of Justice, and a literal truckload of evidence, investigators were able to make an arrest more than 20 years after the crime. Louis Landon Spivey was arrested on June 26, 2023 and charged with taking the lives of Monica, Dalton, and Shane. On June 30, 2023, Heflin Police Department made the announcement to the public. Louis Spivey kept the sordid secret to himself until he was released from a Florida prison. He is now 39 years old and was 18 years old when he committed that horrendous crime in February 2002. They were acquaintances, Captain Bonner said in a press conference. They had a relationship. Bonner did not reveal a motive or the circumstances leading up to the slayings. For the last 15 years, Louis Spivey has been sitting in a Florida prison cell for an unrelated robbery and aggravated assault case out of Bay County for which he was sentenced in February 2010. Captain Bonner and Chief McGaughan took Louis Spivey into custody after his release from the Florida prison. Captain Bonner explained, Louis Spivey has since cooperated with the investigation. He was looked at early on in the investigation by other agencies before we opened up the case. Good investigation work gave us some good leads. We did not have surveillance, pictures, or cameras, said Bonner. We did not have the things that you would have nowadays. When investigators sat down with Louis Spivey, he allegedly gave them a complete confession, outlined the crime, and took sole responsibility for the slayings. A bond hearing was held on June 29, 2023. The court determined that the criteria for invoking Anaya's law had been met, leading to Louis Spivey's continued pretrial confinement without the possibility of bond. Anaya's law is a legislation named after Anaya Blanchard, a college student whose life was tragically taken in February 2019. The law aims to enhance penalties for certain violent offenses in Alabama. It allows judges to deny bail or parole for individuals charged with certain violent crimes, ensuring that they remain in custody throughout their trial process. The law seeks to prioritize public safety and protect potential victims by keeping individuals considered dangerous off the streets during legal proceedings. Investigators gave few details on what led to the break in the case, but we do know about the confession and that the department was given a grant for DNA analysis, and several items were processed by a state lab and private labs in Canada. In a statement on behalf of Mayor Robbie Brown, Chief Ross McGaughan offered his condolences to the family of Monica and Dalton. We hope this brings some sense of closure to this painful chapter in your lives, the authorities said. We would like to extend our deepest gratitude and appreciation to Captain Bonner, the Heflin Police Department, and all the other agencies and individuals who showed steadfast dedication and determination in their pursuit of justice for Monica, Dalton, and their grieving family. Investigator and Captain Scott Bonner, who worked tirelessly on the case, described it as the toughest he had ever faced, despite handling several similar cases during his career. The box of reports and everything we had to sift through took months, Bonner recalled. The case became deeply personal for him. Bonner admitted that he had likely spent more time with Monica and Dalton's family over the past 3 years than with his own. I've become really close to them, he said. It feels good to finally give them some peace. Meanwhile, Jeremy Rollins, Monica's ex-husband, remarried in February 2011 and had twin daughters with his wife. Monica's second son, Aaron Rollins, graduated from high school in 2018 and is now in his early 20s. The family still resides in Heflin. Louis Spivey, the suspect in the murders, was transferred to the Cleburne County Jail, where he is being held without bail, awaiting trial. Moving on to the next case. Pamela Werner. On the morning of August 19, 1937, the disfigured body of Pamela Werner was discovered near the Fox Tower in Beijing, just outside the city's legation quarter. Pamela was the adopted daughter of Edward Werner, a scholar at the former British Council in Peking. She had a love for ice skating, music, and was fluent in Mandarin, though she was known to be somewhat of a loner. On the day of her death, Pamela had gone to a dental appointment in the morning, then returned home to write letters. She left the family home in the late afternoon. Hoing, a servant who regularly went out to purchase food around 3 p.m. each day, spoke with Pamela at the time. He offered to buy sweetmeats for her during his trip, but she declined, saying she would be leaving shortly and would return by 7:30 p.m. for dinner, requesting that he prepare meatballs and rice. When he returned, she was already gone. The family's gatekeeper reported seeing her leave with her bicycle. Pamela visited friends and went ice skating at the French embassy with them. Around 7:30 p.m., Pamela's friends recalled that she mentioned needing to go home for dinner. They asked if she felt comfortable returning alone at night, to which she confidently replied that she always went by herself and that nothing could happen to her in Peking. This would be the last time anyone saw her alive. By 8 p.m., she had still not returned home, although her father had. Her father then went out looking for her. The next morning, just after 8 a.m., 2 rickshaw drivers near the Fox Tower, along the city's old walls, noticed a group of wild dogs showing interest in something lying in a ditch near the wall. An elderly man, also noticing this, approached for a closer look and discovered a mutilated body that appeared to be that of a young European woman. He quickly ran to the nearest police station to report the grim discovery. An autopsy concluded that the probable cause of death was a blow to the head with a blunt instrument. Within the body, muscles had been severed cleanly. Through 2 slits in the abdomen, most of Pamela's internal organs had been removed and her blood drained. The skill required to do this as cleanly and quickly as it had been done suggested to the pathologist that whoever had done it had a considerable skill, perhaps that of a surgeon or anatomist. Her heart was also missing, with the ribs surrounding broken from inside to do so, a task requiring a considerable amount of force. A knife had also been used to repeatedly penetrate her vagina, to the point that it could not be determined whether Pamela had been sexually assaulted either before or after she was killed. One of the few internal organs remained was Pamela's stomach. It was found to contain some partially digested Chinese food. Since she had not been known to have eaten anything other than bread, cake, and tea that she had at her friend's house, this, along with the time her watch stopped, suggested that she had been alive for several hours after leaving the ice rink. The time of death was placed between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. It was concluded that the killing had been sexually motivated. The Peking police investigated in the Badlands and the arrest of Peking, while British legation police had jurisdiction in the legation quarter. Pamela and her father lived just outside the legation quarter in Armor Factory Alley. The joint investigation between Chinese and British police was unusual and struggled to get much information from the community. The second Japanese invasion of China earlier in the year meant local police and colonial authorities had a lot to do. Unhappy with the lack of progress in the case, Pamela's father, Edward Werner, took matters into his own hands and began investigating the case himself. He hired a private investigator and sent detailed reports to the Metropolitan Police at Scotland Yard in London. Edward was convinced that he knew who was responsible for his daughter's death, a prominent American dentist named Wentworth Prentice. He believed that Prentice had known Pamela from some dental work he had done on her and that he invited her to a party. Werner theorized that Prentice got her drunk, attempted to sexually assault her, and then murdered her when she resisted. The mutilation of the body, he thought, was intended to make it appear as though a local, uncivilized assailant had been responsible, and the body was then discarded near the Fox Tower. After the Japanese invasion, both Werner and Prentice were placed in the same internment camp. However, due to Scotland Yard's other pressing concerns, no further action was taken regarding the evidence. Edward Werner passed away in 1954 in England, never knowing the true identity of his daughter's killer. Moving on to the next case. Sheila and Catherine Lyon. In 1975, 10-year-old Catherine Lyon and her 12-year-old sister Sheila Lyon lived in Kensington, Maryland, with their parents, John, Mary, and their older brother, Jay. On March 25th, between 11 a.m. and noon, Sheila and Catherine left their home. Their mother asked them to return by 4 p.m. They were headed to the Westfield Wheaton Plaza shopping mall, about half a mile away, to check out the Easter exhibits. It was during their spring break, so they were excited for a fun day, even planning to have lunch at a pizzeria in the mall called the Orange Bowl. By 7 p.m., the sisters hadn't come back home, prompting their parents to call the police and report them missing. Despite extensive searches and investigations, there was no sign of the girls. However, witness testimonies helped the police establish a timeline they believed to be accurate. Around 1 p.m., a local boy saw the sisters outside the Orange Bowl, talking to an unknown man. By 2 p.m., their older brother, Jay, spotted them at the pizzeria, where they were enjoying their meal alone. A friend of theirs later reported seeing the girls walking westward down a street near the mall between 2:30 and 3 p.m., on the direct path toward their home. That was the last time Sheila and Catherine Lyon were seen alive. The neighborhood boy who had noticed them speaking to someone outside the Orange Bowl described the man as being around 6 feet tall, between 50 and 60 years old, and dressed in a brown suit. The boy also mentioned that the man was holding a briefcase containing a tape recorder. He was demonstrating an audio cassette player to a group of teenagers and children, which included the Lyon sisters. 2 composite sketches of the man were drawn up and shared with the public, and several more witnesses came forward, claiming they had seen him at the mall that day. A girl roughly the same age as Sheila and Catherine came forward to speak with detectives and provided a new potential suspect. She explained that the young girls had approached a man who had been staring at them so intensely that it made them uncomfortable enough to confront him. The man was described as a white male, about 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighing around 140 pounds. He was believed to be in his late teens or early 20s, with acne on his face and scars on his left cheekbone. The man was wearing a light-colored Peter's jacket, a blue and white horizontal striped shirt, and white pants. The disappearance of the Lyon sisters deeply disturbed the community in Kensington, Maryland, causing parents to become so fearful that they no longer allowed their children to play outside or walk to Wheaton Plaza. Despite the valuable details from witnesses, the case soon became overwhelmed with false leads and dubious suspects, ultimately going cold. A week after the girls' disappearance, an 18-year-old named Lloyd Lee Welsh approached a security guard at the Wheaton Mall. He claimed that he had been there that day and had witnessed the girls being abducted by the man with the tape recorder. Mall security contacted the police, who brought Lloyd to a nearby station. When investigators administered a lie detector test, Lloyd failed, prompting him to admit that he had fabricated the entire story. It was believed that he had been motivated by the $9,000 reward being offered. He was subsequently released. On April 7, 1975, nearly 2 weeks after the sisters' disappearance, a witness in Manassas, Virginia, reported seeing 2 girls who resembled Sheila and Catherine in the back of a beige 1968 Ford station wagon. The witness stated that the girls appeared to be bound and gagged inside the vehicle. The driver of the station wagon closely matched the description of the man in the publicly released composite sketch. The witness also claimed that when the driver noticed them following, he ran a red light and sped west on Route 234, toward Interstate 66. The station wagon had Maryland license plates, with the possible combination of DMT6, though the last 2 digits could not be confirmed due to the bending of the plate. Though the known combination was issued in Cumberland, Hagerstown, and Baltimore at the time. This supposed sighting inspired a small army of mobile CB radio users to scour the area throughout the night with a running commentary and chatter, but without any tangible results. A search for matching plate numbers failed to produce any information. Although this witness's report was at first treated as credible and a media firestorm erupted because of it, it was later deemed questionable by police. The disappearance granted calls from psychics, extortionists, and detention seekers. Several phone calls from people claiming to be holding the girls for ransom were made to the Lyon family in the immediate aftermath of their disappearance. One began with an anonymous mail on April 4, 1975 and demanded that John Lyon leave a briefcase with $10,000 inside an Annapolis courthouse restroom. John Mayen left $101 in the briefcase as directed by law enforcement officials. It was just enough to make the crime a felony, but the briefcase was never claimed. The same anonymous person called John later and said there were too many police officers around the courthouse, and he could not retrieve the ransom. John said he would have to hear the girls' voices before he could do anything else. The caller never made contact again. There were suspects, but nothing that linked them to the crime. One being Fred Howard Coffey. Coffey was convicted in 1987 for assaulting and strangling a 10-year-old girl in North Carolina in 1979. Authorities learned that he interviewed for a job and was subsequently employed in Silver Spring, Maryland 6 days after the Lyon sisters vanished. This is a short distance from Wheaton Plaza. Investigators were unable to determine if Coffey was connected to the case, and he was never charged in the disappearances. Raymond Rudolph Molesky Sr., a resident of Suitland, Maryland at the time of the disappearance, took the lives of both his wife and teenage son in November 1977. He was convicted and sentenced to 40 years in prison. Based on both prison informants' tips and Molesky's own claims to know something about the case, which he offered to share more fully in exchange for more favorable prison conditions, authorities searched his former residence in April 1982. No evidence was discovered. Raymond Rudolph Molesky passed away in prison in February 2004. Police interviewed countless witnesses and followed hundreds of tips. Every stand of woods or weeds were searched. Storm sewers were explored. As was every vacant house for miles, the residents of a nearby nursing home were interviewed one by one. Scuba divers groped through mud at the bottom of ponds. Nothing was found. Nothing came of anything the police did. The case haunted the Montgomery County Police Department. Generations of detectives had come and gone, and many had taken a crack at it. Periodically, a new team would start over, combing through the many boxes of yellowing evidence, hoping to find something missed. In February 2012, the Montgomery County Police Department decided to make one final push to solve the Lyon sisters' mystery. Their approach was to act as if a call had just come in for the two missing girls and to scour the boxes of case records as if starting from scratch. One of the most intriguing finds early on was a brief report written by investigators a week after the disappearances. The report was about 18-year-old Lloyd Lee Welsh that falsely claimed to see the tape recorder man abduct the sisters. The detectives newly plowing the case learned that Lloyd Welsh went on to compile an extensive criminal record. His record includes an arrest in 1977 in Montgomery County for breaking into a house 8 blocks from Wheaton Plaza Mall and stealing $580 worth of jewelry. The burglary case yielded a mugshot, which bore a striking resemblance to a composite sketch drawn in 1975 of the man at the mall who stared at the Lyon girls so long that they confronted him. The newly assigned detectives learned Welsh was imprisoned in Delaware after being convicted of assaulting a 10-year-old girl in that state in 1998. Detectives drove to see him, not sure what to expect. Would he even want to talk to them? It turns out he did. Welsh talked and talked for 8 hours. It was on October 16, 2013 that Detective Dave Davis traveled with Montgomery Deputy State's Attorney Pete Feeney to Dover, Delaware to interview Welsh. He acknowledged he was at the mall the day the Lyon sisters were reported missing, but said he had no involvement in their disappearance. The investigators continued trying to uncover as much as they could about Welsh. They learned that his mother lost her life when the car driven by his drunken father, Lee, crashed. Lloyd Welsh was a passenger. He was placed in foster homes, but ran away to live on the streets instead, where he did whatever he wanted to. As an adult, he traveled around the country, sometimes hitchhiking, and at one point started a landscaping business in South Carolina. In that state, he was also convicted of assaulting a 10-year-old, just like in Delaware. As the detectives gathered Welsh's history, they repeatedly returned to interview him in Delaware. In subsequent interviews, Welsh lied elaborately and repeatedly about his connection to the Lyon case. He eventually admitted that he had helped kidnap the girls, but insisted that the crime had been planned and carried out by others in his family. He would talk for hours, shifting his story and offering names of relatives he said he had seen abduct the Lyon girls and hold them captive. In the February, investigators began an extensive probe of the entire Welsh clan. What the detectives found shocked them. The clan had two branches, one in Hyattsville, Maryland, and the other 5 hours southwest on a secluded hilltop in Thaxton, Virginia. It was a place locals called Taylor's Mountain. Here, the family's Appalachian roots were still in existence even though some members had gradually moved into more modern communities in and around Bedford, the nearest town. The family's mountain hollow ways, a suspicion of outsiders, an unruly contempt for authority of any kind, stubborn poverty, a knee-jerk resort to violence, set it perpetually at odds with mainstream suburbia. During one of the interviews, Welsh named relatives he had seen abuse and take the lives of at least one of the Lyon girls. If the sisters had been taken by this family, as Welsh claimed and the detectives now suspected, then someone in the family might help investigators with more information. In February 2015, Welsh was claiming that the chief culprit had been his Uncle Richard, who he said had planned the girls' kidnapping and demise. Richard Welsh was nearly 70 at the time, but seemed older. In addition to heart trouble, he faced a frightening array of accusations. Various family members had accused him of ugly and violent behavior toward them in the past. Richard Welsh denied it all. He was summoned to appear before a grand jury in February 2015 where he still stuck to his story. He said he never saw either of the Lyon sisters and did not know what happened to them. On May 12, 2015, detectives visited Lloyd Walsh again to see if he could tell them anything else. He continued spinning one story after the next to explain what had happened to Sheila and Catherine, always placing the blame for the crime on others. Gradually and often inadvertently, he revealed more and more about himself and the crime. The detectives came to realize that you had to forget the narrative. The way to read Welsh was to look past his stories to their details. Running through many of his versions were certain particulars that recurred. Stalking girls in the mall, a station wagon, a crying girl in the back seat, a basement access from the backyard, an axe, an army green duffel bag, and a bonfire. On a Monday in May 2015, Detective Dave Davis went looking for the place where Welsh said his Uncle Richard had taken Catherine's life before stuffing her remains in a duffel bag and ordering him to take it to Taylor's Mountain. Uncle Richard's old house had been completely destroyed to make room for a new district court building, but Dave knew where it had been. Right away, Welsh's story didn't add up. The house was the last place you would bring two little girls who were the object of a massive manhunt. The house was right next to police headquarters. Dave next sought out Buchanan Street, which Lloyd Welsh had also mentioned and where members of the Welsh family had once lived. When Dave arrived there, he recognized the house from snapshots in the police file. It was the house where Lloyd Welsh's parents had lived. The current owners of the house led Dave to a basement only accessed by walking around the house to the rear. Dave stepped into a dark, low-ceiling stone dungeon heaped with old furniture. This was the place he knew it. It was exactly where one would stash two frightened young girls. You could do anything without being seen or heard. Dave returned the next day with a forensics team. They squirted Blue Star spray to try and find any blood. It lit up from the floor to the ceiling. The room announced itself as the place where Sheila and Catherine Lyon, or at least one of them, spent their last moments. Welsh often talked about his Uncle Richard's sanctuary, but that was all untrue. This was the space where Lloyd Welsh hung out. It was his. Not long after Dave Davis found the likely crime scene, the case against Lloyd Welsh was solid enough to charge him. On September 12, 2017, Lloyd Welsh pleaded guilty to the murders of Sheila and Catherine Lyon. However, despite his guilty plea, he continued to insist that his role in the crime was minimal. He was sentenced to 48 years in prison, which, given that he was 60 years old in February 2017, essentially amounted to a life sentence. Despite his conviction, Welsh still refuses to disclose the whereabouts of the girls' bodies. Investigators are continuing to explore the possibility that Welsh did not act alone. An individual named Uncle Richard, who worked as a mall security guard around the same time, may have had a greater opportunity to abduct the two girls than Welsh. What are your thoughts on the case? Let me know in the comments. Moving on to the next case. Balraj Ratu. 19-year-old Balraj Ratu lived with his family in Surrey, British Columbia, Canada. On November 6, 1995, he asked his father if he could use the family car to meet some friends. Around 7 p.m., Balraj was seen sitting in the car, drinking beer with a friend near the intersection of 138th Street and 72nd Avenue in Surrey. This was the last time anyone saw him. When he didn't return home that night, his family reported him missing to the police. 2 days later, at around 1 a.m., a strange phone call was made to the Ratu home. The voice on the other end was a young woman who seemed to think she was speaking to Balraj. She simply said, "Raj, you were beaten up," before laughing and hanging up. The following day, another mysterious call was received around the same time, but this time the voice was believed to be that of an older woman. She told the family that their son was no longer alive. In both cases, the callers were said to speak both Punjabi and English, and police determined they were two different women, though their identities remained unknown. At the time, the technology available to trace such calls was not advanced enough to track them down. A few days after the mysterious phone calls, Balraj's car was found abandoned and burned out on a remote road near Chilliwack, British Columbia. Inside the car, authorities discovered bloody clothes, but there was no sign of Balraj. Upon a thorough search, police only found his fingerprints inside the vehicle, suggesting that the assailant had intentionally wiped down the door handles to remove their own prints. Balraj's friends were questioned, but none of them had seen or met up with him that day. Family members stated that Balraj had no known enemies and was not involved in gangs or drugs. Authorities believe foul play was involved and suspect that the unidentified callers may be connected to his disappearance. To this day, the circumstances surrounding Balraj Ratu's disappearance remain a mystery, and the identity of the mysterious callers is still unknown. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Jenny Lynn. Jenny Lynn, a bright and gifted 14-year-old, excelled both academically and musically, playing the piano and viola while maintaining straight A's. She was the only child of John and May Leanne Lynn, both professionals, and lived in Castro Valley, California. On May 27, 1994, Jenny arrived home from school and spoke on the phone with a friend until around 5:15 p.m. This was a common routine for her, as she was well-liked and had many friends, often spending her free time talking on the phone, doing homework, or practicing music. Sometime after ending the call, Jenny was attacked in the second-floor bathroom of her home, where she was bound with duct tape and fatally stabbed. She had also been forced to undress. Her father discovered her lifeless body when he returned from work around 6:45 p.m., immediately alerting the authorities. When police searched the home with the family's assistance, they found no signs of burglary, suggesting the crime was not motivated by theft. Detectives suspect that the perpetrator entered the home through either a broken window or the sliding glass door. There is also speculation that the attacker may have intended to sexually assault Jenny but was interrupted for some reason. Bloodhounds were brought to the crime scene, and they managed to trace a scent leading through a field behind the Lynn family's home, suggesting a possible escape route for the killer. However, the case took an even more puzzling turn when Jenny's father, John Lynn, came forward with a potential lead. John recounted an unsettling encounter that occurred on or around May 12, 1994, between 6 o'clock and 7:30 p.m. at the Bay Fair BART station in San Leandro, California. A man approached him and stated, "I have a proposition for you. I got your daughter." John provided authorities with a description of the individual, leading to the creation of a composite sketch. The man was described as being between 30 and 45 years old at the time, standing between 5 feet 8 inches and 6 feet 0 inches with a thin, gaunt appearance. Despite this, investigators do not currently consider him a person of interest in Jenny's case. For over a decade, John and May Leanne Lynn waited for answers and for justice so that they could finally begin to heal and overcome the tragedy that hit their family. Then in February 2006, police named their prime suspect as Sebastian Alexander Shaw, a Vietnamese man born in 1967. Sebastian was arrested in August of 1994, where he was found with a stolen car and 2 rifles taken from San Ramon just 3 days after Jenny's cold-blooded murder. Sebastian was also in possession of a quote murder kit including surgical gloves, a ski mask, duct tape, knives, binoculars, and plastic wrist ties like those used by police. The man already has a long criminal history, as he had already 3 murder convictions and claimed to have killed 10 to 12 people. While the lead in Jenny's case appears promising, there is not enough evidence to conclusively link Sebastian to the crime or secure a conviction. Authorities have not publicly disclosed what initially led them to consider him a suspect. Earlier in the investigation, the FBI theorized that the perpetrator was likely someone local who was familiar with Jenny and her daily routine. For a time, online sleuths speculated that serial killer Tommy Lynn Sells might have been responsible, but this theory has long been dismissed. Following the heartbreaking loss of their daughter, Jenny's parents established the Jenny Lynn Foundation to honor her memory through community initiatives. The organization hosts various events in the East Bay Area, including a youth music camp, scholarships for aspiring musicians, and safety awareness programs. Despite their ongoing efforts to keep Jenny's case in the public eye, her murder remains unsolved to this day. Moving on to the next case. Jersey Bridgeman. A mother from a small town tucked her daughters into bed, but when she went to wake them the following morning, one of the girls was missing. The police quickly sprang into action and began uncovering a series of strange and unsettling clues. It wasn't long before detectives started piecing together the chilling truth of what had happened to the girl, and the revelation was far more shocking than anyone had anticipated. Jersey Bridgeman was born on November 14, 2006, in the quiet town of Bentonville, Arkansas. When Jersey was 3 years old, her parents had another daughter, but shortly after, they decided to divorce. Despite the separation, Jersey continued to spend a lot of time with her father. He remarried and had 2 more daughters with his new wife. Living just a short drive away in a neighboring town, Jersey would often visit them for a few days before returning to her mother. In 2012, when Jersey was 5, she and her mother relocated to a new house within the same town. Jersey and her sister quickly bonded with the local kids, and her mother's best friend lived only a few yards away. The families were so close-knit that they felt like one big extended family, spending a lot of time together. On November 19, 2012, just days after Jersey's birthday, her mom went to work her regular evening shift at the local supermarket. On nights when her parents couldn't watch the girls, Jersey's mom would sometimes leave them with her best friend, who didn't mind taking care of them, especially since her own children were friends with Jersey and her sister. After finishing her shift around 11:30 p.m., Jersey's mom picked up the girls and took them home to bed. Jersey quickly fell asleep, but her younger sister wanted to sleep with their mom, so she went into her room. The following morning, Jersey's mom woke up around 6:30 a.m. to get Jersey ready for school, but when she checked her daughter's bedroom, Jersey was nowhere to be found. The woman began frantically searching the entire house, quickly realizing that Jersey had vanished. In a panic, Jersey's mom called her own mother, telling her that Jersey was missing. Her mom suggested that maybe Jersey was hiding somewhere and advised her to check closets and other places she might fit. Jersey's mom searched every corner of the house again, but there was still no sign of her. When she looked outside, she saw her friend sitting on the front porch. Thinking that maybe Jersey had woken up early and gone over to her house to play, she asked if she had seen her. Since Jersey spent a lot of time there, it seemed plausible. However, her friend hadn't seen Jersey and immediately joined in the search. They checked around the neighborhood, and her friend even looked inside her own house, but there was still no trace of Jersey. At this point, Jersey's mom was in full-blown panic and decided to call the police right away. Officers arrived quickly and began their search. The officers thoroughly searched the house to ensure Jersey wasn't inside, then got permission from her friend to inspect her house as well. Meanwhile, Other officers began searching the nearby streets in case Jersey had wandered off. During the search, they noticed a small vacant house next to Jersey's mother's property. Seeing that one of the doors was slightly ajar, they decided to investigate. After confirming that the house was unoccupied, they quickly requested a search warrant. Investigators entertained the possibility that Jersey might have entered the house, and a judge swiftly granted them permission to search the property. The officers combed through each room but found no sign of Jersey, until one of them decided to check a closet in the bedroom. What he discovered was horrifying. Inside, they found Jersey's lifeless body, and it was immediately clear that she was no longer alive. Her clothes were missing, and based on what they could see, it appeared she had been strangled. The body was handed over to medical examiners, and the police began their investigation. When they spoke with Jersey's mom, she mentioned that she left one of the front doors unlocked that night. She explained that she often did this because her boyfriend also worked night shifts and sometimes came by afterward to stay at her place. Since he didn't have a key, leaving the door unlocked meant he wouldn't have to wake her up. She added that he hadn't come over that night, and police immediately began considering him as a potential suspect. Since someone had taken Jersey to the abandoned house, it was likely she knew and trusted this person. Her mom's boyfriend got along well with Jersey and her younger sister. Whenever he was around, he spent a lot of time playing with the girls, and they both trusted him. While investigators looked into his whereabouts that night, they uncovered something else. About a year earlier, Jersey's biological father had faced some serious charges. In December 2011, Jersey was spending time at her father's house with his new wife. During her stay, a friend of the family was visiting, and one day, this person heard a child crying from behind a closed door. Curious and concerned, she opened the bedroom door to check what was going on. What she saw was truly shocking. Jersey was sitting there with a dog collar around her leg, tied to a dresser. The room was a mess, cluttered with dirty clothes and other stuff. Horrified, she freed Jersey and immediately reported what she'd seen to the police. Officers quickly arrested Jersey's father and his wife. During questioning, they claimed they'd been tying Jersey up at night for her own safety, saying she'd sometimes sleepwalk and tried to grab some medications or even leave the house in the middle of the night. When asked why they didn't just use child gates, Jersey's father simply replied that they couldn't afford them. However, as the investigation continued, police found out that her father had been using drugs and somehow had enough money to buy them. He also wasn't working, despite the fact that he and his wife were raising 2 other children. Investigators spoke with Jersey, and she revealed the real reason they'd started tying her to the dresser. One night, she had gone into the kitchen and taken a few pieces of pie and some other snacks without permission. To punish the girl, her father and stepmother decided to tie her up. Jersey also told that sometimes she was forced to sleep on the floor in the bedroom without even being allowed to use the bathroom. In the end, Jersey's father was sentenced to 18 years, and his wife received 12 years behind bars. Since then, Jersey had been living with her mother, who had no idea about all of this, as Jersey had been too afraid to tell anyone. This story, for obvious reasons, caught the detectives' attention, but they quickly established that Jersey's father couldn't have been involved, as he had been in prison since his arrest and would not have been able to be at his daughter's home that night. Investigators then turned their attention to all known sex offenders living within a few miles. Each one provided an alibi, leading the police to focus on people in Jersey's close circle. Around this time, the medical examiners completed a preliminary report confirming that the cause of death was strangulation. They also found evidence and collected a biological material from the perpetrator. This sample was sent to the lab for DNA analysis, while detectives turned their attention to Jersey's mother's boyfriend. He claimed that he'd been working at a store that night, and his shift didn't end until early in the morning. Police reviewed the store's CCTV footage, which backed up his claim. However, there was one problem. Detectives found that he had a break during his shift. Theoretically, he could have committed the crime, as the store was only a few minutes away from Jersey's home. But his co-workers told the police that he hadn't left the store during his break, so detectives eventually ruled him out as a suspect. While speaking with the police, the boyfriend mentioned an interesting detail. Around 3 a.m., a man named Zachary, Jersey's mother's neighbor and the husband of her best friend, had come into the store. Zachary said he had stomach pains, bought some medicine, and left. Given that the crime seemed to have been committed around this time, police found this account quite suspicious. They had already spoken to Zachary and his wife and had searched their home, but didn't find any evidence. Initially, Zachary hadn't raised any suspicions, but with this new information about his late-night trip, detectives decided to question him again. Zachary confirmed that he did wake up in the middle of the night with stomach pain. Not finding any medication at home, he headed to a store just a few hundred yards away. When he got back, he eventually fell asleep again and woke up around 6:30 a.m. to get his older son ready for school. He also willingly provided police with his fingerprints, a DNA sample, and the clothes he wore to the store that night. Zachary insisted he would never harm Jersey, and the detectives believed he was telling the truth. While awaiting the DNA test results, the police decided to dig deeper into Zachary's background and uncovered a few intriguing details. First, they found that he had an extensive criminal record, though it was mainly for non-violent, relatively minor offenses. Zachary also had a troubled past. Police learned that he had suffered various forms of abuse over the years from his family members, including his stepfather, biological mother, and brother. 13 reports had been filed by concerned people who noticed the abuse and wanted to help, but it's unclear if the police ever took action. Detectives then spoke with Jersey's mother to learn more about Zachary. She shared that he and his wife often helped look after the kids, and he got along great with them. Jersey and her sister even called him Uncle Zach. He was practically family. The girls visited his house. Mother also mentioned that both Zachary and his wife had keys to her home. Since Jersey seemed to trust Zachary completely, and would have followed him anywhere without question, detectives began to consider he might be involved. They also grew suspicious of his late-night store visit, thinking it could have been a calculated move to create an alibi with witnesses and CCTV footage. When detectives brought Zachary in for another interview, he suddenly said he wouldn't talk without his lawyer. This shift caught investigators off guard, especially since he'd been fully cooperative just recently, doing everything they'd asked. With no solid evidence against Zachary, all the investigators could do was wait for the DNA test results and keep searching for new leads. But then, out of nowhere came an unexpected twist. Despite his initial refusal, Zachary called the police, saying he was now willing to take a polygraph test to clear his name. Detectives immediately set everything up, but the results weren't in Zachary's favor. The polygraph operator determined that many of his responses showed signs of deception. This only deepened detectives' suspicions, but they still needed concrete evidence. They also discovered that Zachary's decision to take the polygraph test was prompted by his wife, who had apparently started to doubt his honesty. It turned out she warned him that if he refused to cooperate with the police, she would take the children and leave him. So, this sudden change wasn't really about Zachary trying to clear his name after all. Soon after failing the polygraph, Zachary took another suspicious step. He posted on social media saying he had made a huge mistake that would ruin his life. To detectives, this seemed like further confirmation of his guilt, yet they still needed some solid proof to move forward. The lab results came back on November 26th, 6 days after the murder. This was also the day of Jersey's funeral, and Zachary, along with his wife, planned to attend it. Forensic experts had extracted a DNA profile from the biological material found on the victim's body and analyzed all of Zachary's clothing. The results didn't surprise detectives. Nearly all of Zachary's clothes contained traces of Jersey's DNA, and the biological material on her body matched his DNA as well. With this crucial evidence, detectives obtained a warrant for his arrest and detained him right outside the church, just as the ceremony was about to begin. During the interrogation, Zachary continued to deny his involvement, saying he had nothing to do with it. But when detectives told him about the lab results, he ultimately confessed to the crime. According to his story, Zachary really did wake up with a stomachache that night and went looking for medicine, but couldn't find any at home. So, he decided to drop by Jersey's mom's place. For him and his wife, this wasn't unusual. They would often stop by to borrow medicine from her cabinet. Besides, Zachary knew she usually left one of the doors unlocked so he wouldn't even need to wake her up. Once inside, he noticed that Jersey's bedroom door was slightly open and decided to go in. According to Zachary, he had no clear motive and insisted he didn't understand why he went in there. He woke Jersey up and asked her to come with him. Trusting him like family, Jersey didn't hesitate and followed. Zachary led her to an abandoned house nearby, where he committed his monstrous crime and left her body in a closet. Afterward, he walked to a store, bought some stomach medicine and went home, where he was able to fall asleep without a care. The next morning, he joined the search for Jersey as if nothing had happened, pretending he was just worried and eager to help find her. Zachary also claimed he hadn't planned the crime and said it all happened on impulse, though detectives had doubts about that. Still, they had no reason to question the rest of his confession. He provided many highly accurate details that hadn't been made public. At that point, the police had kept almost all information under wraps, even from Jersey's mother, so there was no way Zachary could have known those specifics otherwise. In the end, he was charged with murder and held in jail awaiting trial. The prosecution announced they would seek the death penalty. As for his attorney, he didn't even try to argue Zachary's innocence. Given the confession and overwhelming evidence, it seemed like a lost cause. Instead, his focus was on getting a life sentence instead of the death penalty. It's worth mentioning that soon after Zachary was put in jail, another inmate attacked him. He wasn't seriously injured though, and since then, he's been under increased protection. The trial began in the spring of 2015, 2.5 years after the murder. Since Zachary never recanted his confession, the proceedings moved very quickly. He was found guilty and sentenced to death, with 2 additional life sentences and an extra 20 years. Before the sentencing, Zachary spoke to Jersey's family, expressing deep regret for what he'd done and hoping they might one day forgive him. However, his apology didn't seem to have much effect on them. As is often happens, executions are almost always delayed for many years, and Zachary's case was no exception. He made several attempts to appeal his sentence, initially claiming that his first lawyer hadn't even tried to exclude certain pieces of evidence, and that the jury selection process had been flawed. His new attorney also argued that Zachary suffered from severe mental health issues and developmental delays. They claimed his mental capacity was equivalent to that of an 8-year-old, meaning he shouldn't be held fully responsible for his actions. Interestingly, even Zachary's own mother, who had mistreated him for years, came forward in his defense. In an interview, Jersey's mother expressed that she still loved her son and hoped that his lawyers would be able to overturn his sentence. Zachary's wife, who was also Jersey's mother's best friend, supported his appeal as well, despite having previously condemned his actions. However, despite these efforts, the appeal was denied. Independent experts concluded that although Zachary faced developmental challenges, he was fully capable of understanding his actions and was aware that he was committing a serious crime. Zachary remains in prison, still pursuing efforts to appeal his sentence. The most recent developments in his case occurred in early 2024, but his lawyers have yet to convince the court to overturn the death penalty, and it seems unlikely that the situation will change. As for Jersey's mother, she eventually married the man she was dating at the time of the tragedy, and they had a daughter together. She regrets that this little girl will never get to know Jersey or experience the kind of wonderful older sister she could have been. Moving on to the next case. Joel and Lisa Guy. Saturday, November 26, 2016, began like any other for Joel and Lisa Guy. The couple, who had been together for 31 years, lived in Knoxville, Tennessee, and were in the process of selling their property on Golden View Lane, with plans to retire in Sneeville. Joel, 61, worked as a pipeline engineering designer, while Lisa, 55, worked in human resources at Jacobs Engineering in Oak Ridge. Lisa had spent much of her life as a homemaker, but according to one of Joel's daughters, Lisa, only worked to give her paycheck to her son, Joel Jr. Born in 1988, Joel Jr. was 28 years old at the time. He graduated from the Louisiana School for Math, Science, and Arts in 2006, after attending Hanville High School. Over the years, Joel Jr. attended one semester at George Washington University before enrolling at Louisiana State University. Despite his education, Joel Jr. had never held a job and was financially supported by his parents. In 2016, Joel Jr. was living in Baton Rouge, apparently pursuing a career as a plastic surgeon. However, as his parents, Lisa and Joel Sr., decided to retire, they also planned to stop financially supporting him. They had informed his siblings that it was time for Joel Jr. to become independent. The prosecution would later argue that this withdrawal of support was the catalyst for his decision to kill his parents. On Saturday, November 26, 2016, Lisa went out to Walmart to do some shopping. CCTV footage from the store showed her purchasing food around 12:15 p.m. While she shopped, unaware of the horror unfolding back at home, Joel Jr. began executing his plan. He attacked his father, Joel Sr., in the exercise room on the first floor of the house. The attack was brutal. Joel Sr. was stabbed at least 40 times, with severe damage to his liver, kidneys, lungs, and ribs. After the stabbing, Joel Jr. cut his father's clothing and placed it near the crime scene. The exercise room displayed clear signs of a violent struggle, with torn blinds and a tipped-over Bowflex machine. Blood spattered across one of the walls, evidence of the brutal assault. When Lisa returned from Walmart, she set down her shopping bags at the front door and climbed the stairs to the first floor. There, she too was violently attacked, stabbed at least 31 times. 9 of her ribs were severed. Afterward, as with her husband, her clothing was removed and left beside where she was killed. In the aftermath of the murders, Joel Jr. took his father's hands, severing them at the wrists, and left them on the floor of the exercise room. He then proceeded to decapitate his mother, placing her head in a pot and setting it on the stove to boil. A forensic examiner would later testify that Lisa's head had not been cleanly removed but had been violently torn off with force. But Joel Jr.'s actions didn't stop there. He dismembered both of his parents entirely and placed their remains in a bin filled with chemicals, hoping to accelerate decomposition and dissolve the bodies completely. Each body was later found to have had a large gash inflicted upon it after death so the chemicals in the bin would seep into the body's main cavities more quickly. As a result of the violence, the 28-year-old had sustained wounds to both his hands, including several deep cuts. At 3:30 p.m. that day, Joel Jr. can be seen on CCTV in Walmart gathering bandages and ointments so that he could attempt to look after the wounds. However, the following day, he drove back to Baton Rouge to have the cuts treated at the student clinic. After this, he did not return to the scene of the crime. It wasn't long, however, before those close to the older couple became suspicious. Lisa's boss became concerned when she repeatedly tried to call the 55-year-old but got no answer, and she never turned up to work when she was scheduled to. Subsequently, Lisa's employer alerted the authorities and asked them to perform a welfare check. Knox County police officers arrived on the scene and noticed immediately that it seemed to be empty. Strangely, although the house was for sale, there was no real estate lockbox on the front door handle. It was later determined that the doorknob had been switched with the one from the back door. Peering inside, investigators saw perishable groceries which is spelled out of shopping bags. Packets of bacon and tubs of ice cream lay on the ground floor of the home just inside the door. Most tellingly of all, however, was the odd chemical smell emanating from the house. They were able to access one of the cars in the driveway and open the garage door to get inside, where they were immediately met with an even stronger version of the chemical smell and also a blazing heat. The home's thermostat was turned up and several small heaters were plugged in, making the building a blazing 33 degrees Celsius inside. On the table, authorities found the wallets of Joel Sr. and Lisa. A sledgehammer sat on top of them. The pot containing Lisa's head was still boiling away on the stove, although it was not yet investigated and officers were unaware of what the pot contained at the time. Upstairs, Joel Sr.'s hands were found. Then the bodies in solution were discovered in the bathroom. Alongside this find, investigators noticed a bag of baking soda, muriatic acid, drain opener, and bottles of bleach in the home. One officer described the crime scene as, quote, "the most horrific thing I've ever encountered in law enforcement in my life." In the guest bedroom, authorities uncovered the most incriminating piece of evidence of all. Inside a backpack, they recovered a notebook filled with the details of Joel Jr.'s plan to kill his parents. One of his notes read, quote, "Money all mine. I get the whole thing." He was to receive $500,000 in life insurance policies if both his parents died or went missing. The 28-year-old had originally planned to stab his parents to death, dismember and dissolve their remains, clean and burn down their house, and then frame his father for the entire thing. Joel Jr. was also caught on CCTV buying the supplies he needed for the crime, and this showed that he was stocking up on the items he would need as early as November 7th. Joel Jr.'s behavior before the murders was meticulously planned, as he used cash in each transaction to avoid being tracked, often opting for self-checkout. His purchases included muriatic acid, food-grade hydrogen peroxide, a bleach sprayer, multiple extension cords, a timer, and a large plastic blue bin, items all critical for his horrific crime. Surveillance footage from stores like Home Depot and Walmart placed him at these locations just days before the killings, showing his preparation for the dismemberment and attempted disposal of his parents' bodies. Once the authorities discovered the gruesome evidence and reviewed the surveillance footage, a joint task force from the FBI, Knox County Sheriff's Office, and East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office was formed to place Joel Jr. under surveillance. On November 29th, he was apprehended in the parking lot of his apartment complex, where officers found disturbing items in his car, including a meat grinder and a jerry can. Despite pleading not guilty, Joel Jr. filed a motion to receive the death penalty should he be convicted. His defense team presented no evidence during his 4-day trial. In October 2020, the jury found him guilty of both murders, and he was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. The trial marked the end of a disturbing chapter, but the pain and shock of his actions continued to haunt the surviving family members and community. The jury deliberated for only 3 hours before returning a guilty verdict. Joel Sr. had 3 daughters from a previous marriage, and they spoke to the court, describing their parents as larger than life. They shared that the couple was incredibly happy and loving, always putting their children first. One daughter expressed the profound love their parents had for all of them, saying, "They loved him so much. They loved all of us." In the wake of such a horrific crime, another daughter added that the family would never be the same, unable to fully comprehend or recover from the devastating loss and the tragic betrayal of their son. The pain and shock of losing both parents in such a brutal and senseless manner left an indelible mark on their lives. Moving on to the next case. Mildred Anthony. Mildred Anthony, a 78-year-old retired nurse, resided in Lake Worth, Florida, in 1985. She suffered from dementia. On the evening of April 27th, a passerby discovered her in critical condition, naked and covered in blood from severe blows to her head and face. Her clothing had been discarded and scattered nearby, while her dentures were found in the dirt. She was rushed to the hospital but tragically succumbed to her injuries a few days later. Investigators worked to piece together a timeline of events. They determined that Mildred was last seen at her home, where she lived with her younger sister, Gladys Nolan, in the 1300 block of Crestwood Boulevard in Lake Worth Beach. At some point, she wandered away, a behavior she had exhibited before. At 4:30 p.m., Mildred was reported missing. Then, at 10 p.m., a passerby discovered her lying on the ground along Old Town Indian Road in Jupiter, over 30 miles from her home. Witnesses recalled seeing Mildred enter a brown Oldsmobile sedan at the intersection of Dixie Highway and Lucerne Avenue. The man behind the wheel claimed to be her neighbor and assured them he was taking her home. However, what transpired between that moment and when she was found remains unknown. An autopsy later confirmed that she had been sexually assaulted. Unfortunately, with no suspects or strong leads, the case went cold for decades. That changed in recent years when investigators used genetic genealogy to analyze the suspect's DNA collected from Mildred's body in 1985. In March 2021, they identified the perpetrator as 61-year-old Richard Curtis Lang. He lives in Boynton Beach, Florida, which is very close to where Mildred lived. He is currently being held at Palm Beach County Jail without bond. He denies any involvement in the crime and hired a defense attorney. The attorney had this to say in a statement: Mr. Lang vehemently denies the allegations brought today by the Palm Beach County State's Attorney's Office, and we look forward to aggressively challenging the forensic evidence attributed to Mr. Lang. Nothing in Mr. Lang's past indicates a propensity for such abhorrent behavior. And given his age and health, we will argue that he should be released to home detention as we prepare for trial. It is unclear how Mildred's path may have crossed with Richard, who was 25 years old at the time the crime occurred. Richard, a convicted felon, had his DNA entered into Cody's following a 2012 arrest for weapons possession in Palm Beach County. Despite his denial of any involvement, investigators are confident in his guilt. He lived in the area, had a criminal history, and most notably, his DNA was found inside Mildred's body, an incriminating fact that is nearly impossible to explain away. Following the arrest, Mildred's son expressed his gratitude to the cold case investigators, stating, "It's been a long time, and I'm thankful to the cold case people for finding that dastardly SOB." He shared that his mother had worked with psychiatric patients at Little Rock Hospital in Arkansas. She had a passion for sewing, cooking, and cherished spending time with her family. Moving on to the next case. Suzanne Jovin. Born in West Germany on January 26, 1977, to parents who were both scientists, Suzanne Jovin was destined for success. Exceptionally intelligent, she navigated the rigorous German education system with determination and secured a place at one of the United States' most prestigious institutions, Yale University. Beyond her academic excellence, she possessed musical talent, singing in the freshman chorus and Bach Society Orchestra. Suzanne also dedicated her time to tutoring through the Yale Tutoring in Elementary Schools program, co-founded the German Club, and volunteered with a program that connected students with mentally disabled adults. On December 4, 1998, Suzanne submitted the penultimate draft of her senior essay at approximately 4:15 p.m. before heading to a pizza-making party at Trinity Lutheran Church for the volunteer program. After assisting with cleanup, she drove another volunteer home in the university's station wagon, which she had borrowed earlier that day. By 8:45 p.m., she returned the vehicle to its designated parking lot and walked the short distance back to her second-floor apartment. Around 8:50 p.m., friends passing by her residence invited her to the movies, but she declined. Just minutes later, at 9:02 p.m., Suzanne logged into her Yale email account. While conversing with a friend in German, Suzanne mentioned that she would leave some study materials in her apartment building's lobby once she retrieved them from an unidentified person. This individual has never been identified or come forward. At 9:10 p.m., she logged off her email, and shortly after, she left on foot for Yale's old campus to return the university's car keys. At 9:22 p.m., she encountered a classmate, Peter Stein, who was out for a walk. In a later interview with the Yale Daily News, Peter recalled that Suzanne did not mention any plans after returning the keys. Instead, she expressed how exhausted she was and looked forward to getting some rest. He also noted that she wasn't carrying a backpack but held multiple sheets of white A4 paper in her right hand. She walked at a normal pace, showing no signs of distress or excitement. Their conversation lasted about 2 to 3 minutes. It is believed that Suzanne returned the keys around 9:25 p.m., and she was last seen between 9:25 and 9:30 p.m. by another student who was heading home from a hockey game. It remains unclear whether Suzanne was heading straight home or waiting for someone when she was last seen. Roughly 25 minutes later, a passerby called emergency services to report a woman bleeding at the corner of Edge Hill Road, 1.9 miles from where Suzanne was last spotted alive. Police arrived within minutes and found the gravely injured student barely clinging to life. She had been viciously stabbed 17 times in the back of her head and neck, and her throat had been slit. The 21-year-old lay face down, her feet on the road and her body on the grassy strip between the sidewalk and the street. She was fully dressed, still wearing her watch and earrings, with a crumpled dollar bill in her pocket. Her wallet, however, remained at home. Suzanne was pronounced dead at the hospital at 10:26 p.m. During the autopsy, forensic experts discovered that a piece of the murder weapon had broken off, with the tip of the blade embedded in her skull. The rest of the knife was never found. According to ABC's 2020, a news show, the medical examiner claimed that only 1 out of the 17 wounds she had suffered was fatal. The knife is described as being 4 to 5 inches in length and made of carbon steel. DNA was found under Suzanne's left fingernails, and her fingerprints were found on a bottle of Fresca, which was located in the bushes in front of where her body was left. Also on the bottle was the palm prints of an unidentified person. Both of these details were kept out of the public until February 2001. The only store in the vicinity of the campus that sold Fresca at that time of night was Krause's Markets on York Street, 1 block south of Suzanne's flat. The store does maintain a surveillance camera system, but police never checked it, nor did they speak with workers who were on shift that night. It is unknown why they didn't follow up this lead. Witnesses came forward as the police began their extensive investigation into what happens to the young intelligent German American. Reportedly, a brown or tan van stopped in the road facing east, adjacent to where the body was found. This information was not made public until February 2001, and although a van was impounded this same year in connection to the murder, no link was ever established between it and the students. Another alleged sighting was of a man in his 20s or 30s described as having an athletic build, well-groomed hair, dark trousers, and a loose-fitting greenish jacket. He apparently ran from the scene like his life depended on it in the opposite direction from where Suzanne was murdered. This sighting was withheld for a decade as police wanted to show the witness an image of the student's thesis advisor to determine if they were who the witness had seen. He was not, and so they didn't contact her again. A sketch of the unidentified man was then released. While there were no witnesses to Suzanne's movement after the student spotted her whilst returning from hockey, it's assumed that she either entered a vehicle voluntarily or was forced inside, as the distance between where she was last seen and where she was found is too big a gap to be covered in such a small amount of time. After this, progress in Suzanne's case becomes slow and sporadic. In February 2009, Suzanne's parents wrote to the governor asking for forensic investigations to be properly carried out given how much techniques had advanced since 1998. In November that same year, results showed that the DNA beneath her fingernails was contaminated as it matched a technician at the Connecticut State's Police Forensics Lab. The main suspect in the case of Suzanne Jovin was her thesis advisor, James Di Van Velde, who was publicly named as such 4 days after the murder. It took 15 months for police to admit that they had no physical evidence tying him to the case, and it seemed that the only theory investigators had was that the student was carrying out an illicit affair with her teacher. However, her friends and boyfriend disagreed with this notion. Authorities then speculated that perhaps Suzanne was unhappy with her teacher given he had criticized her paper in some way, and this had caused some sort of rift between the two. They claimed that having Van de Velde as a person of interest was not a presumptuous one, but no real motive was ever given. Due to this reckless bull in a china shop approach, Van de Velde's career was nearly destroyed. His spring 1999 classes were cancelled, as his presence was deemed too much of a distraction, and his reputation suffered significant damage. In February 2001, after mounting pressure from multiple parties, Yale University hired a private investigative team. Their findings confirmed that no DNA or fingerprint evidence from Suzanne or the crime scene matched Van de Velde. In February 2012, a group of local residents informed the Jovin task force about a former Yale graduate who had died by suicide after expressing fears that he was about to be arrested for murder. Despite this, the task force chose not to pursue the lead. Suzanne Jovin's murder remains unsolved. It appears that authorities failed to conduct a thorough investigation, instead fixating on Van de Velde while disregarding other critical evidence. Now, more than 2 decades later, the chances of justice for Suzanne seem increasingly slim. Moving on to the next case. Valerie Tindle. A 17-year-old girl started a part-time job during her summer break, only to mysteriously vanish without a trace. For months, the police, along with many residents from her small town, searched tirelessly, but it seemed as though she had disappeared completely. Meanwhile, investigators were piecing together a complex puzzle of unusual and contradictory clues, until they eventually uncovered a startling revelation. Valerie Tindle was born on August 29, 2005, in Indianapolis, Indiana. She came from a large, close-knit family, including her parents, a brother, and 4 sisters. Eventually, they made the decision to leave the bustling city and move to a small town called Arlington, located about an hour's drive from Indianapolis. With only a few hundred residents, Arlington offered a quiet, peaceful, and safe environment. Valerie joined the local school, made new friends, and quickly grew fond of life in the small town. As a teenager, she began taking on different part-time jobs to earn her first paycheck. She started by working at local restaurants before securing a position with a lawn care company. This job was ideal for her. It offered a flexible schedule that worked well around her school hours, and operating a lawnmower didn't require much skill or heavy effort. By 2023, at 17 years old, Valerie was diligently working to maintain good grades with hopes of being accepted into college to pursue her dream of becoming a veterinarian. Her love for animals had been a part of her life since childhood, and becoming a vet had always been her aspiration. That summer, during her school break, Valerie was busy researching colleges and continued working as a landscaper to save as much money as possible before heading off to school. On June 7th, she told her parents she was heading to work, said goodbye, and left. Her mom expected her to return in a few hours, but as the day went on, it became apparent that something was wrong. Valerie wasn't answering her phone, and as evening approached, her mom decided to call her boss. Valerie worked for a neighbor and family friend named Patrick. To her shock, Patrick informed her that not only had Valerie not shown up for work, but she wasn't even scheduled to work that day. This revelation deepened her parents' concern. They began fearing something terrible had happened, but still held on to the hope that Valerie might be fine. Her mom even considered the possibility that Valerie had lied about going to work and spent the day with friends, though it was out of character for her. In the end, they decided to wait, hoping their daughter would return home soon. They also reached out to everyone Valerie knew, but no one had seen her that day. By the following morning, with no sign of Valerie, her parents decided it was time to call the police. After speaking with Valerie's parents, the police considered the possibility that she had gone somewhere secretly or even run away. Her mom mentioned that Valerie usually didn't work on Wednesdays, but assumed she had just picked up an extra shift that day. The officers then spoke to Valerie's boss, who confirmed that Valerie had no shift that day and had last worked on Tuesday. The police interviewed her friends and acquaintances, but none had seen or spent time with Valerie. Given the small size of the town, the officers quickly spoke to everyone who might have been with her, but it led to no new information. The only lead they found was a witness who saw Valerie driving by around noon on the day she went missing, but that didn't bring them any closer to understanding where she was. As days went by with no sign of Valerie, the police grew more and more certain that she wasn't going to return on her own. Investigators concentrated on 2 main theories: that Valerie had either run away or been the victim of foul play. Valerie's parents were doubtful that she had run away. There were no problems at home, and she had been working hard in school to achieve her dream of becoming a veterinarian. However, the possibility that she had run away still offered a small hope that she was alive and safe, as the alternative was much more terrifying. For weeks, the police, along with Valerie's family and volunteers, searched tirelessly around their town. Authorities also enlisted the help of local residents to locate Valerie's car. The fact that no one had seen her vehicle in the small town suggested that either Valerie had driven it out of Arlington herself, or someone had hidden it. Almost 3 weeks later, on June 26, the police finally discovered Valerie's car parked at an apartment complex in Shelbyville, about 20 miles from Arlington. The license plates were missing, and the doors were locked. There were no signs of a struggle or any useful clues inside the car, but detectives quickly uncovered an intriguing detail. The apartment complex where the car was found was a client of the lawn mowing company where Valerie worked. Despite this, Valerie's boss, Patrick, had insisted that she wasn't scheduled to work that day. The investigators began to suspect that he might be concealing something and started to focus more on him. After speaking with residents in the area around the apartment complex, they discovered another witness who had seen Valerie on the day she disappeared. However, she wasn't alone. Her boss, Patrick, was with her in the car. Upon hearing this, the detectives went to question Patrick. He initially stuck to his story, claiming that he hadn't seen Valerie that day. But when the police informed him that a witness had placed him with Valerie and that her car had been found, his story suddenly changed. Patrick admitted that he had indeed seen Valerie that day. In his revised version of events, Patrick stated that they met up in Shelbyville, where Valerie asked him to drive her to a small town called Homer, a few miles from Arlington. She allegedly told him she planned to run away from home and that someone would be waiting for her there. Once they arrived, Valerie got out of his car and into another vehicle driven by an unknown man, and they drove off together. Patrick added that the next day, he picked up Valerie's car and left it in the parking lot of the apartment complex where the police later found it. He claimed he was just trying to help her, but investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies in his story. They had already reviewed the location data from Valerie's phone, which showed that it had last been active in Arlington, not in any other town. This raised doubts about his version of events, and they confronted Patrick with this information. To their surprise, he changed his story again. This time, he said they had met near the apartment complex in Shelbyville, where Valerie got into his car and they drove to his house. He then left Valerie at his home alone while he went to work, and when he returned, she was gone. Naturally, the detectives found this version even less credible than his previous ones. They asked Patrick to hand over his phone, and he agreed. The detectives found text messages exchanged with Valerie on the day she disappeared. At 11:23 a.m., Valerie had sent him a message saying, "I'll be there soon." And a few hours later, Patrick had replied, "Where are you?" He sent the same message again little later, but there was no response. All of this raised serious suspicions, and the detectives were highly doubtful of Patrick's truthfulness. They decided to speak with Valerie's parents to ask if they had noticed anything unusual about Patrick's behavior. Valerie's mom shared that Patrick did sometimes act strangely. He had built a close friendship with Valerie, spending time with her outside of work, giving her gifts, and even taking her shopping. Sometimes, the 59-year-old man seemed to behave more like a jealous boyfriend than a boss. However, Valerie's mom didn't take these concerns too seriously. Patrick was a close family friend, and Valerie was friends with his daughter, so her mother assumed he was just being supportive. Yet, one particular incident stood out to her as especially suspicious. Patrick once invited Valerie to visit an aquarium in another city. Her parents allowed her to go, thinking that Patrick was taking his entire family. But they later found out that he went alone with Valerie, which her parents found quite odd. Valerie's mom also mentioned that on the night of June 7th, Patrick and his wife came over to visit their house, where he suggested that Valerie might have run away and might never come back. She also brought up one curious detail that caught the detective's attention. Patrick, why did he send her several messages asking where are you on the day she disappeared? After piecing together all the information, the detectives were nearly convinced of Patrick's involvement in Valerie's disappearance. However, with only circumstantial evidence and no clear idea of Valerie's current whereabouts, they couldn't yet hold him accountable. Still, the police decided to arrest Patrick for providing false statements, as he had broken the law by lying about not seeing Valerie on the day she vanished. He was formally charged, and the police continued to think what to do next. This move was largely driven by the detectives' hope that after his arrest, Patrick might eventually tell them the truth. But he continued to insist that he had nothing to do with her disappearance. The next step was to obtain a warrant to search Patrick's home, but this process proved difficult. Without any solid evidence, it took several months. Eventually, the police uncovered another suspicious detail. Several of Patrick's neighbors reported that the day after Valerie disappeared, he dismantled and burned his garage in the middle of the night around 2 a.m. Finally, on October 11th, the police secured a warrant and went to search Patrick's property. His house sat on a vast piece of land with a pond in the middle. Four search dogs immediately indicated that there was a scent of human remains coming from the water, so investigators focused their search there. However, no remains were found in the water. The experts suggested that a body might have been near the pond at some point, causing the scent to seep into the water. The police then expanded their search across the property. They requested a helicopter equipped with ground-penetrating radar, and from the data collected, they created a map highlighting areas with some signs of digging. Given the size of the property, the search extended for several weeks. This continued until November 28th, when the police focused their attention on a large pile of construction debris mixed with soil. After clearing the debris, they uncovered 2 wooden crates beneath it. The first contained old VHS tapes and documents, though the police have not yet disclosed their contents. In the second crate, they found human remains wrapped in black garbage bags. The level of decomposition made it impossible to visually identify the person, but the detectives noticed the nails of the deceased were painted in the same color as Valerie's on the day she disappeared. The remains were sent to medical examiners, who quickly confirmed that they belonged to Valerie Tindle. Following this confirmation, Patrick was charged with her murder, and the detectives brought him in for questioning. Now that Valerie's body had been found on his property, Patrick did not deny his involvement. However, his account once again raised serious doubts. According to his account, they met that day near the apartment complex in Shelbyville for work, after which they went to his home, where his office was also located. Patrick claimed that Valerie began to blackmail him. He insisted that she had been trying to seduce him for some time and that, on that day, she demanded a new car. If he didn't comply, she threatened to tell everyone he had seduced her, destroying his life. Patrick said he panicked, and a heated argument ensued, escalating into a physical struggle. In the midst of this, he grabbed his belt and strangled Valerie. Afterward, he moved her body to his office and hid it there. The next day, he went to a store, purchased some wooden boards, and made 2 makeshift coffins. In one, he placed Valerie's body, and in the other, he stored documents and old videotapes. He also wrapped the body in garbage bags and duct tape to mask the odor of decomposition. Patrick then decided to hide the crates in a pit that was already on his property, but he needed something to cover them. So he used the construction debris, which was plenty on his land, and buried the coffins under a layer of soil to secure them. As for the burned garage, the purpose of his action remains unclear. Given that he burned it shortly after the murder and in the middle of the night, it likely has some connection to the crime. Perhaps he needed to destroy certain evidence, and the garage demolition was just a cover for the large fire. It's worth noting that the pit where he buried Valerie's body was only 100 yards from her parents' home, who had been searching for their daughter for almost 6 months. When police asked him how he felt after committing the murder, Patrick calmly stated that nothing in his life had really changed. Naturally, the detectives were skeptical of his entire story. It all seemed like Patrick was trying to portray himself as the victim, justifying his actions by claiming he was being blackmailed. A far more likely scenario was that Patrick had been ingratiating himself with Valerie for some time, hoping for a romantic relationship. On the day of the murder, he might have brought her to his home and attempted to initiate an intimate encounter. But when Valerie refused, he panicked at the thought she might tell her parents and decided to kill her. Another detail that cast doubt on Patrick's version of events was the testimony from Valerie's relatives. They mentioned that she loved her car and even said once that she wanted to drive it for the rest of her life. This made Patrick's story about being blackmailed for a new car seem even less believable. After charges were brought against Patrick, detectives uncovered several more intriguing pieces of evidence that further built the case against him. A thorough examination of his smartphone revealed that shortly after arriving home on the day of the murder, Patrick began deleting apps from his device. Although, he failed to remove his health app, which recorded a significant spike in his heart rate for several minutes shortly after his arrival. Investigators believe that this was the moment when he killed Valerie and moved her body. Patrick also admitted to disposing of the license plates from Valerie's car and her keys by throwing them into a river, intending to make it harder for the police to locate the vehicle. He also revealed a chilling detail. After strangling Valerie with his belt, he just put it back on and continued wearing it as if nothing had happened. The victim's parents were devastated to learn that their neighbor and friend was her killer. They admitted that they had never truly believed Patrick was involved despite his strange behavior. It's important to note that detectives had kept most of the information from the parents to avoid compromising the investigation, so many details only came to light after Patrick's arrest. When Patrick was placed in jail awaiting trial and was appointed a lawyer, he didn't attempt to retract his confession, as is often the case. Instead, he and his lawyer negotiated a plea deal. Patrick would plead guilty to the murder, and in exchange, the charges of giving false information, for which he was originally arrested, would be dropped. Thanks to the plea deal, Patrick stood before the judge on March 11, 2024, just a few months after his arrest, and was sentenced to 57 years in prison. While this spared the victim's family from enduring years of waiting for the trial and dealing with the defense's attempts to justify Patrick's actions, the plea deal came with a significant downside. Typically, such agreements don't require the guilty party to fully disclose the details of their crime. Patrick only had to admit to the murder. As a result, Valerie's parents may never know the full truth behind the crime, even though investigators' theories seem the closest to the real explanation. Patrick's family was also horrified when the police discovered Valerie's body on their property. His wife and children, including his daughter who had been friends with Valerie, had unknowingly lived just yards from where her remains were buried for nearly 6 months. The plea deal also means that the content of the tapes Patrick buried in the second coffin alongside Valerie may never be revealed. These tapes might have contained crucial information or could have led to further charges, and Patrick may have feared that the police would eventually search his home after Valerie's disappearance. Moving on to the next case. Dorene Eert. Dorene Eert, born on November 29, 1952, in California, came from a large family with 5 children. She was known for her kindness, positivity, and her desire to help others. This desire led her to pursue a career in physiotherapy after college. Moving to San Francisco, Dorene began working in her chosen field, but she also had a dream of building her own large family. At the age of 24, Dorene met Michael Dennis, a man who would later become her husband. The couple quickly connected, sharing similar values and aspirations, and soon they were married. Together, they started their own family, a dream Dorene had long cherished. However, their life took an unimaginable turn on Halloween night, when a simple evening at home would lead to a horrifying and tragic event. Michael Dennis worked at a factory near Dorene's clinic, and their relationship quickly blossomed, leading to marriage. In 1976, they welcomed their son, Paul, into the world. However, as time passed, the joy of parenthood began to strain their marriage. Within a year of Paul's birth, Dorene and Michael made the difficult decision to divorce. Their son, Paul, stayed with Dorene, but Michael maintained a regular presence in his life through visits. Despite the divorce, Dorene and Michael kept their relationship amicable, and she continued to move forward with her life. A year later, Dorene met a man named Charles, and they began dating. The couple soon married and moved to San Jose, where they settled in a peaceful residential neighborhood. In 1979, Dorene and Charles welcomed a daughter, Diana, further fulfilling their dream of a growing family. Like Dorene, Charles also envisioned a large, happy family, and their new life seemed promising. But little did they know, their world would soon be turned upside down by a tragedy that no one could have anticipated. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Charles embraced Dorene's son, Paul, as his own, and the arrival of their daughter, Diana, brought them immense joy. However, in February of 1980, their world shattered when tragedy struck. Paul, just 4 years old, climbed over the fence surrounding their pool and fell into the water. Dorene, who was at home at the time, noticed too late. She rushed to pull her son from the pool and called for an ambulance. Paul was quickly transported to the hospital, where doctors connected him to a life support machine. Despite their best efforts, after 10 agonizing days, the doctors concluded that there was no chance of survival. The decision was made to disconnect him from life support. Dorene, utterly devastated, could not stop blaming herself for the accident, even though the police investigation cleared her of any wrongdoing. The loss of her son tore her apart, and she was left with a deep, unshakable sense of grief and guilt. Despite the lingering sadness from the loss of her son, Dorene found solace in her daughter Diana, who helped her through the grief. For years after the tragedy, there was finally a glimmer of hope for the family. Dorene and Charles had been trying for years to have another child, but 2 pregnancies had ended in miscarriage. However, this time, Dorene's pregnancy progressed well, and the couple eagerly awaited the arrival of a baby boy, due in early November. As Halloween approached, the family decided to participate in the festive activities. The neighborhood was alive with decorations, children running from house to house, and families enjoying the spirit of the season. Diana, now 4 years old, was especially excited about trick-or-treating. Despite being 9 months pregnant, Dorene couldn't say no to her daughter's enthusiasm and joined her for a night of Halloween fun. Charles stayed home, passing out candy to the neighborhood kids. Mother and daughter returned home shortly before 9 p.m., full of laughter and candy bags in hand. Little did they know, their evening would take a shocking and horrifying turn. Charles told his wife that they were running low on candy, so he planned to head to the nearest store to restock, not wanting to disappoint the neighborhood children. He left the house at around 8:50 p.m. and returned 15 minutes later. As he approached the house, he noticed the front door was slightly open, which seemed unusual. What he found inside, however, was a true nightmare. Upon entering, he saw his wife lying on the floor in the hallway, surrounded by a large amount of blood. Dorene appeared lifeless, prompting Charles to immediately call 911. As he moved further into the house, he found the body of their unborn child in the living room. In shock and disbelief, he struggled to process what he was seeing. At one point, he briefly wondered if Dorene had suffered a miscarriage, but he soon realized the situation was far worse. Next to the child, he saw a human hand. Charles immediately realized the hand belonged to Dorene. Understanding that someone had attacked his family, he began searching for his daughter, fearing she might also be in danger. The house was covered in blood, and in his frantic search, Charles even slipped and fell while rushing through the rooms. Thankfully, he found his daughter alive, hiding behind the sofa in the living room. When the ambulance arrived, paramedics detected a faint pulse in Dorene and quickly rushed her to the hospital. Sadly, they were unable to save her, and she passed away en route. The unborn child also did not survive. In addition to being removed from Dorene's womb, the baby had suffered multiple blows. Medical experts later determined that Dorene had been repeatedly struck with a long, sharp object, possibly a sword or machete. Meanwhile, the police investigated the house, which resembled a scene from a horrific horror movie. Later, several officers sought psychological help, as even they couldn't cope with what they had witnessed. Blood was everywhere, on the floor, walls, and even the ceiling. Investigators examined the entire house but didn't find the perpetrator or any clues. Outside the house, police saw bloody footprints on the sidewalk. They stopped in the middle of the road, leading investigators to believe the killer had gotten into a car at that spot. Soon, as Charles stated, they never owned such a mask. The evidence was sent to the laboratory, and police tried to talk to Diana. The girl was in complete shock, but she was the sole witness to what happened, and potentially could help identify the assailant. Diana told them that shortly after her father left for the store, someone knocked on their door. Dorene went to answer, and saw a man in a wolf mask holding a long blade. He told her, "I'm going to kill you now." After that, the woman screamed at her daughter to run out of the house, and the girl hid behind the sofa. Diana couldn't recall what happened next to the moment when her father found her. She also couldn't help the police identify the attacker, as he was wearing a wolf mask. Initially, investigators considered the victim's husband as a suspect. They found it suspicious how his trip to the store coincided with the arrival of the killer, as Dorene was attacked just minutes after her husband left home. When Charles returned, he stepped on blood multiple times, even falling and getting covered in it. Police didn't rule out the possibility that he might have done this intentionally to have an excuse for the blood on his clothes. However, detectives quickly found several inconsistencies in this theory. Firstly, Charles's shoes clearly didn't match those that left bloody footprints on the street. Secondly, the killer likely got into a car parked on the road in front of the house, but there were no blood traces found in Charles's vehicle, nor a different pair of shoes. Police went to the store Charles visited and spoke to the staff member. He confirmed that Charles did buy candies from him that evening, indicating he didn't have time to commit the murder. Surveillance footage from the store also supported this alibi, so detectives temporarily stopped considering him the prime suspect and asked Charles if he had anyone in mind who might wish harm to his family. And the men immediately pointed to Dorene's ex-husband, Michael. According to Charles initially, Michael maintained a normal relationship with his ex-wife, but everything changed after the death of their son, who drowned in the pool. Michael blamed Dorene, believing she deliberately killed the boy to cut all connections. He even filed a civil lawsuit against her, seeking to hold her responsible for the child's death, but lost the case. Even during the time when Michael and Dorene were still married, he occasionally behaved quite strangely. After the birth of their son, he often fell into depression, distancing himself from both his wife and child. Dorene believed all of this somehow connected to his childhood traumas. Michael had hearing problems from an early age, requiring him to constantly wear a bulky hearing aid. In those days, it was a rather large device, and because of it, other children constantly teased Michael. All of this led to the man growing up introverted, practically having no friends, and avoiding interaction with women. Despite seemingly leaving these issues behind after meeting Dorene, Michael couldn't shake off his old problems completely. This became one of the main reasons for the couple's decision to divorce. When Dorene married Charles, Michael began harboring resentment and animosity towards her, especially disliking the fact that another man was raising his son. These feelings intensified after Paul's death, and he started genuinely hating his ex-wife. Michael also lost his job, where he had spent most of his adult life. This factor also had some negative effect on him. After hearing all of this, the detectives decided to go to the man's house and talk to him. Charles's account was clearly insufficient to make Michael the prime suspect, but since he lived only 2 miles from Dorene's house, they decided to pay him a visit right away. Officers arrived at his home around midnight and saw the pickup truck parked near the garage. They shined a flashlight inside and saw something resembling blood on the steering wheel and keys. Afterward, they knocked on the door, but nobody answered. The lights were on, and officers could hear water running inside the house, leading them to suspect that the man might be disposing of evidence or cleaning blood-stained clothes. So they continued knocking. Michael eventually opened the door. He remained calm, even after being informed about his ex-wife's murder. The man answered all their questions nonchalantly, and allowed the officers inside without a warrant. According to him, he went to the store during the day, returned home, and hadn't left since. Michael even agreed to sign voluntary consent papers to allow a search of his house. As he reached for the pen to sign, investigators noticed a deep cut on his right hand. Michael claimed he accidentally cut himself earlier while carving a pumpkin for Halloween. However, the police doubted his words. The wound was visibly fresh, and blood was still oozing from it. Meanwhile, a few officers started searching his house. Michael went upstairs with one of them since they asked him to show his ID. When they entered his bedroom, Michael reached for the bed headboard, but the officer immediately told him to step aside. His actions seemed suspicious. Why would he keep his documents behind the bed? When the officer approached, he saw a holster hanging on the bed headboard with a loaded gun inside. He took the weapon and led Michael downstairs to the other officers. Meanwhile, his colleagues discovered blood droplets on the floor, leading them to a washing machine in the garage and a pile of clothes with blood stains. This was sufficient for an arrest, and they took the man into custody. Afterward, detectives, along with forensic experts, scrutinized the house more thoroughly, seeking evidence that might link Michael to the murder. The analysis of the blood would take a few days, and meanwhile the police found some new gruesome discoveries. At first, they uncovered an empty box for a machete with an 18-inch blade. Medical experts confirmed that this model perfectly matched the wounds on Dorene's body. Secondly, Michael had 2 makeshift coffins in his house, leading detectives to suspect they were intended for Dorene and her husband. Additionally, the police found body bags typically used by medical staff. Considering Michael had no association with these items, it raised significant concerns. Putting all these pieces together, the police went to the judge to request a warrant for the suspect's arrest for an extended period. Without it, they could only detain him for a limited time. However, the judge deemed the evidence too circumstantial. As a result, Michael had to be released, and the man walked free. Nevertheless, 3 days later, the detectives got the answer from the lab. Experts found 2 types of blood at the crime scene, belonging to different individuals. Blood type analysis revealed that the majority of it shared the same blood type as Dorene, with a small amount matching Michael's. Apparently, the man injured himself during the attack on his ex-wife. This time the judge promptly issued an arrest warrant, and Michael was officially charged with the murder of his ex-wife and her unborn child. Soon, detectives found another piece of evidence linking him to the crime. Speaking with Michael's acquaintances, they learned he owned the exact same wolf mask found near Dorene's house. On the previous Halloween, he wore it to a party, and police even discovered a photo of Michael wearing the mask. To eliminate any doubts, they found in his home the exact clothing he wore in that photo. But the story of the mask didn't end there. To further strengthen the case, police interviewed all of Dorene's neighbors about that evening. It turned out that children going door to door for candy saw an adult man wearing a wolf mask standing across the street from the victim's house, staring at it. Notably, they spotted him around 7 p.m., 2 hours before the murder. Michael's trial began in July 1988, 4 years after the murder. Initially, he pleaded guilty, but later changed his plea. He didn't deny committing the murder, but claimed innocence due to mental health issues. A psychologist assigned to him concluded that he indeed had serious mental problems. Michael told him that he snapped because of Halloween. Witnessing other kids joyfully trick or treating reminded him of Paul's death, triggering his breakdown. According to Michael, he went to Dorene's house with a machete on that evening. When she opened the door, he said, "You killed my son," and added that he intended to murder her. She immediately recognized the man behind the mask, screamed for her daughter to run, and in the second, Michael attacked her. He insisted that he was unaware of Dorene's pregnancy, a claim that seemed hard to believe. Standing at just 4 feet tall, all her friends insisted it was impossible not to notice her pregnancy. Before the tragedy, they even joked that because of her belly, Dorene had become broader than taller. The prosecution argued that the man was fully aware of his actions and had planned the crime in advance. During the investigation, detectives discovered he had told friends about his desire to kill his ex-wife and her husband, then dispose of their bodies in the bay. Given that they found 2 coffins and body bags in his home, the prosecution suggested he intended to carry out this plan, but changed his mind for some reason. Perhaps he panicked, or feared staying in the house too long, thinking he might get caught. Dorene's daughter, Diana, also gave testimony during the trial. At the time, she was 9 years old and still had a vivid recollection of the events. Though Charles wanted to shield his daughter from the trauma, she was the only person who had witnessed the crime. The trial lasted for a year, and in the end, Michael was found guilty of murdering both Dorene and her child. He was sentenced to death, but while awaiting execution, California implemented a moratorium on the death penalty. As a result, Michael remains incarcerated to this day, with little chance of his sentence being carried out anytime soon. Many years later, Diana shared that the memory of the murder haunted her throughout her life, constantly reminding her of the horrific events. Eventually, she chose to forgive Michael and try to move forward, fearing that holding on to the pain would lead her to lose her sanity. Moving on to the next case. Laurel Jean Mitchell. Laurel Jean Mitchell was born on May 24, 1958, in Whitley County, Indiana, to parents Richard and Wilma Mitchell. She grew up in North Webster, Indiana, alongside her siblings, Sarah and Bruce. At the time, North Webster had a population of around 500 and was considered a very safe community. It was a place where residents rarely locked their doors. Parents felt comfortable letting their children ride bikes freely around the traffic-free streets, and neighbors often spent hours socializing on their front porches. By 1975, Laurel, a 17-year-old senior at Wawasee High School, worked at Cokesbury Inn in the Epworth Forest neighborhood, situated on the shores of Webster Lake. For her, the job offered a perfect chance to gain valuable experience while earning some extra money. Laurel approached everything with determination and enthusiasm, fully investing herself in the role. Laurel Mitchell quickly became a favorite among both the staff and the customers at Cokesbury Inn. She was actively involved in her local church youth group and was also a member of a traveling singing group called God's Children. The group toured across the United States, recording music and releasing a couple of albums. Laurel was deeply religious, with her faith playing a central role in her life. Most of her free time was spent at church, and although she had the occasional disagreement with her siblings, she shared a strong and close-knit bond with them that only grew as time went on. Laurel was adored in her community, where her warm smile and kind demeanor won over everyone she met. One of her most cherished traits was her genuine kindness and caring nature, which made her particularly beloved by the neighborhood children. It was common to see Laurel surrounded by children, all eager to be in her company. She had a variety of talents, with a natural gift for singing that made her an integral part of the local church choir. Laurel was also a skilled dancer, having taken lessons at a local studio to perfect her craft. For her, singing and dancing were more than just pastimes, they were an essential part of her life. On the afternoon of August 6, 1975, the day began just like any other. Laurel and her siblings completed their morning chores, and Laurel left for work around 2 p.m. Her 12-year-old sister, Sarah, stayed home that day. Laurel's brother Bruce was married and stationed in California with the Army at the time, and one of her friends from Michigan was staying with the family. After finishing her shift at the snack bar around 10 p.m., Laurel was headed to meet friends at Adventureland Amusement Park, which was about a half-mile walk away. A co-worker offered her a ride, but Laurel declined, choosing to walk instead. She was last seen walking toward the amusement park on the north side of North Webster. A family friend, Scott Pruitt, spotted her as she passed by the pillars marking the entrance to Epworth Forest. He waved at her, and she waved back before continuing past the pillars. That was the final confirmed sighting of Laurel Mitchell. Laurel never showed up to meet her friends at the amusement park, as they had decided to go to the county fair instead, which included the friend from Michigan. As a result, no one realized Laurel was missing until she didn't come home by midnight. Known for being responsible, Laurel would always call her parents if she were going to be late. When she still hadn't returned home by curfew, her family became worried. The situation became even clearer when the friend from Michigan arrived at the Mitchell home and asked, "Where is Laurel?" The friends thought she had gone home, and her family assumed she was with her friends. This misunderstanding led Laurel's parents, Richard and Wilma Mitchell, to report her as a missing person at 4:16 a.m. the following morning. The dispatcher took their information and assured them that a unit would be sent out to take the report. An extensive search was immediately launched by the police, as well as by Richard Mitchell, family members, and friends of Laurel. Richard himself walked the ditches along the road, worried that she might have been struck by a car and thrown into the side. Concerned neighbors and friends gathered to comb through the woods and check the roadsides, hoping to find any sign of Laurel. Investigators quickly concluded that Laurel never made it to Adventureland, suggesting that something must have happened to her on the way there. A few hours after she was reported missing, at around 10:30 a.m., a fisherman named Glenn Dixon and his son discovered a woman's body in the Elkhart River at the Mallard Bruce public access site on Noble County Road 600 North, just west of 400 West. They immediately called 911. Officers waded into the water to retrieve the body, which was found face down on the west bank of the river near the boat landing ramp. The body was floating in about waist-deep water. State police initially could not identify the woman, but they estimated that the body had been in the water for about a day. They checked missing persons reports in the area that matched the victim's description. The woman was described as being 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing about 160 pounds, with long brown hair. After further investigation, police identified her as Laurel Mitchell, based on a class ring from Lawsey High School, class of 1976, which was found on her. Her initials, LJM, were engraved inside the ring. At first, investigators believed the death might have been an accidental drowning, especially considering Laurel's reputation as a strong swimmer. However, this theory changed once the autopsy report came back. The autopsy was conducted later that same day, on August 7, 1975, by Dr. P.L. Sankey at Goshen General Hospital. The autopsy report revealed that Laurel had been forcibly drowned, and signs of assault were present. It also showed evidence that she had fought violently to survive. The police speculated that much of the evidence had been washed away by the water, as only a small bruise was found on her hand and a few abrasions under her arms. When the police arrived at Laurel's parents' home, Richard and Wilma were anxiously waiting for news about their daughter. They were not prepared for the devastating information the officers brought. As they learned the tragic fate of their daughter, Richard's eyes filled with tears, and Wilma was left inconsolable. Laurel's funeral became a poignant moment for the community of North Webster, as it highlighted the close-knit bond among the residents. The funeral home was overwhelmed with flowers, and the outpouring of support from the community was so great that there was no more room for the people who came to mourn her. The funeral for Laurel Mitchell drew an overwhelming crowd of well-wishers, friends, and family members who wanted to pay their respects. Due to the sheer number of people, the service had to be moved to the church. Laurel's sister, Sarah, recalled, "I don't remember the sermon at all. I just remember sitting between my dad and my brother, and they were both squeezing my hands so hard." As they left the church, they were met with the sight of people lined up down the street, many of whom couldn't fit inside the church. After the funeral, the investigation into Laurel's tragic death intensified, with detectives from various state and local agencies working tirelessly. They scoured through evidence and conducted numerous interviews. On August 9, 1975, a crucial call was received at 3:15 p.m. The caller had important information but abruptly hung up before they could provide full details or reveal their identity. This mysterious call further complicated the investigation, leaving more questions than answers. Investigators made an appeal for the person to contact them again, and they would do their best to keep her identity private. Police set up a headquarters for the continuing investigation in North Webster. One local witness, identified as Catherine Flynn, said around 10 p.m. that night she heard a loud car turn around next door. She said she heard voices say, "Let's get or let's get her." Investigators interviewed Catherine, who lived half a mile east of Epworth Forest on Epworth Forest Road. She said she was home on Wednesday, August 6, 1975, and that around 10 p.m. or a little later, an old car turned into the drive next door and turned around as it came back by her house. She informed investigators that she heard several voices say, "Let's get or let's get her." She said the car was very loud and probably a dark color. Another local, Frank Overmeyer, told investigators he also heard a loud vehicle in the neighborhood, possibly an Oldsmobile Cutlass. They went to interview Frank Overmeyer and his wife on August 14, 1975. The Overmeyers lived on Epworth Forest Road just west of Epworth Forest. Frank Overmeyer said on August 6, 1975, he was at home watching TV and heard a loud car go by. and the car turned around and stopped east of their house. Frank reported he then heard what he thought sounded like someone slamming the trunk on a car. Frank reported he turned on his porch light and stepped outside. When he stepped out, 2 cars were leaving the area. The first car was the one that had gone by his house that he described was a red-orange GM product, possibly an Oldsmobile Cutlass. The second vehicle was a medium green Mustang. The Oldsmobile was very loud and sounded like it was loud by design. All of the clothing and belongings found on Laurel's body were collected and preserved for DNA testing, including shoes, a sweatshirt, bra, underwear, and denim jeans. Unfortunately, due to the lack of DNA technology at the time, there was little that could be done with the clothing. Detectives from the Kosciuszko County Sheriff's Department and Indiana State Police examined the case closely through the years. The location of Laurel's abduction and the discovery of her body in the Elkhart River about 15 miles from Epworth Forest seemed to indicate that the perpetrator was familiar with the area. Many people were interviewed, and despite being a $5,000 reward offered, there was never enough evidence to charge anyone. As weeks turned into months and months into years, the case slowly faded from the headlines and went cold. For Laurel's family and friends, the pain of her loss remained. In February 2007, Indiana State Police Captain Kevin Smith was assigned as the lead investigator on Laurel's case. He was a man on a mission and was determined to provide answers that had eluded Laurel's family for so long. The pressure was on, but Captain Smith knew that he would do whatever it takes to give Laurel's loved ones the closure they deserved. Despite his best efforts, no new leads or evidence surfaced for several years, leaving him and his team frustrated. Then on January 16, 2012, Laurel's father, Richard Mitchell, passed away. He was a well-known public figure in North Webster. Laurel's mother, Wilma Mitchell, also passed away in February 2012. She operated the North Webster Food Pantry for several years. They passed never knowing what exactly happened to their 17-year-old daughter or why. It was a heartbreaking end for a couple who had dedicated their lives to seeking answers and closure for their daughter. In February 2013, a woman called Renee from Port Charlotte, Florida came forward and gave investigators a lot of useful information. Detective Dunafin interviewed Renee on June 7, 2013. She informed the detective that she lived in Noble County as a teenager, and that she was 16 years old in 1975. She went on a date with a man named John Wayne Lehman. And while on the date, they went to a party. After the party, John Wayne Lehman was driving her home when Lehman admitted his involvement in a crime that he committed with his friend, Fred Bandy Jr. Lehman provided details of the crime to Renee that are consistent with the findings made by police where Laurel's body was found and the anatomical findings made by Dr. Sankey during the autopsy of her body. On July 3, 2014, investigators interviewed Bill McDonald at the Ligonier Police Department. Bill indicated that back in 1975, he was a sophomore at West Noble High School and that he socialized with a man named Fred Bandy Jr. Bill told investigators that Bandy told him that he had committed the crime that took place at Mallard's Roost, which was a public access site adjacent to the location where Laurel's body was found. Also in February 2014, Captain Kevin Smith received information about a local music group that performed in Epworth Forest the night of August 6, 1975. They were identified as the Celebrate the Sun group. This generated renewed interest in the case. Unfortunately, it did not lead anywhere. Captain Smith said, "I feel pretty confident after speaking with someone from that group. I don't believe they have information that will help." On September 25, 2019, Noble County Sheriff's Department Detective Joe Hutzel met with Rick Johnson to interview him about the Laurel Mitchell case. Rick Johnson informed Detective Hutzel that he was friends with Bill McDonald and that while he was in high school, he, Bill McDonald, Fred Bandy, John Wayne Lehman, and others were at a party together. While at the party, a conversation about the slaying of Laurel Mitchell came up, and Fred Bandy Jr. stated he and John Wayne Lehman committed that crime together. Investigators needed more than just reports from witnesses. They needed DNA evidence linking Bandy and Lehman to the crime. Advances had been made in cold cases in recent years due to new technology such as genetic genealogy, which involves putting a suspect or victim's DNA profile into a public database, allowing them to reverse engineer a family tree. This enables investigation of multiple branches of a family's tree to determine who could be a viable suspect in an unsolved case. Another recent advancement factoring into solving cold cases is the use of touch DNA samples. This method requires minuscule amounts of DNA, such as skin cells from the perpetrator that may be left on objects at a crime scene. A breakthrough enabling an accurate genotype from rootless hair is another technique now available. Until February 2019, forensic scientists were only able to extract DNA from hairs found at crime scenes if the root of the hair was attached. Unfortunately, most hairs do not have the root attached. This breakthrough in DNA extraction from rootless hair is extremely useful in solving crimes. Solving cold cases often involves a diligent and time-consuming re-examination of evidence from files and the efforts of experienced investigators. By February 2019, Laurel Mitchell's clothes and evidence were resubmitted for DNA testing. In February 2020, a certificate of analysis was generated by Indiana State Police Laboratory Division that showed a male DNA profile was developed from the clothing. After 3 suspects were eliminated as possibilities, attention shifted to Fred Bandy for a buccal swab. Bandy voluntarily provided the DNA sample on December 5, 2022 at his residence. On January 13, 2023, the state laboratory found that Fred Bandy Jr.'s buccal swab showed he is 13 billion times more likely to be the contributor of the DNA on Laurel Mitchell's clothing than any other unknown person. A review of Indiana State Police records also disclosed that Bandy was driving a 1971 Oldsmobile at the time, which is consistent with eyewitness statements from area residents on that fateful night. Investigators concluded that Lehman and Bandy, with premeditated malice, used Bandy's Oldsmobile to bring Laurel to the Mallard Roost public access site in Noble County, where they forcibly removed her from the vehicle and deliberately drowned her. While the Indiana State Police declined to comment on the specific techniques used to solve the case, Ashley Hall, the director of the Forensic Science Graduate Program at the University of California, explained. She said the method seemed to be a standard genetic identification technology used in crime labs called STR or short tandem repeat. The technology is developing to become more and more sensitive. It is being developed to pick up smaller and smaller amounts of DNA. We can pick up much more DNA than we used to be able to. Laurel Mitchell's case is a good example of the power and evolution of DNA testing to assist in criminal investigations, Dr. Hull said. We're not done with our work until every family, every victim has an answer. And the fact that we can go back to cases that are this old, this is where we should be going, she said. Captain Kevin Smith, who has been working the case for over 20 years, said this case is a culmination of a 5 decades-long investigation, and science finally gave us the answers we needed. Playing a significant role in charges being filed was the Indiana State Police Laboratory Division. We simply could not have solved this case without them. He also said that the investigation of the case had followed a similar pattern of other such cases. Witnesses pass away. Memories fade. All those hurdles make it very difficult, especially when you go back this far. On Monday, February 6, 2023, the Indiana State Police arrested 67-year-old John Wayne Lehman and 67-year-old Fred Bandy Jr. It was announced to the public that John Lehman and Bandy Jr., both 67-year-old residents of Indiana, have been identified as the suspects responsible for what happened to Laurel Jean Mitchell. Bandy lived in 1014 5th Street in Goshen, Indiana, and Lehman lived at 108 Clark Street in Auburn, Indiana. Both are being held without bond at the Noble County Jail. This is not the first time that Fred Bandy Jr. is in trouble with law. He is a twice convicted child abuser and deemed a violent predator. In February 2001, he pleaded guilty to child solicitation and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. In February 2016, he pleaded guilty to 2 counts of child abuse and served nearly 6 years. During an initial hearing on February 8, 2023, Bandy and Lehman were informed by Noble Circuit Court Judge Michael Kramer they each face a charge of taking Laurel's life in the first degree. With current Indiana law, an individual convicted of such a charge faces a prison sentence between 45 and 65 years, with the advisory sentence being 55 years. However, since Laurel's slaying occurred in 1975, if the men are convicted, Bandy and Lehman could be sentenced to life in prison, which was the maximum possible prison sentence at that time. Also, during the initial hearing, a pretrial conference for both Bandy and Lehman was scheduled for 1:30 p.m. on April 24, 2023 in Noble County. Laurel's sister, Sarah, who was 12 years old back in 1975, recently did an interview with the New York Times after the arrests were made. She described their childhood in North Webster as typical before the horror visited her family. It was just a very small town, laid back. We felt safe, she said. We came and went as we pleased in the summer, and parents did not worry about us. She was a really good person. It's like, gosh, you picked somebody really good to do this to, somebody who could have done a lot of good in this world. I'm very glad they were finally arrested and very appreciative of the people who came forward. Sarah recalled how Captain Smith had carried around big books that detailed the names and addresses of everyone the authorities had interviewed over the years. There were over 1,000 names in there, she said. When Captain Smith called Sarah and her brother, Bruce Mitchell, to let them know they had arrested 2 men, she was surprised but mostly wished her parents had been alive to see it. 47 years had passed, but for Sarah Mitchell, the pain of that day remained as fresh as ever. Right now, it feels like yesterday, she said. On that fateful night when Laurel didn't return home, 12-year-old Sarah had somehow slept through the uncertainty. When she awoke the next morning, she was more confused than concerned, unaware of the nightmare that was about to unfold. She had a softball game that day, and despite the growing tension at home, her parents encouraged her to go. As Sarah played, focused on the game, she didn't know that her world was about to change forever. Halfway through, a neighbor woman appeared at the ball field in the Mitchell family car. I saw her pull up to the ball diamond, Sarah recalled. Immediately, Sarah told her coach she had to leave. The neighbor told her that she had been sent to pick her up, though Sarah was still unaware of what was going on. As they neared home, the sight of police cars surrounding the house stopped her in her tracks. The neighbor's somber words cut through the air. They're here to look for your sister. Sarah's heart began to race. As they entered through the back door, she saw her father. Tears filled his eyes as he told her the unthinkable. Laurel was gone. Gone? Sarah asked, her mind struggling to grasp the reality of what he was saying. At just 12 years old, Sarah struggled to comprehend the devastating news. Gone where? She had wondered before her father finally broke the heartbreaking news. Her big sister Laurel, the one who always took care of her, as big sisters do, was gone. It was a realization that shook her to her core. Years later, when she saw the accused, Lehman and Bandy, in court, Sarah reflected on their appearances. At 12, they would have been scary. They look like very frail men, and I do not need to be afraid of them. Despite the eventual convictions of the men responsible for her sister's death, Sarah expressed that it did little to bring closure. I'm glad they are going to be punished, that they won't be able to hurt anyone else, but she's still not coming back to us. Convictions would not bring closure for me. I do not think there is such a thing. For Sarah, the grief remains ongoing, a burden that can't be erased by the judicial process or the passing of time. She, like her family, would continue to mourn Laurel, knowing that no punishment could undo the tragedy that had torn their world apart. Moving on to the next case. Pretty Ashley Porter. Situated between Virginia, Tennessee, and South Carolina, North Carolina boasts stunning beaches along the Atlantic coastline as well as breathtaking mountain landscapes, including the Great Smoky Mountains. Yet, it is also a place filled with mysteries. Pretty Ashley Porter, who preferred to go by her middle name, was born on April 2, 1987, and led a relatively ordinary life. After completing her studies at Ashbrook High School in 2007, she took on various jobs in the manufacturing industry. Ashley maintained a relatively clean lifestyle. She stayed away from drugs, drank only occasionally, and never had any run-ins with the law. February began like any other month. That morning, she attended church with her mother, Tanya Davis. Later in the evening, they had dinner with extended family and Ashley's stepfather. Afterward, the 22-year-old spent some time online before heading over to chat with a neighbor. At 10 p.m., Ashley returned to her home on Windy Hill Drive in Gastonia, bid her mother goodnight, and went to her bedroom. The following morning, Tanya knocked on Ashley's bedroom door, intending to retrieve a coat from her daughter's closet. However, Ashley didn't respond. When Tanya tried the door, she discovered it was locked. Worried, Tanya and her husband forced the door open. Inside, they discovered that the screen from Ashley's bedroom window had been removed and was lying on the floor. Her handbag and cell phone were still there, but Ashley was nowhere to be found. It seemed that when she left that night, she hadn't taken anything with her. Her money remained untouched, and she hadn't packed a bag or taken any extra clothing. This indicated that Ashley hadn't planned to be gone for long and had likely intended to return. Tanya believed her daughter had climbed out of the window to meet someone, expecting to come back shortly after. She also noted that Ashley never used the window as a regular way to enter or exit their home. However, assuming her daughter was simply out with friends, Tanya didn't report her missing until April 27th, an entire week after she was last seen. Due to the limited information available in the case, it remains unclear whether Tanya attempted to contact Ashley's friends or conducted any searches for her daughter during this period. Additionally, after Ashley was reported missing, her family told the authorities that one of her ex-boyfriends was abusive and as a result was not welcome at her parents' house. This has led to speculation by both Tanya and online sleuths alike that Ashley snuck out to see this ex-boyfriend, or that he came to the window to see her and convince her to go with him. Armchair detectives have also, however, asked the question, why wait a week to report your daughter missing knowing that she had an abusive ex-boyfriend? Unfortunately, we have no answers to this question. Speaking in 2017, Tanya added, "It kinda makes you think, was it someone who was not comfortable with knocking at my door, ringing my doorbell that they would go to the window and get her attention instead of coming to the door? It is not normal, no, for her to go out the window." Initially, authorities did not believe that Ashley was in any danger, but this later changed and they now believe that the 22-year-old met with foul play. In 2017, they stated that they were keeping what they knew quiet so as not to jeopardize the case. Ashley's ex-boyfriend has never been publicly identified and it has not been revealed if he is a suspect or person of interest in the case. Since she went missing, Tanya has kept many of Ashley's belongings. Her room is now a playroom for her niece. Pretty Ashley Porter was last seen on the evening of April 19, 2009 at around 10 p.m. She said goodnight to her parents in their home on Windy Hill Drive in Gastonia, North Carolina before going to bed. Ashley is an African-American woman with black hair, brown eyes, and a piercing in each ear. She wore glasses sometimes, but didn't take them with her when she left her home. Ashley stands about 5'3" and weighed between 140 to 150 pounds when she was last seen. She has a tattoo on her buttocks, a burn scar on her left hand between her thumb and forefinger, and a mole in the center of her forehead. At the time she was last seen, she was wearing a 14-karat gold necklace with the name, Pretty, on it, a 14-karat gold necklace with a heart pendant, gray sneakers, and possibly jeans and a black t-shirt with the words, "Puts a ring on it." She goes by her middle name, Ashley. If she is still alive, Ashley would be 34 years old. Anyone with information regarding her disappearance can contact the Gastonia Police Department at 704-866-6702. Moving on to the next case. Roberto Caraballo. In the quiet town of Charlotte, Michigan, the mysterious death of Roberto Caraballo remained unsolved for over a decade until his charred remains were discovered in 2015. A critical DNA breakthrough would later reveal a startling truth, pointing to those who were closest to him. Roberto Caraballo, a 37-year-old from Charlotte, Michigan, had faced numerous personal challenges and legal troubles before his untimely death in February 2002. Roberto had served time in federal prison, though the specific reasons for his incarceration are not widely known. After his release, his life continued to be plagued by difficulties, including strained relationships and ongoing conflicts. He was married to Beverly McCallum, and their relationship was reportedly troubled, marked by discord and personal strife. Roberto lived with Beverly and her daughter, Danielle Ducharme, in a home on Horatio Street in Charlotte. In February 2002, investigators discovered a metal footlocker containing human remains. The remains were severely burned, making initial identification a challenge. Despite the evidence of the brutal slaying, including the presence of a hammer, pieces of a wooden baseball bat, and remnants of a plastic bag and rope, authorities struggled to piece together the full story. Forensic teams collected physical evidence from the crime scene, but the investigation initially brought forward very few leads. The investigation continued for years, with detectives diligently following leads and exploring various theories. Even with the extensive work, the case remained unsolved, and the identity of the victim was not known until several years later. The breakthrough in the case came in 2015, more than a decade after the slaying. Danielle Ducharme, who was serving a life sentence for first degree, reached out to authorities and provided crucial information implicating her mother, Beverly McCallum, and Christopher McMillan. This new information prompted a reinvestigation into the case. Advanced forensic techniques, including DNA analysis, were used to confirm the identity of Roberto and link the suspects to the crime. The information from Ducharme led to the identification of Roberto's remains and connected the suspects to the crime scene evidence. In May 2002, the basement of Roberto Caraballo's home in Charlotte, Michigan became the scene of a brutal crime. He was lured into the basement by his wife and her daughter. Accompanied by Christopher McMillan, the group had planned the violent attack. Beverly pushed Roberto down the basement stairs where her daughter struck him in the head with a hammer. Beverly then took over again, hitting Roberto repeatedly with the hammer until it became lodged in his head. Afterward, they suffocated him with a plastic bag and a rope. The body was then placed into a metal foot locker, driven to a remote location in Ottawa County, and set afire with gasoline. The remains were partially burned and left inside the locker, concealed in a blueberry field. In 2019, Christopher McMillan, a crucial figure in the case, was arrested and charged with second-degree and conspiracy to commit the slaying. McMillan, who had initially cooperated with authorities, provided pivotal testimony that implicated Beverly McCallum and Danielle Ducharme in the February 2002 slaying of Roberto Caraballo. As part of a plea deal, McMillan pleaded guilty to the charges against him. His cooperation proved crucial in unraveling the events of May 2002, which included the brutal assault on Roberto and the subsequent disposal of his body. McMillan was eventually sentenced to 15 to 40 years in prison. Beverly McCallum's arrest came a year later in 2020, when she was apprehended in Italy, where she had been living under the radar since the crime. She was extradited to Michigan in 2022. Although McCallum maintained her innocence and her defense attorney argued that she was merely an accomplice, the jury convicted her of second-degree murder in April 2024. She was sentenced to 40 to 60 years in prison for the crime, along with an additional 10 to 15 years for disinterment and mutilation of a body. McCallum received credit for 1,500 days served, including her time in detention in Italy. Her sentencing marked the end of the long-running investigation, bringing a sense of justice to the case and closure to the victim's family. Moving on to the next case. Ruby Doss. In 1986, Ruby Doss was found strangled in Spokane's East Sprague area in Washington, leaving investigators with a cold case that seemed like it would never be solved. Over the years, the similarities between her case and other unsolved killings led to multiple false leads and dead ends. It seemed as though justice for Ruby might never be realized until a breakthrough in an unrelated crime unexpectedly uncovered new evidence, reigniting the search for her killer. Ruby J. Doss was a 27-year-old woman living in Spokane, Washington, in 1986. Originally from Detroit, Ruby had moved to Spokane in search of new opportunities and a fresh start. Before the crime that claimed her life, Ruby had been dealing with various personal struggles, including financial difficulties. To make ends meet, she worked as an escort, a choice that increased her vulnerability in an already dangerous world. Despite these hardships, Ruby remained hopeful and resilient, striving to create a better life for herself and her children. Sadly, Ruby's dreams would never be realized. On the rainy night of January 30th, 1986, Ruby J. Dawes' life was tragically cut short. She was last seen in Spokane's East Sprague area, a neighborhood notorious for its high crime rates and transient population. As the night wore on, the weather grew colder and wetter, adding to the grim atmosphere of the evening. The details of Ruby's final hours remain unclear, but it is known that she was found in a field near the intersection of Fisk and Ferry, an isolated and poorly lit area. Her body was discovered by a transient who happened upon the scene. Ruby had been strangled, and the brutality of the crime was evident from the evidence at the scene. Her body showed clear signs of trauma, indicating a violent struggle before her death. Police arrived to find Ruby's body, confirming the signs of a brutal attack. The investigation quickly shifted focus to the details surrounding Ruby's murder, including identifying potential witnesses and gathering evidence from the crime scene. The evidence collected included fingerprints and DNA, although forensic technology at the time was limited. Early interviews with people who knew Ruby or might have witnessed something did not yield any substantial leads, leaving investigators searching for answers. As the investigation continued, detectives began to notice disturbing similarities between Ruby's case and several other unsolved murders in the Spokane area. Throughout 1986, several women, including Marian Turner and Dorothy Burdett, were found strangled in ways that seemed to follow a pattern. Marianne, a convicted prostitute, was discovered strangled next to a garage on South Ivory in early November. Dorothy, a 62-year-old woman with no known criminal background, was found on Christmas Day in Highbridge Park. The common thread of strangulation and the similar circumstances surrounding these deaths led investigators to suspect that one individual might be responsible for all of these cases. Despite these connections, Ruby's case faced significant hurdles. The conditions of that night, along with the sparse evidence and lack of immediate witnesses, made the investigation especially difficult. The forensic evidence collected was limited, and the technology of the time did not allow for comprehensive DNA analysis or provided definitive links between the cases. The police explored various theories, including the possibility of a serial perpetrator operating in the region, but were unable to find conclusive evidence to tie the cases together. The lack of significant progress and the absence of new leads gradually caused Ruby's case to grow cold. The investigation continued sporadically, but with each passing year, the chances of solving the case seemed to diminish. The breakthrough in Ruby Dawes' case came more than 30 years after her brutal slaying, stemming from a seemingly unrelated investigation in a different state. By 2015, advancements in forensic technology had revolutionized the way law enforcement could analyze and match DNA evidence, providing new hope for cold cases. In a separate case, Richard Aguirre, then in his late 50s and a former police officer from Pasco, Washington, was under investigation for an assault that occurred in Franklin County. During this investigation, Aguirre's DNA was collected and entered into the National DNA Database, CODIS. In a stroke of luck, Aguirre's DNA profile was cross-referenced with DNA evidence collected from Ruby's crime scene. This pivotal match was made possible by advancements in DNA technology and the entry of evidence into the database, which had not been feasible at the time of the original investigation. The connection between Aguirre and Ruby's case was solidified when Spokane police obtained a search warrant for Aguirre's home. They collected new evidence, including items that could potentially link him to the crime. The renewed scrutiny and comparison of evidence confirmed that Aguirre was the prime suspect in Ruby's case. The discovery was a game-changer. It not only identified the man responsible for Ruby's demise, but also rekindled hope for the families of other victims who had remained unsolved. After remaining unsolved for nearly 3 decades, Aguirre was arrested in June 2015 for his involvement in the slaying of Ruby Dawes. The arrest was a major breakthrough for the Spokane police, who had long sought justice for Ruby and her family. Aguirre's trial began with intense scrutiny and high public interest. The prosecution presented a compelling case, highlighting the DNA evidence that linked Aguirre to the crime scene. But the trial was not without complications. The defense argued that Aguirre was not in Spokane at the time of the slaying, pointing to his military records and claiming that other DNA evidence found at the scene suggested multiple potential suspects. They contended that Aguirre's successful career as a police officer and his subsequent life should be considered in their defense. The trial took a turn when the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict, resulting in a mistrial in early 2021. Aguirre's case was retried in 2023, and he chose to waive his right to a jury trial. He opted instead for a bench trial where Spokane County Superior Court Judge Jeremy Schmidt would decide his fate. The second trial concluded with Aguirre being found guilty of first degree on December 26, 2023. The verdict came as a relief to Ruby Doss' family, who had endured years of uncertainty and grief. On March 5, 2024, Richard Aguirre was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Judge Schmidt delivered the sentence, emphasizing the brutal nature of the crime and the lasting pain endured by Ruby's family. He acknowledged that no sentence could ever truly fill the void left by Ruby's death. Aguirre's defense attorney sought a reduced sentence, highlighting Aguirre's age at the time of the crime and his later positive contributions to society. They also pointed out the vulnerabilities Aguirre might face in prison, given his previous career in law enforcement. In the end, the judge imposed the maximum sentence allowed under the 1986 laws. The sentencing offered a bittersweet form of closure for Ruby Doss' case. While it couldn't reverse the past or completely heal the scars left by her loss, it provided some measure of justice and resolution for her family. Ruby's oldest daughter, Lashunda Doss Walker, shared her thoughts. "I'm not sure how much he understands that he was such an eraser. He changed the trajectory of my life and my sister's lives in such a major way." Latoya Doss, another of Ruby's daughters, said, "This is not just a loss for me. It is a generational loss for my future family members." Moving on to the next case. Mary Pryor and Leonard. Mary Pryor and her husband, Leonard, lived in Flint, Michigan, where they owned Sweet Marie's candy store for many years before selling it. Afterward, they moved to Lennon, Michigan, to enjoy their retirement. Leonard passed away in 1990, and in the years that followed, Mary became a well-known figure in the small village. A devout Catholic, Mary frequently attended church functions. Residents of Lennon would often see her walking from her home to the town diner for lunch and dinner on most days. On February 27, 1997, Michigan State Police K-9 teams, who were conducting training in the area, discovered the body of 88-year-old Mary in a wooded area near her home. She had been beaten, strangled, and assaulted. The crime sent shockwaves through the close-knit Lennon community. Investigators gathered DNA evidence at the crime scene, which was linked to the suspect. They conducted hundreds of interviews and followed up on numerous leads. The investigation soon focused on Michael Burr, a teenager who lived just a short distance from Mary's house. At the time, he was in the 11th grade. Investigators took his DNA sample so it could be stored, as DNA was not advanced enough at the time to confirm that his DNA matched what was found at the crime scene. Unfortunately, investigators could not gather enough evidence to meet the probable cause standard necessary to charge him in connection with the case. Recently, the Genesee County Police Department partnered up with the Michigan State Police Crime Lab to finally help solve the case. In February, they were able to match the DNA found at the scene to that of Michael Burr. Genesee County Prosecutor David Layton said that DNA evidence shows 1 in 1.9 octillion chance that Michael was not responsible for what happened to Mary. "Ultimately, what we want here is closure for the victim's family," he said. "We want closure because when you lose a loved one in such a brutal manner, it never goes away from your mind. You never have a peaceful day when you can stop thinking about it." Michael Burr was then held in the Genesee County Jail without bond. He had a probable cause hearing in Genesee County District Court on February, where prosecutors laid out the evidence against him. The case was brought to a close in February when Michael Burr was sentenced to 10 to 20 years in prison. Genesee County Sheriff Chris Swanson shared his thoughts after the sentencing, stating, "Although Mary was not related to me by blood, my family grew up with her. I was assigned to this case as a young detective sergeant, and 21 years later, here we are." He continued, "When you see people come forward and provide families with answers, especially in such a violent case like this, that's why we clip the heels and take the oath. That's why we become police officers and investigators." Swanson concluded, "Although I don't have the same relationship with Mary as the family behind me, Mary is my family, and it's a great day." Moving on to the next case. Richard Crafts. For some, marriage is the ultimate aspiration, their greatest dream. They long for the gleaming ring on their finger and the sense of stability, security, and devotion that comes with pledging a lifetime to a partner. For others, marriage feels like a prison. They cherish their independence, seeing the idea of being bound to one person as their worst nightmare. Of course, many people fall somewhere in between, holding views that don't lean too strongly in either direction. Then, there are those whose emotions consume them entirely. Overwhelmed by bitterness, anger, and resentment, they see only one way out. Uxoricide is the act of a husband killing his wife. One such case was that of Helle Crafts. Born in July 1947 in Denmark as Helle Lork Nielsen, she married Richard Crafts in 1979, and the couple settled in Newtown, Connecticut. Helle, a flight attendant, was widely regarded as a kind and hardworking woman who dedicated herself to both her career and motherhood. After their marriage, she and Richard had 3 children together. Richard Crafts, a former Marine pilot turned airline captain and part-time police officer, met Helle in Miami in 1969, while they were both training for their respective careers. In 1984, Richard was diagnosed with cancer, with doctors giving him only a 2% chance of survival. However, against all odds, he overcame the illness and resumed his life. Though their marriage appeared relatively normal on the surface, fractures in their relationship soon became evident. By 1986, Helle had initiated divorce proceedings after uncovering her husband's infidelities. She had hired a private investigator, who revealed that Richard was involved with another flight attendant. Around the same time, Richard claimed that his cancer had returned. However, Helle soon discovered this was a lie. He was in perfect health. In November of that year, after returning from a work trip, Helle was dropped off at her home by a friend. It was the last time anyone saw her alive. Over the next few weeks, her husband gave varying accounts of his wife's whereabouts and offered up flimsy explanations as to why she was unavailable to friends and her workplace. Reportedly, Richard said in one instance that Helle was visiting her mother in Denmark. In another, he said she was on holiday with a friend in the Canary Islands. And at other times, he simply said that he didn't know where she was. Friends of Helle grew concerned. It wasn't like the mother of 3 to just up and disappear without contacting anyone, and they were well aware of Richard's aggression and temperament, having had Helle tell them of the details of her and her husband's relationship. He was reportedly even physically abusive. At one point shortly before her death, she told friends, "If something happens to me, don't think it was an accident." She even told this to her divorce lawyer, who described the unusualness of the statement in her interview on the TV show Forensic Files. When authorities were eventually alerted to the troubling disappearance of the 39-year-old flight attendant, they went to search the family home. One of the first things they noticed was the missing pieces of carpet from the floor in the master bedroom. The Crafts nanny recalled that there was a dark grapefruit-sized stain on one of the pieces of carpet which had now been removed. This had investigators worried, and as they continued to look around, they also found evident blood smears on the side of the bed, and that a large freezer was missing from the home. As they looked into Richard Crafts' bank records, they found that he had purchased several interesting items around the time that his wife disappeared: new bed sheets and a duvet, and the rental of a wood chipper. Papers that were provided to a private investigator by Richard included the receipt of a chainsaw too. The fears that family and friends of Helle Crafts held were confirmed when a snowplow driver came forward and said that he'd seen Richard at the shore of Lake Sohar. A search of the lake found the purchased chainsaw covered in blood and hair, which was later proven to match Helle. Then in or near the water, police found further evidence of foul play, including metal pieces, 85 grams of human tissue, including a tooth with unique dental work, a fingernail with pink polish, bone chips, 2,660 bleached blonde human hairs, and O-negative type blood, the same type as Helly's. From these horrifying discoveries, police concluded that the remains of Helly Crafts had been fed into the woodchipper. To test this theory out, the medical examiner used a pig's body to recreate the damage a woodchipper would cause to the bones, and it was found that the pig's bone fragments bore a similar shape to those of Helly's and had the same marks on. Investigators determined that Helly Crafts had been struck in the head multiple times, leaving the bloodstains on the carpet and the smear on the bed, and that her body was kept in a freezer before it was cut up with a chainsaw and fed through the woodchipper. The gruesome disposal of Helly's body shocked friends, family, and the local community. The prosecution of Richard Crafts required an official determination of death via body identification, which initially threw a spanner in the works of the investigation, as of course, Helly's body wasn't available. However, after a tooth found in the lake was found to match her dental records, the Connecticut State Medical Examiner's Office issued the death certificate for the mother of 3. Richard Crafts was arrested in January 1987, and his trial began a year and a half later in May 1988. The first trial, which concluded in July, resulted in a hung jury, but a second trial in November 1989 led to a guilty verdict. During one of the proceedings, Richard's defense argued that Helle, being bilingual and fluent in 4 languages, could have simply disappeared, using her linguistic skills to start a new life elsewhere. However, this theory did not convince the second jury, who found the physical evidence against Richard overwhelming. Richard Crafts later appealed his conviction, but his request was denied. Helle's 3 children were placed in the care of one of Richard's sisters, who had supported the prosecution and advocated for a severe punishment. While no sentence could truly compensate for the loss felt by Helle's children, her mother, and her loved ones, Richard was given a 50-year prison term. He became eligible for parole in 2021. Moving on to the next case. Roger Scott Dunn. Roger Scott, born on February 10, 1967, in Lubbock, Texas, was one of 2 sons born to Jim and Mary Sue Dunn. He was known as Scott to everyone and was described as a fun-loving jokester and a ladies' man. By 1991, at 24 years old, he had left the military and settled in Lubbock, where he worked at MGM Electronics, specializing in custom sound system installations for vehicles. Scott had a passion for working on cars and had even won stereo installation competitions. Additionally, he bought, restored, and resold used cars on his own. He was in a relationship with Laisha Hamilton, a 28-year-old waitress. On the evening of May 13, 1991, Scott attended a party at a friend's house. Suddenly, Scott became very ill. He was unable to walk or drive home and ended up sleeping at his friend's house. The following morning, Laisha came to pick him up so he could rest in their apartment at Oakwood Club Apartments, located at 581820 4th Street. By May 15th, Scott felt well enough to return to work. His car was still at his friend's place, so he made arrangements for his friends to give him a ride to work. Scott informed Laisha about the arrangement with his friends. She made him tea before leaving for work. When his friends arrived at the apartment, Scott didn't respond to the door. Laisha returned home later and told them that Scott must have left while she was at work. Scott didn't come home that night, and for the next 2 days, there was no sign of him. Laisha then contacted Scott's father, Jim Dunn, who lived in Pennsylvania, to inform him that Scott had disappeared. Jim Dunn reached out to the Lubbock Police Department to file a missing persons report. He explained to detectives that it was unusual for Scott to leave his beloved Camaro, known as the Yellow Submarine, and his tools at work. When the police arrived at Scott and Laisha's apartment, Laisha pointed out that a piece of carpet was missing from under the couch. The police later discovered that the missing carpet piece was in Scott's bedroom. It had been duct taped together with the carpet in the bedroom. A piece of carpet had been removed from the bedroom. Along the seam, the police noticed a rusty-colored stain. It was clear that it was blood. There was another large stain on the padding underneath the carpet in one section. The blood on the padding had seeped down to the concrete below. It also looked like someone had cleaned blood off of the baseboard of the wall. The investigators used luminol to test the room. The room lit up. It was obvious that someone, presumably Scott, had suffered a violent attack. Investigators looked at Scott's life and the people he knew to see if anything stood out to them. Scott had a previous arrest for using illegal substances. At age 23, he was arrested in connection with the Domino's Pizza robbery. The police followed up on this to see if anyone might have had reasons to hurt Scott because of the substances or money. They didn't find anything useful. Looking at Scott's relationship with Leisha, investigators found a lot of oddities. It seemed that Scott wasn't able to commit to Leisha as much as she would have liked. 1 month before Scott's disappearance, Leisha had learned that Scott was engaged to another woman. Investigators saw this as a possible motive. Could Leisha have sought revenge against Scott? Scott's friends told investigators something worrisome about Leisha. A family friend of Scott said that Scott was afraid to break up with Leisha. Leisha's ex-boyfriends warned Scott that she could lather herself up into violent jealous rages. Leisha continued to contact Jim to talk about the case. Jim taped all of their phone calls. For some reason, Leisha didn't really seem that interested in finding Scott. She often talked about his sports car. She even asked Jim if she could have it. Leisha told Jim that she didn't want the car but needed it. Leisha was clearly getting impatient about having to wait for the car. This was really odd behavior. Investigators learned that Leisha had a criminal record. She had been arrested in New Mexico for embezzlement. Investigators continued looking into the possibility that she was responsible, but then she actually came up with the first suspect. Leisha told Jim that she believed a man named Tim Smith was involved in Scott's disappearance. Tim lived near Scott and Leisha and became infatuated with her. The police went to speak to Tim at his apartment and saw that he was packing up to move. Tim willingly let the police search his apartment. When the police walked back out to the room where Tim was standing, they discovered that Tim had moved a roll of duct tape that was on his bookshelf. Tim claimed he didn't move anything, but the police found it hidden behind some books. The tape was sent in for forensic testing. Using infrared lights to look at different wavelengths and components of the tape, the results were that the tape from Tim's apartment were consistent with the tape used on the carpet in Scott's bedroom. On the side of the tape, triangular green carpet fibers were found, which were the same color as the carpet in Scott's bedroom. Unfortunately, without a body, there wasn't much else investigators could do, and the case went cold. Jim got impatient and set out to find answers himself. He met with a group called the Vidic Society. It's a group of 82 international forensic experts. The group is a members-only group that meets in Philadelphia to try to solve unsolved crimes. Jim met with Richard Walter, a co-founder of the group, to go over the case of his son. Richard immediately confirmed that Scott is not alive anymore. Furthermore, he was convinced that Leisha held the answers. Richard sent the information to Dr. Richard Shepherd of New Scotland Yard. Dr. Shepherd concluded that Scott's life was taken in his bedroom and had been struck multiple times with a blunt object. He conducted multiple tests and confirmed that with the amount of blood that was lost, no one could have survived. Richard Walter begged the district attorney to take this case to trial. Richard said that they didn't have a body, but had a body part, the blood's connective tissue. Richard Walter noticed that there were unidentified hairs in the duct tape found in Scott's bedroom. It was sent in for testing and was determined to be hair from both Tim Smith and Leisha Hamilton. Smith and Hamilton were finally arrested 3 years after Scott disappeared in 1994. It is believed that Scott's life was taken in the early morning hours of May 16, 1991, while he was asleep. Scott was struck 4 times with a blunt object. Hamilton and Smith tried to clean up the scene, but obviously left behind too much evidence. It is believed that Leisha wanted revenge after finding out that Scott had been seeing other women and was engaged. Smith probably helped Hamilton because she manipulated him, and he was obsessed with her. They were tried separately and both convicted. Leisha Hamilton was sentenced to 20 years in prison, while Smith received 10 years of probation. The jury believed that Smith had helped Hamilton clean up and dispose of evidence, but they weren't convinced he was present during the crime. The reasoning behind Laisha's relatively short sentence in Texas remains unclear, but she had to serve the full term after being denied parole multiple times. After her release, Laisha disappeared from the public eye. Unfortunately, neither Hamilton nor Smith would reveal the location of Scott's body. In February 2012, Jim Dunn received the news he had been waiting for when Victims Assistance Services in Lubbock informed him that a work crew had discovered skeletal remains in a sewage system near Scott's apartment complex. Dental records confirmed the remains were indeed Scott's. On June 16, 2012, the Dunn family laid Scott to rest in a grave marked by a stone bearing an engraving of his Camaro. Jim Dunn was quoted as saying, "I tell everyone that Scott came home for Father's Day." Moving on to the next case. Shelley Connolly. In the quiet stretch of Seward Highway south of Anchorage, Alaska, a haunting discovery in 1978 marked the start of a long-standing mystery when the body of 16-year-old Shelley Connolly was found. The case eventually went cold, leaving her loved ones without answers, until 2019, when forensic technology finally unraveled the case. Raised in Anchorage, Shelley was an energetic and adventurous teenager with a strong bond to her family. Petite in stature, she was often described as having a natural beauty, though her mother later remarked that Shelley didn't quite realize how attractive she was. Although she dropped out of high school, Shelley was determined to forge her own path. With a passion for beauty and personal care, she was set to begin cosmetology classes. At just 16, she was also engaged to a man stationed at Fort Richardson in the military. January 7, 1978, began as any other day in Anchorage, shrouded in thick fog, a day that would later be forever etched in the memories of those who knew Shelley. It was a day that Judy Connolly, Shelley's mother, would replay in her mind countless times over the years. That evening, Shelley had plans to go out. She chose an outfit that matched her bold personality, and despite her mother's concerns about her revealing clothing, Shelley slipped on a ski jacket her parents had gifted her for Christmas and headed to Chilkoot Charlie's, a popular Anchorage bar. Though underage, Shelley blended in with the crowd of young adults who frequented the bar. At the time, Chilkoot Charlie's was a hotspot, fueled by the oil boom that had brought a surge of young men with disposable incomes to the area. Later that night, Shelley was seen leaving the bar in the company of several men. Witnesses later reported spotting her at Lyra's, a 24-hour diner on C Street. However, the timeline of her movements started to become increasingly unclear. Sometime after leaving Lyra's, Shelley's night took a tragic turn. The following morning, two female hikers walking along the Seward Highway noticed something down an embankment near the train tracks. What they first mistook for discarded trash or debris turned out to be something much more disturbing. Lying motionless in the snow was the body of Shelley Connolly, her petite frame partially covered by the fresh snow. The hikers immediately notified the authorities, and soon Alaska State Troopers arrived on the scene. They quickly secured the area as investigators from the Alaska Bureau of Investigation joined them. The state medical examiner would later confirm that Shelley had been brutally assaulted and left to die in the frigid Alaskan winter. She had been beaten, and her body showed signs of a violent attack. In the end, a combination of internal injuries, including a ruptured spleen, and the exposure to the freezing temperatures ultimately took her life. Evidence suggested that after she was assaulted, Shelley had been thrown from a moving car. Her hand became trapped in the door, and the vehicle dragged her some distance before her assailants realized what had happened. When they stopped the car and freed her, they callously discarded her over the side of the embankment, deserting her in the cold of the night. There were faint marks in the snow, signs that she had tried to crawl up after being thrown out of the vehicle. Initial efforts focused on piecing together the events leading up to Shelley's tragic demise. Troopers interviewed witnesses, including patrons of Chilkoot Charlie's and Lyra's diner, trying to trace her movements from the night before. Despite numerous interviews and efforts to reconstruct her last hours, the investigation hit a series of ends. The Alaska State Troopers quickly realized that the case would require more advanced forensic techniques. By 1997, with forensic DNA technology becoming a viable tool for solving cases, the Alaska Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory began developing a DNA profile from the biological evidence collected during Shelley's autopsy. This profile aimed to match the unidentified suspect's DNA with known profiles and codices. In February 2003, the DNA profile from Shelley's case was uploaded into codices. Even with this step forward in the right direction, there was no match found, and the investigation remained at a standstill. The case was reopened and evidence re-examined multiple times throughout the years, yielding no new leads. It was not until 2019 that investigators finally got a break in the cold case. In early 2019, the Alaska State Troopers Cold Case Unit turned to genetic genealogy for new insights. This innovative forensic technique involves submitting a DNA profile from the crime scene to Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia-based company specializing in DNA analysis and genealogy. Parabon Nanolabs compared the DNA profile from Shelley's case to profiles in public genealogical databases, such as GEDmatch. They identified a man named Donald F. McQuaid as a person of interest based on genetic connections to the DNA profile. The results indicated that McQuaid, who was 21 years old at the time of Shelley's slaying, was a likely suspect. Following this identification, Alaska State Troopers conducted a thorough investigation to confirm the link. They obtained a DNA sample from McQuaid and compared it with the evidence collected from Shelley's autopsy. The match was conclusive. DNA samples collected from 2 locations on Shelley's body matched McQuaid's DNA profile. The breakthrough led to McQuaid's arrest in September 2019. It was a pivotal moment in the case, bringing renewed hope to Shelley Connolly's family and the community. Shelley's mother, Judy, said that she felt many emotions when she was told that her daughter's perpetrator was finally found. She said happiness that they found him. Sad too. 41 years. So this was totally unexpected. The evidence against McQuaid was compelling. The DNA match firmly linked him to the crime scene, and further investigation verified that he had been in Alaska in 1978, aligning with the timeline of the slaying. The legal proceedings that followed were intensive. McQuaid faced charges of first degree and second degree. The case was handled by Assistant Attorneys General Aaron McCarthy and Paige Smothers, who worked tirelessly to build a strong case for the court. The prosecution emphasized the severity of the crime and the profound impact it had on Shelley's family, pushing for a sentence that would reflect both the seriousness of the offense and McQuaid's advanced age. On April 26, 2024, Superior Court Judge Andrew Peterson sentenced McQuaid to 50 years in prison for the murder of Shelley Connolly. In his remarks, Judge Peterson highlighted the gravity of the crime and the long-awaited justice for Shelley and her family. He pointed out that while McQuaid had lived a full life and witnessed his children grow up, Shelley's family had been robbed of those same years with her. The sentencing was an emotional moment for the Connolly family, who had spent over 4 decades waiting for closure. They felt a mix of relief and sorrow, knowing that while justice had been served, it could never truly make up for the loss of Shelley. Shelley's mother, Judy, said, "Whatever the new technology is, I'm just so glad it came around and solved this crime. Hopefully it will solve other unsolved cases as well." Moving on to the next case. Terrence Pritchette. At around 7 a.m. on February 3, 1996, the Orange County Police Department responded to a call concerning Lilcham Convenience Store, located on Clarkona Ocoee Road in Orlando, Florida. A witness had reported an unusual finding that morning. He explained that while driving by the store at approximately 6:55 a.m., he noticed the lights were off, which struck him as odd since the store typically opened by that time. Curious about what might be going on, the witness tried to enter the store. However, before doing so, he parked nearby to peer through the windows. He said he didn't see any store employees, which seemed strange to him. Feeling unsettled, the witness contacted the police to express his concerns before leaving the area. Upon arriving at the scene, deputies found 2 employees from an armored car company waiting to collect a cash deposit from the store, but the door was locked. The deputies attempted to contact the store by phone, but there was no answer. They then conducted a quick search around the premises and discovered a white car parked in the lot. After running a license plate check, deputies learned that the white car belonged to the store manager, Terence Pritchette. They attempted to contact his residence to confirm if he was home, but received no response. With no way to access the store since it was locked from the outside, the deputies were at a standstill. Fortunately, another employee, who had closed the store the night before, happened to drive by and noticed the police. He offered to help and provided his keys, allowing the deputies to enter. As they worked to open the door, the deputies noticed a small amount of blood on the exterior lock. Once inside, they discovered the lifeless body of Terence Pritchette in the men's restroom, lying in a pool of blood. The medical examiner later confirmed that Pritchette had been the victim of a brutal attack, suffering 73 stab wounds across his neck, torso, and limbs. His heart and lungs had been severely punctured, leading to his death. Investigators noted a significant amount of bloodstains throughout the store, leading them to believe that the person responsible for Terence Pritchette's murder had also been injured. Blood was found in multiple areas, including the freezer door, the freezer flap, the lottery machine behind the counter, the key cylinder on the entry and exit door, and the door push bar. The blood patterns suggested the suspect moved through the store, starting from the restroom, to the beverage freezer, then behind the cash register where money was stolen, and finally to the entry and exit door, likely where the perpetrator fled. Deputies determined that after taking about $1,000 from the safe beneath the cash register, the killer took Pritchette's keys and locked the store's doors. At the time, the murder of Terence Pritchette deeply troubled both the police and his family. Pritchette had arrived at Lille Champ food store between 5 and 6 a.m. to open for business, as he did regularly. Sadly, within minutes of entering the store, he was violently attacked and killed by an unknown assailant. The police questioned those who knew him, but little was known about Pritchette, as he had only recently moved to Orlando, Florida. He worked long hours, often around 60 a week, and had few acquaintances. Investigators worked tirelessly, following all leads in search of his killer, but there were almost no witnesses to the crime. Although they had all the necessary evidence, the investigators lacked the means to put it to use. The blood samples taken from different locations at the crime scene were sent to a crime lab, and all samples were determined to have originated from the same unidentified killer. The following year, in 1997, a detective closed the case and documented it that it was pending further investigative leads. On July 22, 2003, a different detective reopened the case, re-interviewing witnesses and obtaining buccal swabs to compare with the suspect's blood, but there were no matches found. On March 17, 2003, an analyst entered the unidentified DNA profile from the freezer door handle into the combined DNA index database, but no matches were found either. Another detective, Brian Savelli, took up the investigation in 2019 and kept working to identify the suspect whose blood had been left behind in various locations of the store. During the course of going through the case, the idea of genetic genealogy came to Detective Brian Savelli's mind. Genetic genealogy uses a known DNA profile to reverse engineer a family tree for the unknown suspect. It became a well-liked new investigative tool in 2018 when the officials in California used it to pinpoint the Golden State Killer. Finally, in March 2021, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement was contacted by the Orange County Sheriff's Office to help with the investigation. To create a thorough genealogical profile that may be utilized to generate fresh leads that could help identify Terence Pritchette's killer, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement hired Othram to use cutting-edge DNA testing. Othram created a thorough genealogical profile using forensic-grade genome sequencing. After the profile was successfully created, Othram gave it to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, whose detectives uploaded the DNA profile into two open ancestry databases, GetMatch and Family Tree. They later created a family tree, and it revealed that the blood samples originated from a person who shared genetic ancestry with a couple, Kenneth Stowe Sr. and his wife. Investigators were then led to the couple's 3 children. Authorities started a background check on the 3 children and discovered that one of them, Kenneth Robert Stowe Jr., a 54-year-old Eustis resident, had lived across the street from Terence Piquet in 1996. Kenneth Robert Stowe was 28 years old at the time of the murder. Detective Brian Savelli also found out that he had once worked at the Lachamp convenience store. All the puzzles were coming together. In order to apprehend the murderer, detectives got the court order to commence a GPS surveillance on Robert Snow Jr. The investigation took a significant turn on August 27, 2021, when a GPS device was placed on Robert Stowe's vehicle outside his building supply business. Detective Brian Savelli, who was tracking Stowe, observed him on September 14, 2021 throwing a bag filled with beer cans into a trash can. The bag was retrieved by the detective and submitted to the Orange County Crime Scene Unit for analysis. Forensic testing revealed that DNA found on one of the beer cans matched the blood from the beverage freezer door handle at the Lachamp food store in 1996, linking Stowe to the scene. On November 2, 2021, authorities arrested Robert Stowe based on the newly discovered evidence. During questioning, Stowe admitted to having worked at the convenience store but denied any involvement in the murder of Terence Piquet. He was charged with first-degree murder with a firearm and robbery with a deadly weapon. A judge ordered that Stowe be held without bond. Since the murder, all of Terence Piquet's family members had passed away, but the authorities informed a number of his friends about Stowe's arrest. The case, which had remained unsolved for so long, finally seemed to be reaching its resolution. Moving on to the next case. Tina Feltz. A young girl left school and set out for home, but she never arrived. As soon as the police launched their investigation, they found themselves facing a long list of suspects, each with a troubling and mysterious background. Despite their best efforts, detectives were unable to crack the case for years. However, a series of seemingly unrelated events eventually led to a shocking revelation, one that would stun the entire community. Tina Feltz was born on April 27, 1969, in Washington State. After her parents divorced, she moved to California with her mother, settling in a small town called Pleasanton. Not long after, her mother remarried a man named Steve, and they had a son together. At just 6 years old, Tina was excited to help care for her baby brother, and despite her young age, her parents often relied on her to babysit him. Tina grew up to be independent and started planning her future from a young age. By middle school, she was already considering which college she wanted to attend and had begun saving for her own car. In 1984, at 14 years old and in her first year of high school, Tina wasn't particularly fond of her school. She was shy and kept to a small circle of friends, which led to bullying from other girls. Tina even considered transferring to another school at the end of the year. On April 5th, her day began on a difficult note. When Tina entered the cafeteria, a group of girls began bullying her again, even threatening to wait for her after school. The school had a poor reputation, and Tina only attended it because it was the closest one to her home. That same day, another troubling incident occurred when several boys shoved a classmate into an outdoor trash bin. When a teacher found him, they discovered he was heavily intoxicated. It turned out some students had brought alcohol to school and had been drinking during class. Tina's mom had offered to transfer her to a different school, but Tina chose to stick it out for the remaining few months of the year. On that particular day, in addition to the bullying, Tina was told she would have to stay after school as punishment for frequently being late to her classes. Tina had once taken the school bus, but she had to stop because of the girls who would bully her during the ride. As a result, her mom began driving her to school. However, since her mom also had to prepare for work in the mornings, Tina often ended up running late. Despite being told to stay after school, Tina refused to comply and decided to skip detention, heading straight home instead. Though her house wasn't far, the route wasn't simple. She had to walk down a narrow path that led to an underpass beneath the highway, then continue a few hundred yards more before finally reaching her home. Tina left school around 2:50 p.m. and began her walk. At first, there were other kids on the path, but they all gradually went their separate ways, leaving her alone. About 20 minutes later, A truck driver was driving along the highway above the underpass when he noticed what appeared to be a person lying on the ground near the entrance to the tunnel. Something seemed off, so he decided to turn around at the nearest exit and pull over for a closer look. Upon driving back over the underpass, he realized it was a body. He immediately sought out the nearest payphone to call the police. On his way, he spotted a police car and flagged down the officers to report what he had seen. Around the same time, other students who had been walking along the path called the police after stumbling upon the body. The officers rushed to the scene and discovered the lifeless body of a young girl. The amount of blood suggested she had been stabbed multiple times. They quickly secured the area and began their investigation. The first notable thing they observed was her bag, hanging from a tree just a few yards away from the body. When they retrieved the bag, they were able to identify the victim, Tina. The crime scene didn't provide much evidence. Police collected a few items scattered around, such as cigarette butts, though they didn't appear to be connected to the crime. The murder weapon was also nowhere to be found. After detectives informed Tina's mother about the tragic news, they showed her Tina's bag and confirmed that none of her personal belongings were missing, ruling out robbery as a motive. With no clear answers, investigators hoped that medical examiners and forensic experts would provide more clues, but they too came up short. The only detail they could confirm was that Tina had been stabbed 44 times with what appeared to be a kitchen knife. There was no evidence of sexual assault, eliminating that as a potential motive. This led detectives to believe that the killer was likely someone who knew Tina and harbored a deep-seated hatred for her. Tina's mother mentioned the girls who had been bullying her at school, prompting the police to investigate them. However, it turned out that the entire group had been assigned detention that day and stayed after school, a fact confirmed by a teacher's testimony. Then, another intriguing lead came to light. A high school student came forward, saying that after school, while driving along the highway near the location where Tina's body was discovered, he saw his classmate Jeff running toward the tunnel. Investigators quickly learned that Jeff had a history of troubling behavior. Jeff was known as one of the school's primary bullies and had a history of picking on other students. Several girls had accused him of making inappropriate advances toward them, but what truly raised concerns for detectives was Jeff's habit of carrying a pocket knife with him at all times. When the police questioned him, they immediately noticed a fresh cut on his finger. Initially, Jeff claimed he had cut himself at work while slicing pizza, but he later changed his story, saying he had gotten the cut while removing a vent cover. This inconsistency led the police to obtain a warrant to search his home. Inside, they discovered 2 hunting knives, which they sent to the lab for testing. However, no traces of blood were found on either of them. Jeff continued to deny any involvement in Tina's murder, and without concrete evidence, the police were unable to make an arrest. The biggest challenge they faced was the lack of solid evidence tying him to the crime. The crime scene provided no evidence that could link the killer to the crime. There were no fingerprints, no personal belongings, and no biological traces that could be used for future DNA analysis as technology advanced. Despite this, Jeff remained a suspect, but with no concrete leads, investigators were left to continue searching for any other clues that could help solve the case. The police received a large number of tips, but each one turned out to be a dead end. Students at the school started pointing fingers at their classmates, and some even admitted to friends that they were responsible for the crime. However, when detectives brought them in for questioning, each of them claimed it was just a joke, insisting they had no involvement in the murder. Eventually, the focus shifted to Tina's stepfather. Investigators learned that he and Tina's mother had recently separated due to his heavy drinking and aggressive behavior. Additionally, relatives and friends of Tina's mother told detectives that he had been physically abusive toward her, though Tina's mom denied the allegations. Despite their recent breakup, the man had been trying to reconcile. Just a few days before the murder, he had shown up at their house. Things escalated into another argument, and Tina had yelled at him to leave her mom alone. When detectives questioned him, the man claimed he'd been at work when the murder happened. His coworkers backed up his story, but then the detectives uncovered something fishy. After hearing about Tina's death, the man had taken a bus driven by an acquaintance to Tina's mom's house. The driver later told police that right before getting off, the man handed him a knife and asked him to hold on to it for a while. The police found this super suspicious, but the man insisted he just didn't think it was appropriate to show up at Tina's mom's house with a knife after her daughter had been killed with one. Detectives looked into his possible involvement a bit longer, but his alibi held up, so eventually, they had to cross him off the suspect list. There was no progress in the case until 5 days later when police suddenly got a new suspect. A young woman from a town called Felton, about 50 miles from Pleasanton, was walking through an underpass when she was attacked by a stranger. The man demanded she do whatever he said, threatening to kill her, but she managed to break free and run away, immediately reporting the attack to the police. Detectives on Tina's case immediately noticed that this attack bore a chilling resemblance to her murder. Eventually, they tracked down and arrested the attacker, a 23-year-old man named Walter. Digging into his past, investigators discovered Walter had been living in Pleasanton at the time of Tina's murder and moved away right after it happened. They also learned that on the day Tina was killed, Walter had visited his grandmother and acted strangely. He was visibly upset, telling her he didn't like where his life was going. After his arrest in Felton, police got a warrant to search Walter's home. Inside, they found blood-stained clothes and 2 knives also covered in blood. But when the evidence went to the lab, there was a twist. The blood came from animals, not humans. Detectives kept pushing to tie Walter to Tina's murder, but nothing stuck. They eventually moved on to other leads, though Walter remained a person of interest in the case. Over the next few weeks, police began to wonder if Tina's murder might be the work of an unknown serial killer. In the months that followed, 3 more young women were killed in and around Pleasanton, but investigators made little progress on any of the cases. Still, they started to suspect the crimes might be connected. The theory plunged the town, once considered safe, into fear. Women avoided walking alone, and parents kept their children under tight supervision. Pressure mounted on the police department as the public demanded answers, but detectives hit dead ends every time. Years passed with no breakthroughs in Tina's case. Then, in 1989, another young woman was murdered in Pleasanton, just a few miles from where Tina's body had been found, also near an underpass. But like all the others, this case went cold, leaving investigators no closer to catching the killer. The next twist in the case came in 1994. By then, DNA analysis had become a powerful tool in forensics, and detectives finally cracked one of the cold cases linked to the suspected serial killer. Experts re-examined evidence and got a DNA match to 35-year-old Michael Eert, who was already serving time for murdering a 66-year-old woman. With the DNA hit, Michael became a suspect in 3 other killings, including Tina's. But here's where things get interesting. When detectives told Tina's mom about him, she suddenly claimed she recognized him. Looking at his photo, she said she'd seen him at a barbecue years before the murder. She even dug up old photos from the event to prove it. But when she found them, she realized she was wrong. The man in the photo looked eerily similar to Michael, but it wasn't him. Investigators spent years digging for any link between Michael and Tina's murder, but they came up empty. He couldn't be tied to 2 of the other killings either. Still, he was sentenced to death for the one murder where his DNA sealed his fate. 2 years later in 1996, detectives cracked another case when DNA matched a man named Robert Rhodes. But just like with the previous suspect, police couldn't tie him to Tina's murder. Over the next decade, a few more suspects popped up, but they all denied any involvement, and the case stalled out again. Then in February 2007, Detective Dana Savage decided to take a fresh look. She was pregnant at the time and couldn't handle her usual duties, so she started digging into cold cases instead, and Tina's file caught her eye. After combing through every shred of evidence, Savage realized there was nothing solid to point to a killer. But one odd detail stuck with her: Tina's bag hanging in that tree. She knew there was no way Tina could have thrown it up there herself during the attack. This meant the killer had to have done it. By February 2007, DNA technology had advanced enough that Savage decided to take a bold step. She sent the bag to the lab, thinking that the killer might have cut himself with his own knife during the frenzied attack, especially since Tina had been stabbed 44 times. If he was bleeding, even a tiny drop could have ended up on the bag when he tossed it into the tree. But their local lab didn't have the tools to detect such old and tiny traces of blood, so the bag was shipped off to the FBI's lab where it sat waiting for years. This went on until March 2011 when Savage finally got the call she'd been hoping for. FBI experts told her they'd found microscopic traces of blood on the bag and extracted a DNA profile from it. But that wasn't all. When they ran it through the database, it came back as a match. The blood belonged to Stephen Carlson. Detective Savage was shocked to hear the name. She'd been convinced one of two other suspects already behind bars was the likely culprit. But Carlson's name wasn't new to her. He popped up in the case files before. Stephen Carlson had gone to the same school as Tina. He was 16 at the time, and if you remember from earlier, he was the kid who got shoved into the trash bin near the school on the day she was killed. He was also the student who'd pointed police toward Jeff, the knife-carrying bully we talked about earlier. Detectives had actually considered him a potential suspect during the original investigation, but they'd found nothing to back up their suspicions. In school, Stephen's behavior was quite disturbing, and most people wanted nothing to do with him. He had a habit of saying crude and inappropriate things to girls, acted aggressively, and eventually earned the nickname Creepy Carlson. Because of his odd behavior, he was often bullied by other students. By the time he was around 15, he had started using illegal substances, which only made things worse. He was in and out of juvenile detention multiple times, though never for long. During those years, several people who knew him went to the police, claiming that Stephen had confessed to killing Tina. But whenever officers questioned him, he denied everything, saying it was just a joke. After high school, Carlson ended up in adult prison for 2 years for attempted assault. When he got out, he kept using drugs and refused to register as a sex offender, which led to more arrests. By the end of 2010, Stephen was homeless and got caught with illegal substances. He was arrested, and for the first time, his DNA was collected and entered into the database. That turned out to be crucial, because just 6 months later, the FBI lab finally got around to testing Tina's purse. By then, Stephen was already serving time for drug possession, so detectives went to see him. As soon as they mentioned Tina's name, he started acting strangely, but still refused to admit anything. With a DNA match though, detectives had little doubt about his involvement, and he was officially charged with murder. Carlson's lawyer immediately demanded that the case be tried in juvenile court since Stephen was only 16 at the time of the murder, but this request was denied. The trial preparation dragged on for 3 years, and during that time, Stephen remained behind bars. Tragically, on the very day the trial was set to begin, Tina's mother passed away from a heart attack, never getting to see justice for her daughter. As a result, the trial was postponed again and didn't start until October 2014. Despite his lawyer's best efforts to defend him, the jury found Carlson guilty, and he was sentenced to 26 years to life. Even then, he continued to claim he was innocent and immediately filed an appeal. For the next few years, Carlson's appeal was under review, and in 2017, his lawyer finally managed to get the sentence reduced. He convinced the court that the prosecution hadn't proven Stephen intended to kill Tina, meaning he shouldn't have been convicted of first-degree murder. As a result, the charge was lowered to second-degree murder, and his sentence was reduced to 16 years to life. Even then, he still refused to admit his guilt, but in 2020, something completely unexpected happened. Stephen wrote 3 letters, one to Tina's family, one to the police, and one addressed to Tina herself. In those letters, for the first time ever, he took responsibility for what he had done and finally revealed what really happened on that tragic day 36 years earlier. According to his account, Stephen was furious that other students had stuffed him into a trash can earlier that day. On top of that, he had thrown a party at his house the night before, leaving a mess behind, and he knew his father was going to punish him that evening. Frustrated and drunk, he went home right after school, grabbed a knife, and started walking back in the opposite direction. He claimed he had no idea what he was going to do and wasn't planning to attack anyone. But as he stepped out of the underpass, he saw Tina, and without thinking, he brutally attacked her. Carlson claimed he doesn't remember the actual attack. The only thing he recalls is standing over her body holding a bloodied knife. In his letter to Tina and her family, he apologized and admitted that she didn't deserve what happened to her. But despite his confession, many doubted whether he truly felt remorse. Stephen's sentence allowed for the possibility of parole, but to get it, he had to convince a board that he regretted his actions and was no longer a threat to society. For convicted killers who keep claiming innocence, getting released is nearly impossible. So it's entirely possible that Carlson wrote those letters just to improve his chances. But even after his confession, his parole request was denied, and he remains behind bars to this day. That said, he'll have plenty more chances to be released, and one day, the board might decide differently. It's also worth mentioning that after Carlson's arrest, many former students from his school spoke out. They said that back then, almost everyone in school suspected him, even though the police had plenty of other more likely suspects. This only made things worse for Carlson. Carlson's classmates distanced themselves from him, and most refused to talk to him, but their suspicions didn't lead to a breakthrough in the case. Ultimately, it was modern DNA analysis, along with Detective Savage's relentless pursuit of justice, that led to Carlson's arrest. Interestingly, before 2010, Carlson's DNA was not in the system. So, even if investigators had tested the blood found on Tina's purse earlier, it likely wouldn't have pointed them to him. It was only after he was caught with illegal substances that his DNA was added to the database, which ultimately played a crucial role in solving the case. Without this turn of events, Carlson might have remained free, and Tina's murder might never have been solved. Moving on to the next case. Zu Ling. In 1984, Zu Ling was a sophomore at Tsinghua University in Beijing, where she was known for being attractive, intelligent, and talented, with a keen interest in music. Toward the end of 1994, she began to experience unusual and debilitating symptoms, including severe stomach pain and significant hair loss. After being hospitalized at Tongren Hospital, her condition gradually improved, and she was able to return to school. However, the following March, her symptoms returned, even worse than before. This time, she experienced pain in her legs, loss of control over her eye muscles, and partial facial paralysis. Her condition worsened to the point where she was unable to breathe on her own and had to be placed on a respirator. A physician at Peking Union Medical College Hospital recalled diagnosing a similar case of poisoning in the 1960s and strongly suspected thallium poisoning. Despite this, Zu Ling denied any exposure to thallium, a claim that was corroborated by her university's chemistry department. Consequently, her doctors ruled out thallium poisoning as the cause of her symptoms. Instead, she was diagnosed with and treated for Guillain-Barré syndrome. However, her condition deteriorated rapidly. Desperate for help, two of Zhou's friends decided to turn to internet, which was still in its infancy in China at the time. They shared Zhou's story on several news groups, providing a detailed description of her symptoms. They wound up receiving thousands of responses, many from people who believed that Zu had been poisoned by a toxic heavy metal known as thallium, the common antelope for which is known as Prussian blue. Subsequent tests confirmed that Zu Ling had extraordinarily high levels of thallium in her body, about 10,000 times more than normal people. Doctors were able to administer the antidote Prussian blue in time to save her life, but she sustained serious permanent neurological damage. While she has recovered the ability to breathe on her own, she still cannot speak and remains largely paralyzed and almost blind, with severely reduced mental function. In addition, she has contracted hepatitis C from a tainted blood transfusion. The police began investigating the case in May 1995. It wasn't until January 2006 that police finally revealed to the media that their initial investigation had led them to a possible suspect, Sun Wei, Zu Ling's roommate at the university, who was one of the few students with access to thallium. However, some of Sun Wei's family members were powerful Communist Party officials, and it was alleged that their influence helped obstruct the investigation. In 2013, an online petition was launched on May 3, urging the White House to investigate the major suspect, who was believed to be living in the United States at the time. The petition quickly gained traction, gathering over 143,000 signatures calling for intervention in the case. However, on July 20, 2013, the White House declined to comment on the petition, and the poisoning case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Ziziquang. Ziziquang, a 13-year-old boy, attended a local boarding school in a small town in Chongqing, China, while his parents, former peasants, worked in the northern district of the city. Zizu was the only son in the family, and they typically reunited every weekend. They owned an old house in a village not far from the school, but it had been abandoned for a long time, as no one lived there anymore. The house had 3 doors, a front door, a side door, and a back door. The back door, however, was discreetly hidden and blocked by 2 wooden planks and a rebar, making it nearly impossible to notice if you weren't familiar with the house. On October 25, 2009, before heading back to school, Zizu told his parents that he planned to visit the old house the following week. However, by the end of the week, his parents hadn't heard from him, and their concern grew. On November 3rd, his father called him, but no one answered. He contacted the school, only to learn that Zizu had been absent for the entire week. The school had explained Zizu's absence by attributing it to the outbreak of influenza A, leading them to believe that the boy had been ill at home. His parents, however, were shocked and panicked by this news. The father immediately rushed to the old house, where Zizu had said he would visit. Upon arrival, he found that neither the front door nor the side door would open, but the back door was ajar. The 2 wooden planks and rebar that had blocked it were lying on the ground. Upon entering the house, the father discovered a horrifying sight. Zizu's lifeless body was hanging from a wooden beam, his hands and feet tightly bound, with a large weight attached to his feet. The boy was dressed in a red dress and a woman's swimming suit, with a pinhole visible on his forehead. In his trouser pocket, the father found 32 yuan, and his cell phone was still inside his school bag. Nothing was missing. His father called the police. On December 3rd, the police released a report and said that the death was an accident. They told the father that his son was accidentally killed in some kind of a game involving superstition, which did not constitute a crime. They decided not to file the case. The father couldn't accept such an answer, so he applied for reconsideration on December 11th. He stated that the red dress once belonged to his niece but had no idea whose swimsuit he was wearing. 2 crumpled black cloth were stuffed in the bra to form fake breasts. The boy was hanging from a wooden beam, but the rope was tied around his hands instead of his neck. The way of tying was very professional, with 12 loops on each hand and foot, something that a 13-year-old wouldn't be able to do on his own. However, 10 days later, the police told him after a thorough investigation there was no clue of murder or suicide. The autopsy showed the boy died of asphyxiation and there was no trauma except the pinhole on the forehead and the marks of rain. They again ruled it an accidental death. The father believed that his wife's ex-husband was the killer. The boy's mother had married twice. Zizu was the son from his mother's second marriage. She had another child with her first husband, but after their divorce, the father gained custody of that child. However, the child disappeared many years ago, and her ex-husband firmly believed that she had hidden him. 3 years prior to Zizu's death, her ex-husband had warned her that if she didn't hand over his child, he would seek revenge. Despite this ominous threat, there was no evidence linking the ex-husband to the murder, and the case remains unsolved to this day. Moving on to the next case. Evelyn Hartley. Evelyn Grace Hartley was born on November 21, 1937, to Richard Hartley, a university professor, and his wife, Ethel. The family lived in La Crosse County, Wisconsin, where Richard worked at La Crosse State College, now known as the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. Evelyn, often called Evie, was known to be a smart and capable young girl. A straight-A student, she was involved in various school activities, played the piano, and sang in her local church choir. Though she was shy around others and had no steady boyfriend, it seemed Evelyn had a promising future ahead of her. Tragically, she would never get the chance to experience it. On October 24, 1953, Evelyn was hired by her father's colleague, Viggo Rasmussen, to care for his 20-month-old daughter while he, his wife, and his 7-year-old daughter attended the town's homecoming game. Normally, a classmate of Evelyn's named Janice would have babysat for the Rasmussens, but since she too was attending the game, Evelyn reluctantly agreed to take on the task. Evelyn took her school books with her that evening so she could study while the baby slept. Later that night, Richard Hartley attempted to pick up his daughter, but when he called the Rasmussens' home phone several times with no answer, he became concerned. Around 9:20 p.m., he decided to drive over to the Rasmussens' house at 2400 block of Hulshire Drive. Upon arrival, he knocked on the door but received no response. The doors were locked, but the lights and radio were still on. Looking through the window, Richard noticed that the living room furniture had been rearranged and saw his daughter's schoolbooks scattered on the floor. He also spotted a pair of broken glasses and a single shoe, both of which he recognized as Evelyn's. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. At the back of the house, Richard found an open window leading into the basement. The screen from the window was propped up against the wall outside, and a short stepladder belonging to the Rasmussens was positioned by the open window. Footprints were discovered in various areas of the house by law enforcement. Inside, Richard found no sign of his daughter, but he did find her other shoe at the top of the basement stairs. He also saw the Rasmussens' youngest daughter fast asleep and unharmed in her crib. Blood was found both inside the house and in the backyard, with a pool of blood about 18 inches in diameter. A bloody handprint was discovered approximately 100 feet away on a nearby house and garage. Authorities speculated that the abductor had carried Evelyn through the garden, paused to rest, and then continued on. When law enforcement arrived, they acted quickly. Police dogs picked up Evelyn's scent, which ended at Cooley Drive, just 2 blocks away. This led investigators to believe that she had been forcibly bundled into a car and driven away. Neighbors told the police that a car had been driving around the area repeatedly, and at around 7:15 p.m., a scream had been heard, though it had been dismissed as just children playing. 2 days after Evelyn's disappearance, a local man named Ed Hoffa, whose identity was kept private for several decades, came forward. He told authorities that he had narrowly avoided being hit by a 2-ton green 1941 Buick, speeding westward around 7:15 p.m. Hoffa claimed to have seen 2 men in the car, one of whom was sitting in the back seat with a young girl. The search that followed Evelyn's disappearance was one of the largest in the county's history, involving 1,000 local volunteers, including law enforcement, the National Guard, Boy Scouts, and university staff and students. The Air Force and Civil Air Patrol were also called in to assist. A vehicle inspection program was initiated to search every vehicle in the county, with gas station attendants checking for bloodstains in cars. Recently dug graves were even reopened in the hope of finding Evelyn's remains. In the first year after her disappearance, over 3,500 people were questioned in connection to the case. Yet despite the incredible efforts of authorities and the local community, Evelyn's fate remained elusive. Not long after the vanishing, a pair of underwear and a bra possibly belonging to Evelyn were found near an underpass on Highway 14, 2 miles south of La Crosse. Both garments were in Evelyn's size and both were blood-stained with the blood type matching that of the 15-year-old. Along that same stretch of highway, authorities also recovered a pair of bloody size 11 trainers by the brand Goodrich. The soles had a pattern on them resembling what was found near to where Evelyn was last seen. Investigators believed that the abductor had worn them. Inside, they found a single human hair, possibly from an African American. Authorities spoke with the manufacturers and found out that this style of shoe named the Hood Mogul was sold in Wisconsin, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota, and Illinois. The wear pattern on them suggested that the owner worked with machinery and frequently operated a whizzer motorbike. It's also noted that although the area had been previously searched, the shoes were not recovered before. It is possible the shoes were dumped there afterwards as a red herring, although this can't be said with any certainty. Also found within 800 feet of the shoes was a well-worn size 36 blue denim jacket with metallic buttons. The garment sported bloodstains on the front, back, and sleeves. It had base metal paint flecks on it, and had been cut off at the bottom and roughly rehemmed using white thread. One of its 4 buttons was missing. A worn mark ran the entire width of the jacket beneath the armpits, possibly from a safety harness. Fibers resembling those used in scrubbing brushes were located in the left-hand pocket. While the blood type on the shoes could not be determined, the blood type on the jackets matched Evelyn's. Blood smears at the house appeared to be made by a fabric with the same characteristics as denim, leading investigators to believe that this jacket could have been worn by the culprit. Although some believe the jacket is too small a size to match someone who wore size 11 shoes. It's been theorized that the jacket belonged to a steeplejack, which could explain the worn marks that looked as if a harness had been used. Although both the jackets and the shoes were displayed to over 10,000 people in different areas of the county, nobody recognized them or came forward with information. Eventually, La Crosse County created a new position for a criminal investigator and hired a M. Josephson, a former Army criminologist who specialized in using polygraphs. His job was to work solely on Evelyn's case. In May of 1954, he began to conduct mass polygraph tests on LA Crosse High School boys in an attempt to find out more about the 15-year-old's private life, all in the aim of finding her current whereabouts. The plan was for 1750 students to be tested, but it was such a controversial task that it ended after just 300 boys were interviewed. The strongest lead came in February 2004 when a man named Mel Williams came forward with a tape recording of several men discussing the abduction and subsequent slaying of a 15-year-old Evelyn Hartley. Mel was a tavern owner in Lafarge, Wisconsin, and somewhere between 1968 and 1969, he recorded a conversation he had with a man named Clyde Peterson. When asked why he wanted to interview Peterson, Williams said he was likable, funny, and quite a character. While the interview started with just Peterson, the pair was soon joined by a man named Whitey Barkley, who was known to be a big mouth. Upon his arrival, Barkley encouraged Peterson to, quote, "Tell him about that Hartley girl you kidnapped," and Peterson reportedly obliged. He admitted that he and another man named Jack Goldhair, who apparently knew Evelyn and knew she was babysitting for the Rasmussen that night, abducted the 15-year-old and ultimately shot her on a friend's farm. Goldhair took his own life on Christmas Day of 1967 at the age of 39, dying from a gunshot wound. Peterson passed away in 1974 at the age of 53 due to a heart attack. By the time Mel Williams came forward with the tapes, the only remaining member of the group outside of himself was Barkley, who was suffering from dementia, leaving the police with little direction. An old newspaper clipping from the 1950s revealed that Evelyn wasn't Goldhair's first brush with crime. At the age of 24, Goldhair was charged with contributing to the delinquency of a girl under the age of 16 after taking her to a tavern to drink. For a time, notorious serial killer Ed Gein was considered a suspect in Evelyn's disappearance, as he was reportedly visiting relatives nearby when she vanished. However, he has since been cleared of any involvement. Evelyn's parents eventually moved to Portland, Oregon, in the 1970s. Sadly, they both passed away without ever finding out what happened to their daughter. If you have any information about Evelyn Hartley's disappearance, please contact the La Crosse Police Department at 608-785-5962. Moving on to the next case. Leah Croucher. On February 14, 2019, 19-year-old Leah Croucher left her home around 6 p.m., telling her family she was going to visit a friend. However, just 15 minutes before leaving, she had changed the settings on her phone, leading police to suspect she had turned off the location tracking feature. Leah seemed to want her movements to remain private. Later, it was discovered that Leah hadn't gone to see her friend at all, and from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. that evening, her whereabouts remained a mystery. For some online sleuths, this secret meeting Leah was involved in was seen as a potential catalyst for the events that unfolded the following day. On February 15th, Leah headed out for work, and CCTV footage captured her walking down Buzzicott Lane in Fuston, Milton Keynes, at 8:15 a.m. This was the last confirmed sighting of the 19-year-old. After Leah was reported missing, 3 separate witnesses came forward, claiming they had seen her that morning between 9:30 and 11:15 a.m. near First and Lake. All 3 witnesses noted that Leah was on her phone, with 2 of them reporting that she appeared visibly upset during the conversation. While these sightings haven't been confirmed as definitely being Leah, authorities believe they are credible. Leah's family quickly reported her missing, and an extensive investigation was launched into her sudden and unusual disappearance. Officers visited over 4,000 homes in Milton Keynes, using specialist teams, drones, and helicopters in their search for the missing teenager. In October 2019, marine and dive teams conducted a 2-week search of the lakes in the area, including Furston Lake, but no personal items belonging to Leah or any other clues to her whereabouts were found. Leah was described as a homebody, someone who enjoyed reading fantasy fiction and spending time with her family rather than going out to pubs or clubs. As the investigation into her disappearance unfolded, Leah's family revealed that she had changed in recent months. They noted that she had become moody, argumentative, and often locked herself in her room for long periods. It wasn't until the investigation began that they discovered the possible cause of her behavior. They learned that Leah had been seeing an older man, around 27 years old, who was engaged to another woman. This man had been investigated by the police, and they have confirmed that he is currently not a suspect in the case. He has an alibi for the time that Leah went missing. Despite this, the family appeared to have their suspicions about this unnamed man. Leah's older brother, Hayden, was issued with a restraining order in May of 2019 after threatening him. That same month, Hayden posted on social media that the man had groomed and mistreated his sister. In February 2020, Leah's father, John, said he believed a man was withholding key information about the case and accused the unnamed person of being a selfish person and that the situation was, quote, destroying his family. He added that he would publicly name the man if he does not come forward. It is not clear whether John is referring to Leah's boyfriend, but many suspect he is. Of this matter, DCI Andy Howard and the Thames Valley Police agreed that some people potentially hold more information about Leah's life than they are willing to share with police so far. However, he was less convinced about whether those people would know why she disappeared. In May 2019, there was a suspicion that a severed foot found in Lincolnshire might have belonged to Leah, but this theory was later ruled out. Police are still actively investigating Leah's case, and an anniversary appeal this year led to 20 new reports of potential sightings and information from various parts of the UK. Leah's phone and bank account have remained inactive since she went missing. Meanwhile, the Croucher family continues to be deeply affected by the tragedy. In November 2019, Aidan Croucher, Leah's 24-year-old brother, tragically took his own life after struggling to cope with his sister's disappearance, with whom he had been very close. Anyone with information regarding Leah's whereabouts is encouraged to contact Crime Stoppers at 080555101. Moving on to the next case. Lashea Stein. Lashea was last seen in Aurora, Colorado, in the early hours of July 15, 2016. She left home without her mother's permission to meet someone near the 1600 block of North Peoria Street at 2:23 a.m., and has not been heard from since. She left behind her clothing, wallet, money, phone charger, and other personal belongings. According to her mother, it was completely out of character for Lashea to leave in the middle of the night. She had been excited about a potential summer job opportunity, and had no history of running away or getting into trouble. Her mother strongly believes that her daughter is still alive but being held against her will by sex traffickers. Several individuals have told the family they have seen Lachey, now 17, in a rundown area known for its cheap motels, prostitution, and drug activity. Some claim she is being kept drugged by her captors. At the time of her disappearance, Lachey was an honors student at George Washington High School and had secured an internship at the University of Colorado Hospital. Police have stated that there have been no new developments in her case, but they continue to investigate every lead. Moving on to the next case. Margaret Fox. Margaret Ellen Fox was born on February 22, 1960, in Burlington, New Jersey. A kind-hearted and bright young girl at the time of her disappearance in 1974, she was studying piano and had recently graduated from St. Paul's Grammar School. Margaret was also passionate about horses and had a practical, thoughtful nature. Though the only girl among 5 siblings, Margaret wasn't loud or boisterous like her brothers. Instead, she was quiet and reserved. Her sudden disappearance in the mid-1970s shattered her family and left a lasting emotional scar on the Burlington community. On the morning of June 24, 1974, Margaret set out to catch the bus to Mount Holly, where she was scheduled to meet a man named John Marshall, who was seeking a new babysitter. The previous week, Margaret and her cousin had placed an ad in the local newspaper offering babysitting services. John Marshall had reportedly first contacted the cousin, but since she was younger and her mother was concerned about her traveling alone, the cousin was not allowed to go. Marshall then contacted Margaret directly, and her father agreed she could go, having spoken to the man who introduced himself as John Marshall at least once on the phone. At around 8:40 a.m., Margaret boarded the bus to Mount Holly, with her brother watching her as he escorted her to the bus station. This would be the last confirmed sighting of Margaret Fox. Marshall had initially responded to the babysitting ad on June 19th and tried to arrange multiple meetings with Margaret, all of which he canceled, despite claiming he needed a sitter starting June 21st. He told her he required a babysitter for his 5-year-old son 5 days a week, offering Margaret $40 a week for her services. He also mentioned that either he or his wife would pick her up at the bus stop in a red Volkswagen on June 24th. The plan was for Margaret to call her parents once she arrived at Marshall's home to confirm she was safe. However, the 14-year-old never made the call. Her parents grew increasingly worried when she did not return home that afternoon as planned. In a panic, Margaret's mother searched for the telephone number Marshall had given her. The number led to a public phone booth at a supermarket in Lumberton. Desperate, the mother of 5 began calling various John Marshalls in the area, but all of them denied being the person her daughter had spoken with. Meanwhile, Margaret's father, David, traveled to Mount Holly to search for their missing daughter. However, neither parent had any success. Just after midnight, they filed a missing persons report. The police quickly launched an investigation into the disappearance of 14-year-old Margaret Fox. Witnesses in Mount Holly reported seeing a young girl matching Margaret's description speaking to a man in a red car at the corner of Mill Street and High Street. The owner of the red car was located, but he provided a solid alibi, leaving the case even more perplexing. Authorities speculated that Margaret may have mistaken the driver she encountered for John Marshall. Another potential suspect was a local sex offender who also drove a red Volkswagen, but he was ruled out after he provided a solid alibi. Another person of interest was a John or Jack Marshall, who worked as a manager at the Lumberton supermarket. There is little information available about him, but he was eventually ruled out because he was working at the time Margaret went missing and successfully passed a polygraph test. At the time, lie detector tests were even less reliable than they are today, but they were often viewed as conclusive evidence of truthfulness. Some online sleuths have speculated that the unidentified abductor may have seen the manager's name, possibly on his office door, and used it when contacting the girls in an attempt to avoid being identified. In the hours following Margaret's disappearance, police began monitoring calls to and from the Fox residence. One particular call raised concerns for the authorities. A man called the home and spoke with Margaret's mother demanding $10,000, the modern-day equivalent of around $53,000 in exchange for her daughter's safe return. He stated, quote, $10,000 might be a lot of bread, but your daughter's life is the buttered topping. The day after this ransom call, a letter arrived reciting the same words of the caller. It instructed Margaret's parents to put the money in a box with blue wrapping and claimed that Margaret is all right. We only tore her blouse and broke her glasses. These details had already been made public, so they were not deemed to be particularly significant by authorities. While latent prints were found on the letter, they did not match any prints on file with the Burlington County Jail, Prosecutor's Office, or the Mount Holly Police Department. Frustratingly, the prints have since been lost. After receiving the notes, the Fox family withdrew the money the ransomers demanded. However, they had no instructions on how to deliver the cash. On June 30th, a second letter arrived saying, among other things, quote, $10,000 was a lot of bread, but your daughter's life was the butter topping. It was also reportedly made to look like it was from the Symbionese Liberation Army, a small-scale terrorist group that was frequently in the news at the time. After this letter, communication stopped. In 1976, a suspect in Margaret's case admitted to abducting her, but this confession was later proven to be false. In 1992, a body found in the Atlantic Highlands area in Monmouth County was thought to be that of the missing teenagers. However, there were no dental records available to make a match. Theories in the 14-year-old's case are few and far between. Many have speculated that perhaps the ransom caller was carrying out a cruel joke, and that's why they did not provide instructions on where to deliver the money to. Others have suggested that perhaps the caller had every intention of making an exchange, but Margaret was accidentally killed, and so the caller changed their plan. Both the caller and John Marshall remain unidentified. Several Jane Does have been ruled out as being Margaret. These exclusions include the Will County Jane Doe found in Illinois in April 1981, the Knox County Jane Doe in Tennessee from June 1987, the Fairfax Jane Doe of Virginia in December 1993, and the Newport News Jane Doe, also from Virginia, in June 2014. Margaret's disappearance remains a poignant mystery for both the community and law enforcement. The Burlington City Police Department, alongside the FBI, is renewing efforts to solve the case. A $25,000 reward is being offered for information that could lead to an arrest. No arrests have been made so far, but law enforcement remains hopeful that someone will come forward with crucial information. If you recognize the voice from the brief audio clip, please contact the FBI at 973-792-3000. As of now, the case of Margaret Ellen Fox remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Melissa Tremblay. A girl went out for a walk and disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The police quickly joined the search, uncovering a series of eerie clues along the way. Despite their efforts, the case remained unsolved for 30 years. However, investigators eventually managed to crack it, revealing a shocking truth. Yet, even after the case was solved, some questions remain unanswered, leaving parts of the story still shrouded in mystery. Melissa Tremblay was born on March 1, 1977, in Lawrence, Massachusetts. Just a month after birth, her biological parents gave her up for adoption, and she was welcomed into the home of Jeanette and Robert Tremblay. Melissa grew up in Salem, New Hampshire, where she was an energetic and lively child. Her interests included fashion, singing, and reading, and she quickly made many friends at school. She also spent a lot of time at the Boys and Girls Club of America. At the age of 9, Melissa's life was shaken when her adoptive parents divorced, and her father became absent from her life. Later on, her mother, Jeanette, began a relationship with a man named Robert, but they did not live together. On September 11, 1988, when Melissa was 11, her mother took her to Lawrence to meet Robert. They often frequented a local bar, and since there was no one else to care for Melissa, Jeanette would bring her along. While her mother socialized inside the bar, Melissa would often play outside, with the only rule being not to venture too far from the bar. She spent time on the nearby streets, unaware that this seemingly mundane day would soon take a tragic turn. Because her mom frequented the bar, Melissa had become acquainted with some of the local kids and would often play with them. That particular day, she spent most of her time outdoors, periodically checking in with her mom. At one point, the bartender made her some popcorn, and Melissa told him she'd come back for it soon. However, she never returned to collect the snack. By 4 p.m., Jeanette started to grow concerned as hours had passed without hearing from Melissa. She went outside to check her car, but there was no sign of her daughter. Jeanette and Robert immediately began searching the area, going down street after street, but they couldn't find any trace of Melissa. They spent several hours looking and by 9 p.m., Jeanette decided to call the police. Officers quickly joined the search, but by the time they arrived, it was already dark, and there was still no sign of Melissa. The difficulty of the search was compounded by the darkness, but the police persisted through the night. They also considered the possibility that Melissa had run away, but her mother firmly rejected this theory, stating that Melissa was afraid of the dark and would never venture off on her own. By the next day, there was still no sign of her, and the search continued without success. It wasn't until around 3 p.m. when a railroad worker made a call that would change the course of the investigation. The worker was conducting a routine inspection of an old rail yard located just a few hundred yards from the bar. The yard was quite expansive, with up to 8 tracks in its widest section, although some tracks hadn't been used in years. The area was filled with empty boxcars, and between 2 of them, the worker noticed something odd. As he approached, he realized it was a human body, prompting him to immediately call the police. Detectives arrived on the scene and quickly identified the body as Melissa Tremblay. In addition to the fact that she had been reported missing the day before, a card with her name from the Boys and Girls Club was found in a purse near her body. Melissa's body was found on tracks that were still in use, and one of her legs had been severed. Initially, it seemed as though a passing train might have been responsible for the injury, given the section of track was active. However, the lead detective quickly began to question this theory after observing several details that didn't align with it. For one, Melissa's purse, which contained a card with her name, was found nearly 20 yards away from her body. It seemed unlikely that a train accident could have thrown the purse that far. Additionally, the detective noticed a significant number of footprints and blood drops near the purse, which suggested that Melissa may have been attacked at that location before her body was moved to the tracks. This raised suspicions that the assailant had staged the scene to make it appear as though she had died in a train accident. Another important clue was the specific location where Melissa's body was found. It was an area that didn't seem like an accident site, but rather a place that might have been chosen intentionally to mislead investigators. The old rail yard, known for being a secluded spot frequented by homeless individuals and people using illegal substances, became a point of interest for the detectives. They wondered if someone from that community might have been involved in Melissa's death. As the body was sent for examination, police focused on collecting clues and speaking with potential witnesses to piece together the timeline of events. The first witness they interviewed was an employee from the railroad company. He recalled seeing a girl matching Melissa's description near the tracks the day before her body was found. Concerned about her safety, he asked her to leave, and she complied, walking away from the area. Next, detectives interviewed a woman who lived near the bar where Melissa's mother had been. She was familiar with Melissa, as her children had become friends with her, and Melissa often visited their home. On the day she went missing, Melissa had come by to invite the woman's children to play, but when the woman informed her that her children were grounded and couldn't go out, Melissa left on her own. The breakthrough came when detectives spoke to another witness, whose statement provided the first real lead in the case. The witness who had seen Melissa talking to a man near the rail yard provided a crucial lead in the investigation. He described the man as being large, unkempt, around 30 years old, with dark hair and a large beard. The van he was driving was brown, old, and rusty. With this information in hand, the police began canvassing the area, looking for similar vehicles and gathering more details about the man in question. Meanwhile, the medical examiner's findings ruled out the train as the cause of death. They determined that Melissa had suffered numerous bruises and 3 fatal stab wounds. There was no evidence of sexual assault, and no foreign biological material was found on her body or clothes. The stab wounds were inflicted by someone who used their left hand, which suggested that the killer was likely left-handed. Reclassifying the case as a homicide, detectives honed in on the only solid lead they had: the description of the van and the man who had been seen with Melissa shortly before she went missing. The search for the suspect intensified, but they still faced significant challenges in connecting the dots. The police concentrated on finding similar vehicles in the area, but repeatedly hit dead ends. The challenge was that even if they found the right van, linking its owner to the murder would be nearly impossible without a confession. DNA analysis was not impossible without a confession. DNA analysis was not yet in use, and there were no additional pieces of evidence, like Melissa's belongings or fingerprints, likely to be found in the van. The police also kept trying to find new witnesses. They interviewed several hundred residents in the area, but this effort yielded no results. Detectives continued searching for the van and other clues for several months, but the case eventually went cold. Melissa's murder received significant media coverage, and many people began blaming her mother for what happened. They were outraged that Jeanette let her 11-year-old daughter wander the streets alone, especially near such a dangerous place as a rail yard. What infuriated them even more was that while Melissa roamed the streets for hours unattended, her mother was drinking in a bar. Rumors began spreading in the newspapers that Jeanette had developed a drinking problem after her divorce and was struggling with her parental responsibilities. People also started blaming social services for failing Melissa by not intervening in the situation. Amid all these accusations, Jeanette refused to speak with media or answer their questions. When reporters reached out to Child Protective Services, they stated they were aware of the family's complicated situation and had tried to take some measures, but revoking Jeanette's parental rights had never been considered. Since then, there had been no progress in the case. Police repeatedly reviewed it and examined potential suspects, but this yielded no results. In 2000, 12 years after the murder, investigators identified their first potential suspect, Tommy Lynn Sells. He confessed to 22 murders, and investigators in Melissa's case found that many details of his crime closely matched those of her murder. Moreover, Tommy resembled the van driver seen with the girl, and he often spent nights in empty boxcars while traveling across various states. Detectives began investigating his possible involvement in Melissa's murder, but they eventually concluded that he was unlikely to be responsible. They couldn't find any evidence placing Tommy near Lawrence at that time. Instead, they determined he was probably in another state. The case remained cold for several more years until 2013, when detectives unexpectedly obtained a new lead. They arrested a man from Lawrence for an unrelated case, and during questioning, he suddenly claimed to know some details about Melissa Trembley's murder. The man said that in 1988, when he was just 13, he used to steal cars for a living. He spent a lot of time on the streets looking for suitable vehicles, and on the day Melissa disappeared, he saw a girl resembling her. She was sitting on the steps of that same bar, and next to her was a man named Mike. The witness knew Mike, but his family had warned him to stay away from that man because of his questionable reputation. The boy walked past them, and about 10 minutes later, on his way back, he saw the girl leaving the bar with Mike. At some point, another man whom the witness didn't recognize approached them, and the three of them continued walking together. The police asked the witness why he had remained silent for 25 years. He replied that at the time, he didn't want any unnecessary contact with the police. However, when he learned about Melissa's murder and realized he might have seen her, he asked his brother if he should tell someone, but he advised him to stay quiet. However, the detectives immediately found a serious contradiction in the story. According to the witness, he saw the girl on the bar steps when it was already dark outside, but Melissa was reported missing around 4 p.m. when it was still daylight. Given that all the bar patrons and staff were aware of her disappearance, and her mother had been searching for her for hours, the detectives found it highly unlikely that Melissa could have been right outside the bar without being noticed. The police considered the possibility that the witness had either seen a different girl or his account was inaccurate. Despite this, they investigated Mike for potential involvement, but made no progress. Nevertheless, the witness's story brought renewed attention to the old case, and in 2014, it was reopened. By then, DNA analysis was widely used, and the police hoped that experts could find some new clues by re-examining all the available evidence. They examined Melissa's clothing and other items, but found no foreign DNA. However, there was something else among the evidence: samples taken from under Melissa's nails, collected in case she had scratched. The experts analyzed these samples and indeed found traces of foreign skin, which were promptly sent to the lab. But there was a new problem. Experts were able to extract a DNA profile of an unknown male, but it was only partial. It wasn't enough to get a match in the database, but the investigators were determined not to give up. Sometime later, they reached out to a company specializing in genetic genealogy. The company analyzed the sample and began searching for potential matches in available databases. This was a challenging task because they had to work with a partial profile, which made it impossible to identify the person with absolute certainty. Nevertheless, through meticulous work, they managed to find a possible distant relative of the sample's owner in the databases. This led them to a specific family with the last name McClendon. Detectives began investigating the members of this family, trying to determine who might have committed the crime. This process took several years due to the primary challenge: the lack of a complete DNA profile to definitively prove the guilt of any family member. Therefore, investigators carefully examined who among them could have been in Lawrence in 1988, matched all the criteria like age, and so on. Eventually, they focused on two brothers, one of whom was Marvin McClendon. Marvin lived in Alabama, but investigators discovered that in the late 80s, he lived just 20 minutes away from Lawrence and worked as a carpenter. Digging into Marvin's past, they learned that he frequently visited a church located just a few hundred yards from the bar where Melissa was last seen. Marvin had also worked as a prison guard for about 30 years, but with breaks, one of which occurred in 1988. The intriguing findings didn't stop there. Police found that Marvin owned an old brown van during those years, which he used for work. Despite this, Marvin had no criminal record, aside from numerous traffic fines for not wearing a seatbelt. He had been married twice, but both wives had left him. He had 2 sons from his first marriage, but was not actively involved in their lives. Finally, Marvin was left-handed, unlike all his close male relatives. While detectives were investigating this suspect, Melissa's mother passed away in 2015 at the age of 70. She had struggled with a severe illness for a long time and never found out who killed her daughter. After gathering all the information on Marvin and checking his other relatives, detectives concluded that he was the most likely perpetrator. In 2021, they went to Alabama to question him about that time in the late 80s. Eventually, they brought up the murder of Melissa Tremblay, and Marvin claimed he had nothing to do with it. When told that DNA from one of his close relatives was found on the victim, Marvin suggested that the killer might be his brother. Marvin suggested that the killer might be his brother. That same year, Marvin voluntarily provided his DNA sample, but experts still couldn't establish a complete match. The partial profile from under Melissa's nails only indicated that Marvin was either closely related to the killer or was the killer himself. However, investigators who had already examined all his close male relatives knew that none of them could have committed the crime, leaving Marvin as the prime suspect. They also understood that without a full DNA match, it would be extremely challenging for the prosecution to secure a conviction. As a result, they spent another year trying to find any additional clues. Detectives also checked Mike, the man whom the 13-year-old boy claimed to have seen with a girl resembling Melissa on the bar steps. After obtaining his DNA sample, experts determined that it didn't match the skin particles found under the victim's nails, ruling him out as a suspect. They visited Marvin several times, asking him various questions, and in April 2022, they finally decided to arrest him. Despite his continued claims of innocence, Marvin allegedly made a suspicious remark during his arrest. He told one of the officers, "At least I got to enjoy 20 years of my pension." Marvin, who was 74 years old at the time, was sent to jail awaiting trial. The judge had to place him under constant protection because other inmates quickly learned about his charges and the fact that he had worked as a prison guard. Without DNA from someone in Marvin's family was found under the victim's nails, but none of his close relatives had the opportunity to commit the crime. As for distant relatives, a match with their DNA would be less evident, and experts could easily see the difference. They also pointed out that in 1988, Marvin frequently visited a church on the same street as the bar, owned a similar van, and matched the description given by a witness who saw a girl near his vehicle. The trial began in December 2022. Marvin's lawyer immediately focused on the lack of a complete DNA profile of the perpetrator, claiming that without it, his client's guilt couldn't be confirmed. The defense then called two experts. One was a forensic specialist who testified that, based on crime scene photos, she couldn't confirm that the killer was indeed left-handed. The case took a dramatic turn when the jury deliberated for nearly a week but ultimately failed to reach a unanimous verdict. Some jurors believed that without a complete DNA profile, they could not definitively convict Marvin, which led the judge to declare a mistrial on December 27. The prosecution, however, wasted no time and announced plans for a retrial, scheduled for September 30, 2024. As the trial approaches, Marvin remains in jail. At 76 years old and suffering from various health problems, there is concern that he may not live to see the end of the new trial. If the court fails to convict him again, there is a real possibility that Marvin could be released, leaving Melissa's murder unresolved and the truth about what happened to her still hidden. The case continues to hang in the balance, and the question of whether justice will ever be fully served remains uncertain. Moving on to the next case. Mikhail Bush. A young family moved into a quiet, peaceful apartment complex, thinking they had found the perfect place to start their new life. However, just days later their world would be turned upside down. What unfolded next shocked the entire country. Though the case was resolved quickly, its aftermath left a lasting impact, prompting crucial changes in the law. Mikhail Bush was born on February 13, 1997, in the Canadian province of Alberta. She grew up surrounded by love, with her parents and a younger sister, whom Mikhail was incredibly close to. Her sister saw Mikhail as a role model, and their bond was unbreakable. Mikhail was known for her cheerful, energetic, and kind nature, qualities that naturally drew people to her and helped her make many friends throughout her life. One of Mikhail's greatest passions was ice skating. From a young age, she and her parents would frequent local rinks, where Mikhail's love for the sport blossomed. As she grew older, skating became a central part of her life. During high school, Mikhail met Cody, a boy who would soon become an important figure in her life. They started dating, and their relationship seemed to promise a bright future together. It didn't take long for Mikhail and Cody to realize that they were meant to spend the rest of their lives together. After graduation, they began making plans for their future as a couple. Mikhail, driven by her desire to help others, found a job at a charity organization, where she poured her heart into her work. Inspired by her passion for making a difference, she decided to pursue a career in healthcare. In 2017, Mikhail enrolled in a local college to earn her nursing degree, which she successfully completed. After graduating, she returned to her beloved job at the charity center, eager to continue her mission of helping those in need. But life had more surprises in store for her. Not long after settling into her career, Mikhail discovered she was pregnant. She and Cody were thrilled by the news, and to celebrate, Cody proposed to Mikhail in the very place where they shared so many fond memories, on the ice rink. In 2020, their happiness was complete when they welcomed their son, Noah, into the world. They began to build their life together as a family, with Cody working in pipeline construction, a job that had him traveling across Canada frequently. Despite the challenges of his constant travels, the couple was determined to create a loving home for Noah, filled with the same warmth and joy that had marked their relationship from the beginning. With Cody's new job, the family moved to a small town called Hinton. It was a more remote area, but for the first time, Cody's job no longer required him to travel constantly, allowing the family to settle down and spend more time together. In early September 2021, Mikhail, Cody, and their son Noah moved into a new apartment in a quiet residential complex on the outskirts of town. At 24 years old, Mikhail was settling into her new routine, and Noah, just 16, was starting to adjust to life in the peaceful town. They were excited about their new home, which was surrounded by nature and parks, offering a peaceful retreat from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. On September 16th, Cody left for work as usual, and Mikhail stayed home to care for Noah. Cody's shift ended around 6 p.m., and he looked forward to returning home to spend the evening with his family. However, when he arrived, neither Mikhail nor Noah was home. Cody checked every room in the apartment and looked out into the yard, but there was no sign of Mikhail or Noah. At first, he thought Mikhail might have taken Noah for a walk to one of the nearby parks, but then he noticed something strange. Their son's stroller was still inside the apartment, indicating that they hadn't gone far. As he continued to search, Cody found something even more unsettling. On the kitchen table, there were plates with half-prepared food, as though Mikhail had started making lunch but had abruptly stopped and left the house. Panic started to set in. Cody decided to check the nearby parks and playgrounds, hoping to find Mikhail and Noah enjoying the outdoors. But after searching the entire area with no luck, he returned home, feeling more desperate. Still hoping for some answers, Cody began calling family and friends, thinking someone might have picked them up. But no one had seen Mikhail or Noah that day. He kept trying to reach Mikhail, but her phone went unanswered, adding to his growing sense of fear and uncertainty. The whole situation felt increasingly bizarre, and Cody knew he needed to take action. He made the difficult decision to call the police. By the time he placed the call, one of his friends had arrived at the apartment complex to help. Together, they searched the area once more, hoping to find some sign of Mikhail and Noah, but there was still no trace of them. It seemed as though Mikhail had vanished into thin air. The police arrived shortly after and immediately joined the search. They methodically checked the apartment complex, the wooded area behind it, and the nearby streets. Officers began going door to door, questioning residents in hopes of uncovering any clues that might shed light on Mikhail and Noah's disappearance. After hours of searching, their persistence paid off. A neighbor finally came forward with a crucial piece of information. The neighbor had seen a woman who resembled Mikhail running away from the complex earlier that day. The woman wasn't screaming or calling for help, and notably, her son wasn't with her. The strange sighting only deepened the mystery of Mikhail and Noah's sudden disappearance. The police decided to follow up on this lead and asked the complex manager for access to the CCTV footage. They reviewed hours of recordings but couldn't find any sign of Mikhail. But then something completely unexpected caught their attention. Around noon, the same neighbor who claimed to have seen Mikhail was captured on camera carrying 2 large garbage bags out of the building. The police went straight to the dumpster to examine the contents of those bags. When they opened one, they were met with a horrifying sight. Inside was Noah's body, along with some of Mikhail's belongings, including her phone. This discovery immediately changed the course of the investigation. Detectives knew they had to proceed carefully, as Mikhail's whereabouts were still unknown. They suspected the neighbor was directly involved in the crime and decided to search his apartment. But there was a problem. The man lived right next door to Mikhail's apartment, where Cody and other family members were waiting. The 2 apartments shared a wall, and the police were concerned that what they might find inside the neighbor's apartment could trigger an uncontrollable situation. To avoid this scenario, the officers came up with a plan. They asked Cody and his family members to temporarily leave their apartment, explaining that investigators needed to conduct a thorough examination. What they didn't tell Cody was that his son's body had just been discovered only a few dozen yards away. As soon as Cody left, the police went straight to the neighbor's apartment. They requested permission to search the unit, and the man voluntarily agreed. When investigators reached the bathroom, they found Mikhail. Her body was lying in the tub, completely unclothed. After this heartbreaking discovery, the neighbor, 53-year-old Robert Major, was immediately arrested, and detectives now had to piece together what had happened inside that apartment. While waiting for medical examiners to determine the exact causes of death, the police began looking into Robert's background, and what they found was truly shocking. Robert had an extensive criminal record spanning several decades. He had been charged more than 24 times, most for sexual offenses. But despite his repeated arrests, Robert had only served short prison sentences. During his time in custody, he was evaluated by multiple psychiatrists, and he openly admitted to them that he really enjoyed committing these acts and took pleasure in his crimes. With multiple expert evaluations on record, authorities knew for sure Robert was likely to reoffend. But instead of keeping him behind bars after his numerous crimes, he was released in 2016. The only measure the police took was to issue a public warning, informing the community about Robert and the threat he posed. Robert was also required to register in a special offender database. He was banned from living near women, children, schools, or playgrounds, prohibited from leaving his city, which was located about 190 miles from Hinton, and ordered to meet with a police representative on a regular basis. But these restrictions quickly became irrelevant. Canadian law basically removed individuals from the registry and lifted their restrictions if they went a year without committing another crime. Because of this, Robert fell off the radar of law enforcement several years before the tragedy. At some point, he moved to Hinton and settled in a residential complex filled with families and children. None of the local police officers were aware of his criminal history. The management of the apartment complex, even if they wanted to, had no way of accessing this information, let alone the residents themselves. Medical experts soon completed their examination of the bodies, while Robert, shortly after his arrest, gave a partial confession, and his words shocked even the most seasoned investigators. On top of that, they managed to gather additional evidence and witness statements that helped piece together the full picture of what happened on that fateful day. That morning, Mikhail and Noah went for a walk in the nearby park. When they returned home, the building manager approached Mikhail to discuss an issue. The problem was that Cody, who worked on pipelines, would often come home with his boots and clothes covered in dirt, leaving muddy tracks all the way to their apartment door. The manager asked Mikhail to address the situation, and she promised to clean it up right away. After their conversation, Mikhail went back inside, put Noah down for a nap, and started preparing lunch. Around this time, she also called a friend. This friend later recalled hearing a knock at Mikhail's door during their conversation, followed by a man's voice. He offered to help clean the hallway, but the friend didn't catch the rest of the exchange. Shortly after, Mikhail returned to the kitchen, finished her call, and sent a message to a family member around 2 p.m. From there, one critical question remained unanswered for investigators. How did Mikhail end up in Robert's apartment? Robert himself refused to clarify this particular moment, leaving police to speculate. Perhaps he lured her there under some pretense, maybe by continuing the conversation about cleaning the hallway or asking for her help with something else. One way or another, Mikhail ended up inside Robert's apartment, and this is where his confession began. Almost immediately after she walked through the door, he attacked her and tried to strangle her. But for nearly 10 minutes he struggled to succeed. In the end, he managed to kill her and then assay her. He then dragged her body to the bathroom before heading to her apartment, where he took Noah and ended his life as well. After committing these horrific acts, Robert placed Noah's body, along with Mikhail's clothes and belongings, into garbage bags and dumped them in a container outside the building. It seemed he had no further plan as Mikhail's body was simply left in the bathroom. Although, he tried to mislead investigators by claiming that Mikhail had run off from the complex, possibly hoping that police wouldn't think to look inside his apartment. As for his motives, they remain unclear. The details of the case, including the full account of his confession, were never made fully public. Investigators shared only bits of information with media, leaving room for speculation. The reason behind Mikhail's murder was relatively straightforward. Not only did Robert find satisfaction in causing harm, but he also killed her with the intent of SA. However, Noah's murder was more perplexing. Investigators suggested that Robert may have killed him out of fear that Noah could identify him. Another theory is that Noah woke up and started crying, which may have scared Robert, thinking the noise could draw attention from the neighbors. One way or another, Robert's main motive became crystal clear through his numerous conversations with psychiatrists. He simply took genuine pleasure in harming others, especially those who were physically weaker than him. It's worth noting that even prison didn't stop him. During one of his previous sentences, Robert assaulted a cellmate, which led to additional charges. With news of this case spread across the country, many were horrified, not only by the brutality of the crime but also by the fact that such a dangerous man had been allowed to live freely. Public outrage grew even stronger when details of what happened during the trial came to light, but more on that later. Robert openly admitted to psychiatrists that he enjoyed committing such crimes, and all of them agreed there was a very high likelihood he would do it again. But despite this, he was released back into society, and eventually, authorities stopped monitoring him altogether. The residents of that complex had no way of knowing about his criminal past either. Even if he had remained on a sex offender registry, the system in Canada works very differently than in the US. In Canada, only law enforcement officials can access the registry, not the general public. This left many Canadians outraged as the laws prioritized protecting the privacy of a predator but failed to protect Mikhail and her son. The family had moved into that complex just 15 days before the tragedy, only to become victims of a man who lived literally next door. This devastating injustice pushed Cody and the rest of the family to fight for change. They became actively involved in drafting a new piece of legislation named in Noah's memory. The main goal of the bill was to ensure that repeat offenders are monitored for their entire lives, not just for a short period after their release. The bill that was proposed sought to create a public registry of offenders like Robert, making it easier for people to check if someone with a criminal past was living in their neighborhood. The intention was to prevent future harm and give communities a sense of security. Robert, however, didn't try to deny his guilt. He admitted to his crimes and was sentenced to life in prison. Despite being behind bars for the rest of his life, Robert expressed a disturbing belief that he was still a good person, despite his past actions. In the end, he was sentenced to life in prison, but with the possibility of parole in 25 years. If he lives that long, he would be 78 years old by the time of his eligibility for parole. There's no certainty that, even at that age, he wouldn't still present a danger to others. As for the bill that the victim's family is fighting for, progress has been agonizingly slow. Years of advocacy have passed, yet the legislation has not been passed, and it remains uncertain whether it ever will be. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.